let's get this live in front of as many people as we possibly can. Sam's going to be joining us soon. Rachel, thank you so much. Appreciate that. As you're 18-year-old and that you think that being lesbian is wrong. If you're in that... hey, you gotta be 18 or older. Sorry. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. Yeah, I text Sam. We'll see if they show up soon. Hey, how's it going, SCFC? Hi. Get a hey. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? George, thank you. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. But keep on double tapping on that screen. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Lucy? How's it going? Hope everyone's doing well. Make sure you're dropping a follow, doing all that good stuff. Again, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you do think that being lesbian is wrong. If you're not 18 or older, I'm not going to talk to you. But hope everyone's doing well.
Alright, so I don't think lesbian. So lesbian
you're like fucking 8 years old. Jeez. Yeah, you gotta be 18 or older again. Literal fetus.
So
another literal fetus. What is this, like a fucking abortion clinic? I can't keep on getting, I can't deal with all these fetuses. This is wild. Judging off of a voice? Yeah, Mike, I am. And I'm going to continue to do that. Absolutely, yeah. When they sound like that, yeah. Easy, yeah, absolutely. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Again, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you think that being lesbian is wrong and that you are 18 or older. If you don't meet those conditions, I'm not going to talk to you. Sam, welcome up.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? There's like tons of background noise.
Fuck. Okay, hold on.
It sounds like someone's like vacuum cleaning your microphone.
Okay, give me a second.
Hey, what's up? How's it going, Chloe? Are you there? 413?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
As old as I am. I just want to say being lesbian.
Wait,
wrong.
you gotta be 18 or older. Only request to join if you are 18 or older. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Well, and you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Yeah, and do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Well, the scripture says that God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
No, well, we're talking about lesbians, but scripture actually doesn't say that. But that would be, it's more of like an interpretation. So what's your evidence that the Bible is true, though?
The Red Sea, they found plenty of evidence at the Red Sea and Sodom and Gomorrah.
Wait. Let's do one fake claim at a time. All right. So in terms of the Red Sea, if you type chariots in the Red Sea, the first thing that comes up is an Associated Press that says false stories claim that there are chariots in the Red Seas. This didn't happen. It's fake.
No, it's actually in the museum. It's actually.
Wait, source it. Let's see the source.
Well, if you go to Google.
Yeah, I've already Googled this claim. The first thing that comes up is an AP News article that says false stories say that chariots were found in the Red Sea. They weren't.
No, they actually there's this guy named, in YouTube, there's a lot of evidence that they found in the Bible. Like if you go to YouTube, type in Holy Land, I think it's called Holy Land Evidence Bible. And this guy, he found many evidence, like the Noah's Ark.
Okay, gotcha. So we got the YouTube sources.
Yeah. So there's a guy named Ron White. Have you heard of him?
The amateur archaeologist. Yeah, he didn't find. Wait. So I just want to be clear. So you were unable to provide evidence for anything related to the Red Sea. So now let's go on to your next dubious historical claim. They didn't find Noah's Ark. They found an indent on a mountain. That's nothing. That's not Noah's Ark.
No, but it's still something because it's better than nothing.
No, it's an indent on a mountain. Mountains have indents. That's not very interesting to me.
And look at my life. My life has changed.
I'm not really interested in your personal experiences.
No, because that shows that there is a God. Because I used to be a
Yeehaw! Thank you so much, George.
Homosexual myself. But the Lord changed me from being a homosexual to straight. You know,
That seems
Stop.
implausible.
Stop.
You really gonna lie to us? You gonna lie both to you? Oh, goddamn! Got the fucking flag for hate speech. Do I just restart?
You probably should.
Goddamn! All right, I'm gonna reset. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Later. Yeah, good luck, babe. Indeed. All right. Bananaed on this topic, as happens in many such cases. No, the algorithm lords really don't like this topic, so it's a struggle, but nevertheless, we're gonna keep on pushing forward. Petus, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Howdy, howdy. How's it going? Hey, what's up, Billy? I'm so glad you love my content. How come you don't post videos anymore? I don't really have the time. I think I basically got to a point where I had to select between doing like lives and making regular content. And at that point, I just kind of enjoyed the lives more by like kind of every metric. So yeah, if I had the time, I probably would. I do not. But keep on double tapping on that screen. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Sam?
Lovely, lovely. Does it sound like I'm still like in an airport or?
Vaguely, barely. Do you have like headphones? Do you have? What's going on? Are you at your normal like mic setup?
Yeah, I'm at my normal mic setup, but I think the problem is I have like a fan going and I had another fan going. But I really don't want to die, Ian. I really don't want to die.
Yeah, understandable. I think it simmers down. I think TikTok will adjust to the audio. Amir, how's it going? How old are you?
Hello, 18.
Come on.
There's no way in hell.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Only request to join if you're 18 or older. If you come up here doing like a fake little voice, we're gonna see through it.
I'm 18.
I'm 18. What's up, Maddie? How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, and oh wait, I'm sorry. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I actually do not. I was actually going to ask you if you go, when you go live for that topic that you were just about to talk about.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I've worked on like one thing on it, and like I've been watching you, and I do really agree with what you're saying. Like, obviously, it's logical, but so I'm just wondering if you have like certain days you go live for that, because I've been waiting days.
I don't know. I try to go live with Sam on this topic like a couple of days, but other than that, I'll probably move on to the next guest. So, you know, most days I go live on that topic, but then there's some days where I like to switch it up, keep it fresh and fun. What's up? How's it going, Zeke?
Good, how are you?
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, I think it's wrong.
Why?
Psychologically, I just don't understand it, to be honest.
Okay. So there's lots of things that you probably don't understand, like you probably don't understand like differential equations, but do you think differential equations are wrong?
No.
Yeah, so maybe just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that it's wrong. However you feel about, I assume you're probably straight, you're probably like attracted to women. The way you feel about women is probably pretty similar to the way like a lesbian feels about women.
Yeah. But like you wouldn't just logically say that a man and a woman are like the two companions.
I think that people should figure that out for themselves. If that's what two people come together and decide on, if they think that they're right for each other, then they should do that. But if they decide instead that, you know, if someone decides that they would rather be with another woman, I just don't see what the problem with that is. I think that that's their choice, and they should be allowed to make it.
Well, what would you say about like Adam and Eve, though?
Oh, I don't think Adam and Eve existed. It didn't happen, is what I would say.
So, like, where did women come from?
I think, I think woman's like a social construct, but it's one that's typically like ascribed to like the female sex, and this is something that came from evolution.
Oh, you believe in evolution?
Yeah, well, that's just like overwhelming amount of evidence. Like, evolution as a process is something that we know happens. You can literally go into a lab and take a bunch of bacteria and like antibiotics, and then the bacteria will evolve to become resistant to the antibiotics. So we know that this is a process that exists, but I also think that this is the process that created humans and bears and birds and all the other wonderful life forms on this planet.
So just like biochemically?
Kind of.
Alright, man. I respect what you think. You're really smart.
Well, do you got anything else?
Nah, it's hard to...
Yep. Yeah, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow to Sam and I if you're enjoying the debates and you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Agia, Audia. Are you there? Okay. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you think being lesbian is wrong. If you don't think that being lesbian is wrong, I'm not going to talk to you. Hey,
Hello.
what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing well. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Okay, I'm Christian, and I believe that God loves everybody, but in the Bible it says man should not sleep with man and woman should not sleep with woman, you know, but I try to respect everybody's opinions on things, you know, like I'm not gonna dislike someone or hate someone because they're a different gender or sexuality than me. It's just the part about it that I don't like, if they're like waving pride flags and kind of like being pushy about it, you know what I mean?
Not really, no. I think that people are allowed to wave pride flags if they're a group that has historically been repressed and been a group that's been like pushed to the margins. I don't know, like
yeah,
what they're saying
that.
is just that they exist and that it's okay that they exist, that they should be allowed to exist in like public spaces.
Yeah, so it's just like, it's not that they're expressing it, because like it would be kind of like I don't know the word for it, but it would be kind of wrong, because like if we're allowed to like, you know, wave our country's flag, you know, and wave other flags and stuff, I believe that they should, you know, be able to express their opinions and beliefs as well. And so it's just like, if like, because like I'm not saying all people, but some people, they like they would be pushy about it, you know, like there's nothing wrong with expressing it, but they'd be pushy.
I don't really know what that means.
Like,
so if they're like pushy, how? Because there's a way, like if they're being genuinely pushy with it, or they're doing like really weird things, then obviously I think that's really weird and that's bad. But I just don't think that that's going to be representative of like, I don't know. I don't even know of any case where this has happened, to be honest. So I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
I'm still in school, but I mean, I go to a smaller school now, but I used to go to a bigger school, and people would like wear like pride flags and stuff on their back, which I mean, I didn't have a problem with. I just kind of looked the other way, you know, I didn't mind it, but it was like the fact that they like were kind of like being pushy and like trying to get people to be like agree with or be their sexuality, you know, like even if people weren't saying anything or being rude to them, they would like try to be like pushy about it and like push it in their faces and be like,
I just don't know what that,
good.
like,
And then people were like, okay, well,
pushy how?
like trying to get them to agree with it if they're not even saying anything to them, I guess. I don't know how to word it exactly.
In
try
what way?
to get a person
I'm confused.
to like,
Are you saying they would literally walk up to random individuals that are not speaking to them and then tell them to accept them? Like dead ass?
yeah. Like,
That just seems implausible.
That's actually something that would go on.
That seems like super implausible. I think like the worst you could really say about that is that that's like kind of cringy to approach like random people and be like, accept me.
Yeah.
So if the critique is that that's like kind of cringy, I don't know. I probably agree. I just don't think that makes it like, you know, you can say that that's like a weird thing to do, but certainly there's nothing wrong about
Yeah,
being
and I'm not
lesbian.
speaking for everyone. I'm just saying.
Also, I don't know. Like that seems like highly unlikely that I'm skeptical is what I'll say. I don't think that that's like a very common phenomena.
I mean, it also depends on like the area and stuff. I like. Sorry, I'm reading the comments as well, but. I mean, you know, I'm not like going against it or anything, you know, like, I mean, personally, I'm straight, but if I see someone who's gay, I'm not gonna walk up and try and like start beef with them, you know, I'm just, you know, and if they like try and start beef with me, I'm still not gonna be rude back. I'm just gonna be like, okay, have a nice day.
Yeah, but I mean, you think that it's wrong because of the Bible though, so I think I'd probably just ask you, like,
okay. I'm not particularly saying it's wrong. I mean, I don't really agree with it, but I don't really have a problem with it, you know what I mean?
Do you think it's immoral?
I don't know. I just like, I was always just like kind of taught to like love and respect everybody, you know?
Okay,
So,
well, if you don't think it's
just because I
immoral,
don't agree.
then I'll probably just move on to the next guest then, because I'm only looking to discuss with people who think that it's immoral.
Thank you, Catherine, for the hard pass.
But keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff, dropping a follow as well. To both Sam and myself, if you're enjoying the debates, you never want to miss one in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio, and Sam's ways of supporting them are also in their bio. Kira, thank you so much.
I want some.
You're muted, I don't know if you know that. Oh, okay. Bye-bye, Nate.
I don't think that was an intelligible sentence.
Yeah. What's up? How's it going, King? Oh, we got a runner. King, come back to the app. Running won't help you. There's nothing that can save you now, King. It's all downhill from here. Oop. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Space?
Hi.
Oh, you're not 18 or older. You gotta be 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you think that being lesbian is wrong. What's up? How's it going? Oop, okay. Damn, we're just not getting anybody. Doesn't help that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Fiction?
It's going good. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, are we doing like a little voice?
No.
Okay. Not the racist accent.
That's not. Well, that's not.
But just keep on double tapping on that screen. Sorry it's taking so long to find someone. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Doing well. How old are you?
26.
Yeah, and do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, I have an argument against it. I don't want y'all to take it personal.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I am willing to change my mind. Just want to put that out there. But when you touch fire, how do you know it's wrong?
How do I know it's immoral to touch fire? I don't know if it's like.
How do you know it's wrong to touch fire?
Probably like the pain is the answer you're looking for. Although I would probably take issue with this wording. I don't know. I don't really think it's like wrong per se to touch fire. That if you, as like a cognizant adult, decide, hey, I would like to touch fire, I think that it's your right to do so. I mean, it is your body. Although I think that's a foolish thing to do.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say it's wrong because it burns you and it hurts you. So that's how I would say it. So. How do you know going outside in the rain without a shirt is wrong?
Going outside in the rain and without a shirt is like wonderful. I don't think that that's wrong.
Okay, but you'll most likely get sick, right?
I don't know. Not necessarily. Who knows?
Okay, can you grant me that if you go out in the freezing cold without a shirt, you'll get sick, right?
That if you maybe, although I just think that that's your decision. Like if that's what you want to do, it's your right to do that.
Okay, my point is
if you wanted to import like a colony of E. coli and start like snorting the fuckers, I think it's your goddamn right to do so.
Okay, well, to me, knowing something's wrong is when sickness comes from it. Is that fair?
I don't think so. Not necessarily.
Okay, so why don't you touch fire right now if it's
Well,
not wrong?
wait. So, I mean, I'm not gonna do that because it's gonna hurt me. I don't want to do
Yeah,
that,
because
but I don't think it's morally wrong to touch fire. I think that would be painful, and I don't really want that experience, so I'm not gonna do that. But I don't think it's like morally wrong. If somebody touched fire, I wouldn't be like, you've done something wrong.
Okay, so if your mom touched fire, you wouldn't try to stop her?
I might try to stop her, but I wouldn't say that that's like a moral issue. It's like a hey, are you doing okay mentally issue? Because typically people are averse to pain.
Okay, well I'm trying to show you how I identify something is wrong. Is that not a fair judgment?
Yeah, I mean, you can get sick from a lot of different ways. Like, I got sick from going to school. Does that mean going to school is wrong? I got sick from hanging out with friends. Does that mean? Yeah, because I sat next to somebody who was sick, and then they got me sick.
Yeah, so you know next time not to be with someone who's sick.
Yeah, so it's
right?
yeah, it just depends on your goals, right? So if your goal is to just like go to school and like sit wherever, then it's fine. But if your goal is to avoid sickness, then you can say that if that's your goal, then you shouldn't sit next to people who are sick. But that's just goal. I really wouldn't say that that's like a moral issue. It's your right to get sick if you wanted to. I just don't know why anybody would want to.
Why is being lesbian wrong? Not why is being lesbian?
Well, Joe, how do you? We're talking about morals specifically right now, like what you find morally permissible and morally impermissible. When we say wrong, we don't mean incorrect.
Okay, but I think the way nature tells us something is morally wrong as well by giving us sickness. No?
That's not true. Wait, because so if I unalived somebody, I could do that without getting sick. But is that nature giving me like the green flag?
Excuse me?
Is that nature giving me like the green flag? If I unalive somebody and I don't get sick?
So you wouldn't want to do it again.
What?
You will have a guilty conscience, so that would tell you it's wrong.
Not necessarily. What if I just do the unaliving and then I don't have a guilty conscience and I just continue on with my day? Then by your logic, what would be wrong with that? Also, I mean, you can get cancer from just standing out in the sun for too long, but I don't think it's wrong to stand out in the sun for too long.
So why don't you do it all day?
Because I personally don't want cancer, but I don't see what's morally wrong with standing in the sun.
Okay, so is it just so I have to attack the topic with just morals, or can I keep going?
What's a moral question?
Argument is you're saying that something is wrong if it has the possibility of leading to a negative consequence. But if you literally do anything ever for any reason, it has the possibility of leading to a negative consequence. Like, is stepping outside of your door wrong because if you step outside of your door, you could die that day?
When does that happen?
All the time.
All the time. How do you think people die? They leave their house and they're dead. However they arrived at death is one thing, but they probably wouldn't have died if they didn't leave the house. And they didn't know that. But is leaving your house wrong because you have the possibility of dying? You could die in your house too. Is being in your house also wrong?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that dying is wrong. I'm saying sickness.
Okay, you can get sick by just being in your house. You ever heard of carbon monoxide poisoning?
Okay, then you will identify that being somewhere where there's carbon dioxide is wrong, so you would not be somewhere where there's carbon dioxide.
Monoxide. And also...
whatever you said, I don't really care, but you get the point.
Okay. Anyway, okay, so what do you mean by wrong here? Because again, we're talking about morals. Like, if you're just saying it can lead to something bad, anything can lead to something bad.
I'm saying sickness, not something bad.
Anything can lead to sickness.
Okay, then that's how you will know that it's wrong.
So then everything is wrong. Doing everything is wrong.
Tell me something that leads to sickness, and then I'll tell you if it's wrong.
Wait, but by your logic, everything that leads to sickness or could lead to sickness is wrong. Literally any action you take. Me drinking out of this water bottle could lead me to sickness because unbeknownst to me, there's like some bacteria on it. Would we then say that drinking out of this water bottle is wrong? But there's the possibility, like talking to this microphone, there could be bacteria on this microphone. There could be microbes in my house that I don't know about that could like infect me and like unalive me. Literally, you always have the possibility of getting sick from something.
Okay, then I guess there's a learning process to knowing something's wrong. Right?
Okay.
But by your logic, you're saying that anything that gets you sick is wrong. But everything could get you sick.
Okay, anything that could get you sick is wrong, and if you identify it and you keep doing it, that's wrong, right?
No, I disagree with this because I think it's an absurd conclusion to say that everything is wrong.
No, when did I say everything is wrong?
That's the implication of what you're putting forward. You're saying that if something could get you sick, then it's wrong. Everything could get you sick, therefore everything is wrong.
Drinking water could get you sick?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Drinking
very.
clean water could get
Absolutely.
you sick. Oh.
Yeah, wait, so if you drink too much of it, that could get you sick. If it
Okay,
interacts with your
you know
body in a
that-
weird way, that could get you sick.
Well, you've
There's a
identified
million
that
ways
water
that
isn't the
drinking
problem,
water
you've
could get you
identified that
sick.
drinking too much is the
Also,
problem.
wait, so how do you know that the water you're drinking is clean?
Because it doesn't bring sickness.
But what if it started bringing sickness? What if there was like a
That's
leak in
wrong.
your local water supply?
Can you say that again?
It's not like you're going through each sample of water and like testing it for bacteria.
Right. Okay.
So just then drinking water is wrong because it could get you sick.
If you drink, all right, let's say if you drink dirty water to begin with, that I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm saying that if you keep doing it afterwards, that's the wrong part.
Okay,
If
so
you-
something is wrong if you know it's gonna cause you harm and you do it anyway?
Yeah, I guess. There you go.
Okay, so how is this conducive to being lesbian being wrong?
Okay, there we go. I would say, well, I don't know about lesbian sex that much, but can I talk about gay sex?
No, you can't say
No.
that word, otherwise TikTok will banana you.
Okay, all right. I'll just go with lesbians. All right, I would say that if you're a lesbian, naturally you're gonna want to have sex with the person.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it's for lesbians, sex, but I think if you do, then sickness will come from it.
Oh, do you have any proof of that? So, I mean, there's like STDs, but these are just going to be if you have unsafe sex. So your problem is not with being lesbian. Your problem is with unsafe sex.
Yeah, but but is it logical for me to say that lesbians want to have sex?
So it's not logical for you to say that they want to have unsafe sex. The issue that you have here is not with lesbians, but rather with unsafe sex. So what
Yeah,
you should
but
be
that's
advocating
what-
against is not lesbians, but rather unsafe sex. You should be advocating for people to get tested regularly and to use proper protection.
Okay, but that's why I didn't want to attack the lesbian stuff because I don't know much about it. That's why I can do the other.
That's true
Then
with
why
with
did
people who are
you
GAY,
read-
but we can't really talk about them, otherwise TikTok gets upset.
Why did you read the background with the word lesbian and then pop up if you didn't want to talk about being lesbian?
Because I thought that I think other creators don't mind if I talk about GAY because they're kind of the same. But I guess you guys mind, so my bad.
Well, I mean, it's just that TikTok minds.
Yeah.
And that
Why
if
do you-
TikTok minds, if you get removed from my stream, then that harms my stream. Like, my stream gets taken down if too many guests get taken down.
Alright, yeah, that was just it.
Yep, well, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Only request to join if you believe that it is wrong, and if you're 18 or older. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well, as we go on to the very next guest. What's up? Oh, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. What's up? How's it going?
Well, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. What's up? What do you have?
Do you still hold on that morality is objective?
I'm agnostic to the question. I think there's good arguments for both.
So, when you're asking if it's wrong, are you asking if we
I'm asking
disagree
if you think that it's wrong.
Well, yeah, it's wrong.
Okay. Why do you think it's wrong?
For the same reason that I think that two women together in a relationship that are siblings is wrong. Why is that wrong?
Okay. Why is that wrong?
Do you think it's okay for siblings to be together?
Honestly, I think that it's just going to be like in these like hyper niche scenarios. I think two adults are capable of making their own decisions, even if I think that these decisions are weird. I think it's like weird and like pretty gross. Do I think it's wrong? I just can't really find like the thing that makes it like wrong.
So if someone said that two women together that are not siblings is weird and pretty gross, that's an okay position to hold for you?
So can you repeat that?
You're saying that you don't think it's wrong if two siblings are together. You just think it's weird.
I think it's like weird and gross, but I'm not really sure what's immoral about it. I don't know. Like, obviously, I think that that's like a super weird, bizarre thing to do. I just can't find the wrong maker in that scenario. What's the wrong maker in that scenario?
Well, it's weird and bizarre for two women to be together.
Wait. I'm asking like, what's the wrong maker in like the like two siblings scenario?
The wrong maker in the two sibling scenario is that because of the way our DNA and genetic code is, if they have children, they can come out.
Oh, then sure. So then you can say that like, but if they're two like same-sex siblings, then what's the wrong maker?
Same sex.
Well, that's awfully circular, ain't it?
No,
Gotcha.
the wrong maker, if they're opposite sexes, it wouldn't have been wrong a long time ago when DNA sequencing was, when our DNA genetic code was near perfection. But now that it's not, you can have children that it was more perfect in the past.
No, that's not true. What do you mean by more perfect?
Yeah, we have different worldviews, so you're not going to think it's true.
Yeah, well, that's just not true via the fossil record.
Oh, okay. So then, if you believe in evolution, then we had to have had incest at some point. Human beings did.
Well, that's probably true. We did have incest at some point.
So then,
But
meaning
we would
that
have
our
had like
DNA
close-knit communities.
meaning our DNA genetic code had to have been more perfect in order for incest to not have produced offspring that couldn't produce more healthy offspring.
So the problem with incest, like producing siblings or producing like children from incest, is because of the increased likelihood of recessive disorders, basically.
Now, yes, but not then.
No, always. That insofar as recessive disorders have existed, that because you share so much DNA with your sibling, it's much more likely for these recessive disorders to come about because of all of like the similar genetics you have. So that's the problem with it.
All right,
I think that there's something wrong with like having a child. Certainly, if you're with your sibling, that would be wrong, because I think it's like wrong to bring someone into the world if you're going to have like such an increased likelihood of giving them like a birth defect, in the same way that it would be wrong to like drink while you're pregnant and give them like fetal alcohol syndrome.
So why is it weird and icky if two women, consenting adults that are siblings, want to be in a relationship together?
Oh, that's just going to be like subjective. I think it's icky.
So if someone subjectively thinks that two men together is icky and weird, is that okay?
Yeah, I just think that that's going to be like pretty inconsistent. That I'm not, so because I can find like subjectively, I'm going to think that like two siblings being together and dating is like super like weird and icky, and you can think that, but you're welcome to think that it's icky. Like that's going to be up to you. But I think I'm just going to think that it's weird that you think that that's weird if two lesbians are together. So
then you get the permission to draw lines of what relationships you think are weird and icky. But when Christians
wait. So it's not about, because these are claims that aren't right or wrong. Saying like, I think this thing is icky is not the same thing as me saying, I think this thing is morally wrong.
Well, your moral wrong position changes month to month, because a month ago you thought that morality was objective.
Oh, I mean, that's just like the LARP that you run against people who are confused. But
so you were LARPing?
Yeah. It was a LARP. I'm just agnostic to morality. It's like a lot of meta ethics reading that I just haven't done yet.
Okay, so you just cop out when it comes to morality then. So how can you have a serious discussion when you
It can just be an internal critique, because so when someone finds something to be wrong, if something's wrong, then it has a wrong maker. There's like something specifically about it that makes it wrong. So it's up to you to identify what the wrong maker to you is.
I got it. But if you don't hold that wrong and right is objective, then how can you ever agree with the guess you're bringing up without...
It's an internal critique. Because we're talking about your worldview. The contradictions are present in your worldview.
Yeah, my worldview is that there's a creator that objectively deemed what is right and wrong. You disagree with that, so how can we go forward past that?
Because so we would agree to work within your worldview, even though I disagree with it personally. I think you're still confused about an internal critique. So what we're doing is it's called the proof by contradiction, where we agree to presuppose for the sake of reductio your worldview, and then we find contradictions within your worldview to prove that our initial presupposition that your worldview is true, that that's actually a falsity. That because contradictions can't exist and we presupposed your worldview, and your worldview leads to contradictions, that means that your worldview must be false.
Okay, then if you disagree with mine, I could still show that it's wrong from your worldview.
Yeah, so I think that two consenting adults should be able to do, that it's not wrong for two consenting adults in like healthy states of mind to make decisions about who they want to sleep with.
Yeah, I don't think they're in a healthy state of mind. But if a man and a woman, male and female, want to have intercourse, a woman self-lubricates for the purpose of something being inserted inside of her, for the purpose of reproduction.
I reject this like purpose talk that has the function of doing that, but it doesn't have the purpose. I don't believe in like biological purpose. I think that purpose is subjective. That like a hammer has whatever purpose you want to use it for. A hammer can have the purpose of hammering nails. It can have the purpose of like squashing bugs. It has lots of functions, but the purpose is up to the person using it.
So over billions of years, why did human beings evolve those functions?
They evolved these functions because they were good for reproduction.
Right. So what is the function of same-sex relationships in a human society?
What's the function?
Yeah, you said that things
they serve lots of different functions.
So what is the function insofar as bees, for example, have a function of pollinating plants and creating honey, and that brings balance to the life cycle. So what's the function of lesbian relationships?
So I mean, we've talked about. Are you asking like why this would be evolutionarily selected for?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why it's evolutionarily selected for it's because it's like an economical allocation of resources that. A human child takes quite a bit of resources spent in order to develop the child. And if you have a full-grown adult who themselves don't have a child, then you have somebody who's contributing resources to the society, but not taking away via their child. Because so if you have like a person and a child, then this person's like contributing to society, but then they're taking away resources for two people because the child isn't contributing to society. So the functional role that is played evolutionarily by GAY and lesbian folks is just that they add resources to the collective, but do not take away doubly by having a child.
So they're population control. The same point you made last time.
Not really. Population control is an intentional thing. Evolution is not an intentional process.
I'm saying over the billions of years, the mechanisms that were in evolution, it's all the different mechanisms in evolution, had it be so that, oh, we need to reduce the population.
No, it's not like the mechanisms were like, well, we absolutely need to reduce the population, but rather like it's really efficient in terms of raising children effectively. If you have everybody contributing, all the adults are contributing, but then some of the adults are themselves not having children. So then you have like a high number of kids, you're well above the replacement rate, but you're not so well above the replacement rate that there's not enough to go around for everyone.
You see, so there was a replacement rate. And because it was over this replacement rate, population control, to take care of the kids that the straight couples couldn't take care of.
No, population control is an intentional like policy decision, or like an intentional practice. Evolution is not. It doesn't have intentionality, which means it's not accurate to describe this as population control.
Oh, you hold that definitions are objective?
No. Which definition am I saying is objective?
Okay, so then population control.
Yeah, so typically, if it depends what you mean by population control. Typically, you can refer to anything with whatever label you want. You could refer to like Christianity and just call it like Nazism. And every time you say Nazism, you should mean Christianity. But I think that that's like a really weird usage of words, because typically when people say Nazism, they're not referring to Christianity. So you can say population control, but just to be clear, nobody else uses it the way that you're using it.
I don't think population control needs intentionality behind it.
Oh, prove it.
I just disagree with your definition. That's my proof.
Then your definition, so population control is an intentional process. It's not like a thing that, when nature culls certain species, I wouldn't really describe that as like population control. That's just not really how people use the word.
Oh, my bad. I heard what you were saying. Yeah, I understand that's not how people usually use the word. I don't think that's how you would even usually use the word outside of this conversation. But you're trying to superimpose that there's intentionality behind it, therefore my argument can't be valid.
Yeah, this is a weird usage of the word population control. That I wouldn't agree with describing this as population control.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't, because it sounds bad for your worldview.
Well, because it's not how people use the term. You can technically use any word to refer to any concept you want. Nothing's stopping you. Words don't have objective definitions. You can define any word any way you want, but it's a question of whether or not you'll be understood. And when you describe this as like population control, when people just don't use the word that way, you're just going to be misunderstood, and your meaning is unclear.
When something bad is happening to any organism, any population, evolution, there's mechanisms in place that will do things. I'm not saying there's any intention behind it. So for the survivability of this said population. So you're saying that same-sex relationships improve the survivability of the human race because they can take care of offspring. So, okay, that's my point. So there's mechanisms in evolution in place. So for it's population control. It's not intention.
People just don't use the word population control to mean that.
What does the word control mean, guest?
I'm using it colloquially.
That's where, but you're not using it colloquially.
All right.
Whatever. That's the problem. Because people don't use the word to mean this.
I mean, it's just like hyper semantics. So if you're specified down to control and saying like, well, that necessitates some kind of like brain activity to control something. There's certain controls on humans, like we can't do certain things. So if you believe that we evolved to this point, then evolution controlled us to stop doing certain things.
Right, so the issue here again is the word control. Like you're saying that you're using a colloquialism, but usually colloquialisms are agreed upon by the general public. Like if I were to say ain't, like the general public knows what I'm going to say. When I say ain't, that's what makes it a colloquialism. But if you're just saying I'm using this word in a way that nobody else uses it and I should be allowed to do that because definitions are subjective, you're not using a colloquialism. You're just like being quirky. Which is you're right as an individual. It's just not really helpful in the conversation.
Yeah, I'll just read you we can read like Wikipedia to get the actual like colloquial understanding of it. Population control is the practice of artificially maintaining the size of any population.
Yeah, I understand that that's how it's commonly used. I'm saying if you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, you're obviously same-sex couples don't have offspring. So that's reducing the size of what the population could be. I'll stop using population control. We could use some other term, but it is a natural way that the population does not pass a certain point of the replacement rate, right?
Yes and no. Kind of yes and no. Sort of. Not exactly though. So it's not meant to like limit past like a specific replacement rate, but rather it's just a more efficient allocation of resources. The goal is not to keep population or like the number of kids born under like this specific rate, but is rather to maximize the amount of resources to make sure that all children have a very like nutrient rich development.
Well, that also then assumes that the role or the function of same-sex relationships is to babysit straight people's kids.
Not really.
You said it's to take care and nourish them because there weren't enough straight people to go around to take care and nourish.
So, for 99% of human history, we were hunter-gatherer societies, and hunter-gatherer societies, this concept of like personal property didn't really exist. What instead we had was just like collective food storages. So the lesbian or GAY couples would go out and they would retrieve like food or whatnot, and then they would bring it back and add it to the collective. Now from the collective, we have more food with fewer mouths to feed, which is very efficient. So all the mouths that are feeding get a maximum number of resources.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Then that's why you think that the mechanisms of evolution have same-sex relationships exist.
Yeah, that's like one of the leading theories, yeah.
Okay. All right. Can't go forward if we disagree about morality, though.
I mean, it can just be an internal critique.
Well, the internal critique is, why do I believe that? And it's because God deemed it to be so.
It's just going to launch us. I mean, we can do the God debate. It's just kind of, you know, we've done it like so many times, but we can do it if you want to.
Bring in morality without bringing in whether someone believes in God or not.
That's okay. I mean, there's like plenty of other reductios that don't involve morality.
You're asking about something being wrong. That's a moral question.
Oh, yeah, but that's just going to be... So you're saying that it's wrong because God's... Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's get... I'm going to do the God topic with Sam now. Hell yeah. What a sick W. Where my agnostic baddie is at. True. W agnosticism, although agnostics wouldn't exist if God existed, because presumably God would reach out to all of these agnostics and be like, hey, what's up, I exist. There's no need to keep searching because you can feel confident in the fact that I exist. So the existence of agnostics is weird under the Christian worldview, in my opinion. The existence of non-resistant non-believers is strange, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to Sam. Do you want to join? Do you want to come on up here? You're welcome to. Okay, so thank you so much, Skinsley. Appreciate that. What's up, Noah? How's it going?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well.
I didn't want to waste too much of your time. I was just saying, I love your content, man, and I watch your lives pretty much every day. And
that's awesome. Big W, Noah. But I assume you're not opposition.
No, you can.
Oh well, I'm sorry. I cut you off too soon. But I am only looking for debates. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Big W guest in the comment section.
Hello.
And thank you. Hey, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. Keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. What's up? How's it going, Mac?
Hey, man, what's going on? I've been trying to talk to you forever.
Yeah. How old are you?
50.
And what religion?
I'm not a Christian. I just believe in God.
Okay.
I listen to your show, skimming through TikTok, and I want to tell you that you think that God cares if you believe in him or not? First of all, how does
depends on the God.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, right?
Yeah.
I have a serious argument. All
Yeah,
right.
what's your serious argument?
How did you get that TikTok? How did you get TikTok? How did you get that podcast? Did that podcast just pop up, or did you have to go through certain steps to get?
That's not an argument. That's a question. Questions aren't arguments.
Let me finish. How did you? Because I heard you say that you believe in evolution and big bangs. I blew up a lot of. I blew up very large amount of explosives on 4th of July, and only thing that comes out of a bang is destruction. You're not going to get flesh from a. You cannot get flesh, which we are from an explosion.
I think you're confused.
If you believe that,
the Big Bang, the Big Bang is not in reference to an explosion.
All right. There's no. Let's put it this way. There's no.
I think you might be a little bit confused.
No, I know what the Big Bang is. I know what the Big Bang. The Big Bang is supposedly how atheist people think that the world came about. But that's
kind of. Not really. Wait,
the Big Bang is ludicrous.
Excuse me.
It's ludicrous.
Excuse me. So the Big Bang just holds that the universe rapidly expanded outward, that it used to be in a hot, dense state.
The universe was created.
Excuse me.
And then another point, right?
Excuse me. Wait, hold on. Not another point. This point. Let's stick on this point. There's no need to go to another point if this point is true. Don't run. The Big Bang has 3 major pieces of evidence for it. The first is that we know the universe used to be in an extremely hot, dense state, 10 to the negative 30. Hold on. Yeah, because I can explain that to you. I can explain that to you. Are you interested in hearing my explanation, or do you want to keep talking?
I'll listen, but out of respect, I'll listen. But you're not going to convince me.
So you're not interested in truth. You're interested in believing the thing that you already believe.
Just like a human being reported about Jesus and about God, a human being, and the Big Bang goes further back than Jesus.
Yeah, but this is information that you can verify yourself.
So they was there when the world blew up. They was there.
Let's just chill out.
There when it blew up.
Let's just calm down.
The world did not blow up. That's what they're trying to explain to you right now.
You seem really upset right now.
No, I'm just excited.
Okay, so let's just calm down.
What is a bang? The Big Bang. What is a bang?
Yeah, so the Big Bang is the rapid expansion of the universe. It's not an explosion, because an explosion, hold on, sorry. An explosion refers to a very specific chemical process. The Big Bang is not an explosion, it's a rapid expansion.
All right, so where did the chemicals come from?
Where do chemicals come from?
Yeah, those chemicals that was miraculously in midair, in space, where do they come from?
I can just say that they've always existed. Where do you think the universe came from? That's your presupposition, not mine. You need to prove that.
So you go with a chemical always existed, then a living spirit always existed.
Easily, always, 10 times out of 10. I go with that because I do know that chemicals exist. I have no evidence that living spirits exist. Chemicals exist
because God put them there.
That's your presupposition, not mine.
Do you get credit for the air you breathe? Who do you know put the air that you breathe? God put that there.
I think that the air has come, that I've evolved into this environment, that humans as a whole have evolved into this environment. Nick, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Lungs. Evolution gave you,
Absolutely, evolution gave me my lungs,
No, you have functions.
Yeehaw. Thanks, Kyle. I do have function.
It's impossible to have functions without a thought pattern.
That's not true.
Whoever believes that. Are you crazy? Are you serious?
Lots of things have functions. Atoms have functions, but I don't think that there's a thought process behind them.
Let me show you how ill God is, right? You're born without teeth. Because now this bump this, you're born without teeth. Because God knew that eventually you would have to chew your food. That was a thought pattern from the Most High God, from a being.
Why didn't God make us with teeth? From birth,
because you can't, because you have to suck your mother's milk at first, and you don't need teeth at first, and then eventually you become a man and you run on your own. That's how.
But why would he make it like that? Because there's plenty of species. Hold on, I haven't even finished the question. I'm not sure what question you're answering. I'm not sure what question you're answering because I haven't even asked it yet. So I'm just asking, hold on. I'm still asking you my question. Why couldn't God have made it such that we pop out of the womb much more developed than we are?
You cannot live off your mother's bosom forever. That's why God made you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but why didn't God make it? Because like giraffes, when giraffes give birth, the baby is quite large. So yeah, but God could have made us such that we pop out quite large.
All right. Explain how you eat your food and you don't feel it hit your stomach. Explain how you could see.
I don't think I have nerve endings in my stomach.
Evolution knew that you had to see to go through the world. Evolution knew that you had to hear.
It didn't. Evolution doesn't know. Wait, let's just calm down there. You're really upset. You're really upset. You're on the verge of tears right now. We got a mad Magdalene over here, a crying Corey. You seem really upset.
Everything God does,
you seem really upset. Let's just calm down. Let's get some baby bottles in chat for our guest. This unfortunately is the final state of all Christians, is just screaming and gibberating.
I can prove
I've been waiting for you to prove it, but all you've done is yell.
All right. God had to make 2 whole human beings, and then
that's your presupposition, not mine.
So a baby. So how does a baby came first before 2 whole? It's impossible for a baby to come without 2 people. So for mankind,
that's not necessarily true, because there's tons of species that reproduce asexually.
But yeah, so they can build. So the ones that reproduce asexual, they can build bridges. They can build cars.
Yeah, wait. So we came from a long line of things, and the first things were things that reproduced asexually.
So evolution conducts your dreams too. Your dreams too come from evolution.
My brain, evolution created the capacity for me to have dreams. Welcome to the community. Thanks, Jake, so much for the subscription. Appreciate you being here. Jake in the comment section. That's your presupposition. You're still trying to prove that.
All right. So how did you get here then? Of God, did you ask to be here?
Oh, certainly not. No, but I was born into this world.
Not in control. That means that you are not in control. You're not in control.
In control of what? Cameron, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Big W Cameron in the comment section.
You didn't have to be here, so God put you here.
You need to calm down. Why are we yelling? You're screaming into your microphone.
I fight for God.
Let's just chill out here.
I fight for
calm
God.
down.
You was put here.
Jay, thank you so much for the extension of your subscription. I'm so glad you're here.
You was put here.
That's your presupposition, not mine.
God your number.
That's your presupposition, not mine.
Decided to have a nice
Yeehaw! Thank you so much.
You was put here.
You was put here. We were put here by our parents. I don't understand why this is.
No, man, I don't like when people try to discredit God.
Do you think screaming makes your position look good?
No, I'm just excited.
Gotcha. Well, you're making your position look foolish with the way that you're conducting yourself right now.
Answer this question, I'll be quiet. And I'll believe in you. I will believe in your perception if you answer this question. What came first, a whole baby or 2 whole human beings? Because from my intelligence, when I had sex with my wife, we created a baby. So in the
please tell me that's not true.
Hold up. So in the beginning, hold up. So in the beginning, right? In the beginning, God had to create 2 whole human beings from scratch.
Will, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App for Temper Tantrum. Appreciate it.
Answer that question. And I'll start
that's a really complex question that misunderstands evolution.
I'm right.
Wait. Let me help unpack the question is stemming from a misconception you have. Now evolution holds. Hold on.
It's going to be okay. It's gonna
Let's
be
take a
okay.
deep breath.
Just give them a second.
It'll be okay.
Just give them a second.
Let's just chill out. Take some deep breaths. Yeah. So this misunderstands evolution. So the process of evolution is one that happens among species over an extremely long period of time. This means that there's not a clear delineation point between when Homo erectus became Homo sapien. Yet we know that Homo erectus is different from Homo sapien, although the specific line as to where one became the other is blurry. It's like asking, well, when does a heap become not a heap? It's not very clear, but we know is that there's general changes and that these things changed over time. So that's kind of like a weird question to ask, because there's lots of things that were not clearly either Homo erectus or Homo sapien, but rather just somewhere in the middle. So the question is just kind of built on a misunderstanding.
There's no way in hell you could get flesh. A human being can't create flesh unless they have a baby. You cannot make flesh.
Do you have a response to the argument that I just made?
No. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You use the word homos, where I think that homos is being a homosexual and lesbian is wrong.
That's not what we're. I think you're confused.
It's self-destruction.
I'm talking about Homo sapiens and Homo erectus. I'm not talking about homosexuals. I'm talking about species of ape.
That was one of your arguments earlier.
Yeah, there was an argument from a different stream. Let's wait, hold on, because you're gonna get the live taken down if you keep saying these words. So just chill out.
It's wrong to be a lesbian.
Wait, we're not having that debate right now. We're doing the God topic.
We won't have nobody here if everybody was homos and lesbians.
Wait, I have a question for you. How many continents are there?
I'm only concerned with the continent I live on.
Okay, what's 12 times 12?
44. 24.
What's 11? Yes, it is 24. But what's 11 times 11?
22.
Yeah, it is 22. Fuck, damn, you're good.
I'm intelligent.
Yeah, we can tell. This is starting to feel ableist. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the American education system. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Wait, he was doing fuck. Wait, was he doing addition instead of multiplication? That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Dropping a follow to Sam and I if you want to support the stream, if you want to support these efforts. Make sure that your the Cash App is in the bio for Cash App and Venmo in the bio. Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I'm still processing that. That's fucking insane. I can't believe. I can't fucking believe.
I want conviction that's that powerful one day. I want to believe what I believe so hard one day. I really do.
Buddy's doing Christ math.
I'm intelligent. I need that on a crop top, dead ass. Comic Sans. I need it. I need it real bad.
Do you know what 12 times 12 is?
Yeah.
God.
Oh. I thought it was 24.
Alright, we'll go on to the next guest, but make sure you're dropping a follow. Because that shit's fucking crazy. What's up, Ezra? How's it going? Hello?
Yeah.
Ezra, are you there? Are we at Waterworld? What are we doing? We going down the Waterworld slide?
Hello?
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. It's 9 a.m. in LA.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Yeah, and what religion?
23, actually. I turned 23 like a week ago.
Hey, well, happy birthday. But what religion?
I'm Jewish.
Okay. Yeah, I probably could have guessed by the name. Ezra, like the scholar or like the scribe.
Yeah, the guy who built the second temple.
Yep. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, well, I think first off, like to make a point about religion and belief in God in general, right? I think religion is a man-made construct to help humans understand something that they will never understand, right? Which is the concept of divinity, right? Because the way divinity is supposed to be described and explained, it's something that humans should never be able to fathom, right? And it's a very human nature thing to try to put human terms.
Yeehaw. Thank you so much, Ethan. Ezra? Hello? Ezra, are you there? Your mic cut out. I don't know if you know that. Ezra? Okay. Well, damn. Sorry, I guess we'll go to the next guest, but if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Hello?
Hello, Ian.
Do you have headphones?
Me?
Yeah.
Do you have an echo there?
Yeah.
I just want to say this real quick. Thank you for helping me deconstruct.
I'm so glad that I can do that for you. I'm so glad that I can help you with your deconstruction. Okay.
Yo, what's up? You hear me?
Yeah. Wait, so what you're saying about divinity is interesting, but what I'm looking for is an argument. Do you have an argument for why God exists?
So I'm sorry, I'm gonna get to it. I'm prefacing my argument. You know, if you ever been in like debate class or like fucking mock trial or whatever it is, you start off by giving some more information about your argument and then you end with what your argument is, right? You feel me?
Kind of, although, sure. Yeah, go for it.
Basically, right? So divinity is something humans never going to understand, right? It's a very human concept to try to put it into terms we understand. God is real. God isn't real. God is this. God is that, right? The truth is, obviously you don't know. I don't know. That's the honest truth. Nobody actually knows if God is real, right? That's the truth. Have you ever heard of something called Pascal's wager?
Yep.
So obviously, do you want to explain it to the people, or should I?
Oh, well, it's just saying like, well, you know, you have infinity to get. If God's real, you have infinity to gain and infinity to lose, because you either get to go to heaven or you get to go to hell. And that's like, you know, the magnitudes of both of these things are infinite. But of course, like if the atheist's right, then like it doesn't matter. So the proper game theory decision is to believe. So there's like problems with Pascal's wager, though. The problem that I'm going to take is that, one, this isn't an argument for why God does exist. Rather, the conclusion of this argument is that one should believe in God. That's not the same thing as God existing.
Well, then what you're looking for is literally impossible. You're never going to find proof that God doesn't exist, and you're never going to find definitive proof that God does exist. This is like some ego trip.
Wait, hold on. Let's just chill out there. No, there is definitive proof that God does not exist, insofar as contradictions do not exist, and God's existence would entail contradictions.
Again, the whole concept of divinity is something humans can't understand. So it's so ignorant, ignorant for you to say that you understand all of divinity and it's contradicting itself.
So okay, perfect. So then if you'll just affirm like contradictions, then this is like a really easy one. Can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Of course. That's like the most classic philosophical
Can God lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Again, I don't know you personally.
It's a yes, no question.
You're probably a great dude. No, it's not a yes or no question.
It is. Yeah, it's either yes, God can lift the rock that he can't lift, or no, God cannot lift the rock that he cannot lift.
My dad's a philosopher. He's been teaching this stuff for a really long time.
Very cool. You'd think that he'd do a better job of teaching you how to engage with the argument.
There are people that write books on this question. It's not a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no. It quite literally is.
It's quite literally
not. So, I'll tell you, the people who write books on this topic don't say what you said about divinity being unintelligible. The people who write books on this topic say God cannot do logical contradictions, that God is not logically contradictory.
That's physics. That's just not true. To tell me
this is what Aquinas thinks. This is like what all of the dominant philosophers of religion think.
Again, that's not true. Plato has a whole concept about divinity where he was talking about how divinity is something that humans can never understand. It's such a human nature thing to believe what you believe, that it contradicts on the level of human thinking, in which case it cannot exist.
Wait, but I just want an answer to the question still. Either yes, God can lift the rock that he can't lift, or no, God cannot lift the rock that he cannot lift.
Human scale.
It's yes, no, because you had no problem answering yes, he can make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it. So can he lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift?
For the same reason that I wouldn't. Is because you're trying to put God's powers.
You already answered yes to that one.
Human understanding. No, I didn't.
Everyone heard you say absolutely God can make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it easily. Yeah, of course he can.
Happened.
You're being a gaslighting Gary right now, Ezra.
No,
literally everyone heard it.
When did I ever say absolutely God can create a rock that he?
You literally said that. Everyone heard you say that.
Yo, 1 second. Did anybody in here hear me say that? Because I never said that. Yeah, why can't people let?
Yeah, wait, you.
Yeah. What were you saying?
Yes. Wait. So do you want? We can just return. Hold on.
Say that. Yes.
Wait, we can return. We can return to the question then.
Okay.
So, can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Again, it's not a yes or no question like you're trying to push it out.
Quite literally is.
This is a paradox that's forever talked about. That's been talked about for.
It's not decades. A paradox. It's a reductio. It's a contradiction.
Again, the paradox is because if God can create something right, that's out of his realm of control, then he is not really the controller of all. It's a very classic question that's asked all the time. You're not like.
So it sounds like you're okay. Wait. So you're using words. You're using words. Hold on, Ezra.
By creating a contradiction on a human level, you are not.
You're using
God.
words in a way that is substandard. So when we refer to a paradox in philosophy, what we're referring to is a self-referential statement that alternates between having a truth value of true to a truth value of false to a truth value of true. So where's the self-reference in the question? Can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? Where does that question refer to itself?
Okay, so the paradox, and it's possible. Like I said, I never studied philosophy. I didn't go to college, right? I do music. That's my job. I don't really, to be fair, I don't know the exact definition of paradox. In my mind, what is a paradox, right, is something that no matter what your answer is, there is problems, right? So if God,
that's not a paradox. That's a contradiction.
Okay, a contradiction, right? Whatever.
So then there's a contradiction in the properties of God. You
Again,
agree?
a contradiction on a human level. Divinity is something that you are not.
Is logic relative?
The whole problem, right?
Is logic relative?
Logic is relative to human knowledge. Of course it is. Logic.
Oh, interesting. Wait, so you think that God exists outside of logic?
I think God exists outside of human creation, outside of the human.
But do you think God exists outside of logic?
Yes, of course. Logic is a human.
Interesting. So could God both exist and not exist at the same time?
There is no such thing as existing or not exist. Again, you're trying to use human.
Do you exist?
To define a divine thing.
Do you exist?
I exist. I am a human.
Does God exist?
I am a mere creation of God.
Does God exist?
God, again, for human in my eyes, the way I view it, I'm going to use.
Does God exist? Yes or no?
Can you let me finish my point, brother?
Does God exist? Yes or no?
Can you let me finish my point?
Does God exist? Yes or no?
I believe God exists as a human, but in general, the whole concept of existing and non-existing is something that's outside the realm of divinity. It's not in the realm.
But you think that God does exist, though, so it's within the realm of divinity.
I am a believer. No, because I don't understand.
But you said that God does exist. I think you're confused.
I'm only talking on human knowledge.
I think you're confused. You're contradicting yourself.
Dude, I'm not confused at all.
Because you said that God both exists, but also that God is above existence. That words like exist don't apply to God. That it's like a completely separate thing.
Again, that whole concept is a human. It's a human understanding of the way existing.
Okay, so could God both exist and not exist?
Nobody knows.
That's a very easy question, Ezra. Could God both exist and not exist?
Yes, but the answer is irrelevant because all of it is outside the constructs of divinity, right?
But I'm asking you, could God both exist and not exist?
God could create some random word you want and you can add it to it. These are all human words to describe divinity, which
is God real?
Yes, I believe God's real.
Could God be both real and not real?
What do you mean? What do you mean can God be both real?
It's a really easy question, Ezra. Could God be both real and not real?
I'm not gonna lie, all right?
It's a really easy question.
So many people that argue like you ask open-ended questions and say yes or no, yes or no.
It is literally. Let's just analyze the question. So the question again is it possible that God both is real and isn't real? Now we have two answers that are possible here. Either yes, God could both be real and not real, or no, God could not both be real and not be real.
What do you mean by real? What do you mean by real? Is God real? What do you mean
existing in reality.
I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows?
So you don't know if God's real?
I believe God's real. I don't know. You're right. I don't know. Nobody knows.
So what's your argument? And I agree, you can believe anything you want, but why should I believe that God is real?
Okay. I agree. I totally agree, Jibby. I totally agree. I believe, right, that I have create a strong connection with God, right, through my religion that I was raised through, right? And to me, right, not only does religion give you standards of societal ways to be a good person, right, stuff to follow, right, but it also, right, helps you with a spiritual connection with your mental health. And bro, I was down bad. I'm not going to go into the place I was in my life, but finding a connection with this divine power that humans aren't supposed to understand, coming to terms and peace with what you don't get, right, is the most peaceful and beautiful thing. Trying to understand everything and being like, well, there's not definitive proof that God exists, so why should I believe him? You're right, dude.
That's not my argument. Let's not be a straw manning Steve here. My argument is that contradictions don't exist. God entails contradictions, therefore God does not exist. That's my argument.
Okay.
So, but you talked about morals, so I'm interested. Do you think it's moral to stone a kid to death for being lazy?
Okay, I think there are incredible amount of things. So personally, right, in Judaism, the Torah, right, so there was never something called stoning a kid for being lazy, right? It's called the Ben Sorer Moreh, is what you're referring to, right? And the Ben Sorer Moreh was a child, right, who was, it's on a commentary on the Torah, it's not in the actual Torah, but that was disrespectful.
It's in Deuteronomy.
I know, but the definition that you're talking about was a defined definition from this guy Rashi, who broke it down. A lot of the Torah is very open-ended wording, right? Because it's a cross between Hebrew and Aramaic, and it's very hard to identify and translate. The translation, right, does translate by this guy named Rashi, who defined it as, if your son is being disrespectful, gluttonous, and I guess lazy could be looped in there, right? Then he gets stoned, right, on a public level. And the Torah, right, the Bible, is completely outdated, and the rules in it, not only a lot of rabbis, the same way that Rashi gave that definition, say that
It's outdated.
that was never done before, right? Okay.
So it's outdated, and one might say that so because it's outdated, you don't want to take your morals from it, is what you're saying, which means you don't take your morals from it, you pick and choose.
Brother, okay, well, that's a great interruption without me finishing my point, and that would have been a good point if you would have allowed me finish.
Well, it's still a good point, regardless of when it's made.
Well, it's not.
It's one that you have no response to, because you said that you get your morals from it, but then you just contradicted yourself.
So how can you
You're
say
double
that I have no
speaking.
response? How can you say I have no response without letting me respond?
You're literally double speaking.
Bro, how can you let me? So can I?
Respond to the point.
Can
Go
I
for
respond
it.
to your point? Oh, great.
Yeah, go for it.
All-knowing.
Respond to the point. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Mr. All-knowing great Ian. Okay. God, morals, right? First of all, morals in itself is a human-made construct, right? That have changed over time. That's such a condescending fake laugh. That was the fakest laugh I've ever seen in my life. He said,
Wait, so you get your morals from the Bible, but you also recognize that morals are a human construct that change over time. Got it.
My point.
You're double speaking. You're contradicting yourself. You've twisted yourself into a pretzel.
You are not letting me finish my point. Of course you're going to say that.
You've contradicted yourself into a pretzel.
Societal standards of norms change over time. That's life. Back then, if a son was very disrespectful to you, it was not looked at as morally incorrect to stone them. It was looked at as the right thing to do in like whatever time that was, right? Now things are different. So yes, societal and what morals are change over time. That's life, buddy. That's how stuff works. I'm so sorry if this is breaking information for you, Ian. Just like being gay, it's a great thing that being gay is allowed to be a thing now. Back then it was frowned upon and you would have gotten killed for it, and it was absolutely horrible, right? These are all things that have changed over time that have a lot of the ways have improved, right? Okay. There are different sects of religion and Judaism and all these places. I can only speak on what I know, which is Judaism, right? Okay? There are a lot of important morals in the Torah, right? You can pick and pinpoint little things that have become outdated, as you can with any time if you go back in time and you look at the way they ran things back then. There's a million things that are outdated, but there also, right, are a lot of stuff that you can take and learn from it, which I can go in and tell stories. I'm sure you don't want to hear fucking Torah stories that I can break down for you that would help you morally. But for me, at least, a lot of the stories I've studied in the Bible have taught me a lot about connection with something greater than you and humbling yourself and treating people around you with respect, you know? So there is a lot to learn in the Bible, just as there's a lot to pick out and say, hey, that's not fucking okay. You shouldn't be not allowed to have gay sex if you're gay. You shouldn't be not allowed to do all this stuff. I'm with you, bro. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. You feel me? But that doesn't mean that you can just cancel out the whole entire thing because it's outdated. There's a lot of stuff in there that you can use as a guidebook, right? It doesn't mean you have to look at it as literal law. But to outlaw all of religion because of, like you're saying, contradictions.
What the fuck?
You're saying, well, if you're saying God isn't real, and then you're basically saying it's pointless to have religion. Nobody's
saying outlaw religion. adults can do whatever they want. I'm just expressing my religious beliefs as you are free to express your religious beliefs. I think you're, wait, hold on. You just whined and complained for a whole lot about interruptions. Now it's my turn to talk. So you are contradicting yourself just very directly. You said that one of the things that you get from the Torah is that you're capable of drawing your morals from the Torah, but when I point out all of the crazy immoral shit in the Torah, like multiple times where it says that you should give kids the death penalty for either being like rebellious and disobedient, or for speaking evil to your parents, or like hitting your parents, that this is cause to kill your kid, you say, oh, disavow. I don't take, well, I take my morals from the Torah, but not those morals, not those ones. Those ones, I just follow my intuition. So hold on, Ezra. Hold on. You're gonna sit down and listen now. Wait, you're gonna sit down and listen now. Hold on. You cried about how I interrupted you. Yeah, so there's you are contradicting yourself at a fundamental level on this. That what you're following is not the Torah, but rather your moral intuitions. You can have your moral intuitions without the Torah. There is literally no reason why you need to take your morals from the Torah.
Okay, again, turn the camera off, of course, because you wanted to tell people I'm crying, but I'm sitting here smiling.
Oh, I didn't turn the camera off. I think Hanji did.
Okay, well, thank you, Hanji. Regardless, right? I never said you take your morals from the Torah, right? I said there are morals you can gain from reading the Torah. What you can take morals from are commentaries on the Torah that break down this outdated writing and make it into something that we understand and use today, right? Most Jews, conservative, modern Orthodox Jews, do not look at the Torah as a literal word for word way to use things. And you said multiple times when they say to kill your child, there's one time you're referring to Ben Sorer Moreh. There's not multiple times. It's one situation that you're referring to. That one situation has been picked apart and broken down by so many commentators on it, right? I can only speak on my religion, right? I was never taught to stone people. I was never taught to, when kids are disrespectful, I was never taught being gay is not okay, right? I was never taught these things that are inherently, right, according to our societal norms, which I agree to be morally, I don't know what the term is, but correct today, right? I was never taught anything against that. You know what I mean? I'm only speaking on the religion that I know, okay? And I was given morals from commentaries on the Torah, from passages on the Torah where it does not talk about killing people. It's talking about relationships with your wife and with your friends and how to adhere to those and how to keep what's best for you in all this and maintain a good mental headspace with Kabbalah, which is basically keeping God above you at all times, right? And you could, with anything, especially religion, especially with observing God, you can take anything too far to the right? And you can absolutely make it destructive, right? You can do that with Judaism, you can do that with Christianity, you can do that with Islam, whatever the religion is, you can take it too far to the right or left and it becomes destructive. But that doesn't mean that you can rule out the whole entire belief system of God, because there are things that are inherently wrong with stuff back then. You can go to any construct of any laws, of any beliefs, any story, anything that was told in the time that the Torah was written, and you're going to find things that are morally shocking to you. That's how time works. Time develops, morals develops, humans develop. That doesn't mean that you can eliminate the belief in God because it says one passage in the Torah.
Is God all good, Ezra?
Wait. I want to point out. No, it does say three times that you. Wait. It says three times that you should put your kids to death in Exodus 21. Specifically 16 and 17, it says, So it says, in 17, it says, whoever curses father or mother shall be put to death. In 15, it says, whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. In Deuteronomy, it says, if your kid is lazy, that you should put them to death. It doesn't say it just once. It says it three times, and then it's...
Okay, again, all those are referring to Ben Sorer Moreh, which is the same concept, disrespect, right? It's all one law that you're referring to, right? It's the same exact law in the Torah. It's like you looking at three different times it mentions a law it mentions a gun law, things, and you're saying, well, it said it three different times. Okay, but it's all referring to the same law. So it's It's all the same
But it's
thing.
laying out three different circumstances, quite
It's
different
not-
circumstances.
If you look into, it's all just about kids being again. Ben Sorare More is a construct that entails all those things. It's about a child being disrespectful to their parents. I'd love to answer your call.
Well, that's fine. So what do you think the ideal number of death penalty clauses for kids is?
Brother, okay, you're so condescending. It's so funny because I was really trying to have a calm conversation with you, but it's like you're so obviously. I don't think any.
We're not going to get an answer. None? Perfect.
Any rules
So-
about killing kids? Obviously, I don't want any rules about killing kids. That's why, like I said, there are many.
Do you think
things
God is
that-
perfectly just?
Do I think God? I think God works outside a human construct of of good. I think it's something that humans have the nature of trying to understand everything. We need to know exactly why we were put on this earth. We need to know exactly how good God is. We need to know how just God is. We need to know. Humans are not supposed to understand this stuff. We are not the all-knowing creatures on earth. There is a divine power that understands more than us. And that's
So
what
you would reject
religion is
Deuteronomy
about.
32:4, which says that God is just?
When did I say I would reject saying God is just?
Because you said that God exists outside of... Because I asked you, is God perfectly just?
Again,
and you
I-
gave all of that,
think-
yeah.
well,
so
no,
would you
so the
reject the
reason-
verse that
okay.
says that God is just?
Gave all that, yeah. I
Aisha,
think
thank you so much for the VR
yes,
goggles.
Yes, God is just. The reason why God is
Perfect.
just is because it's an understanding greater than we can conceive, right? The Holocaust happened, right? My great
Comprehend as being just. He's just in
Yes.
ways that are meaningless to us.
He's just in ways that we can't understand. That's why they're
Wait,
meaningless
wait,
to
but
us.
is there any mean when we say God is just? Is there literally any semantic value at all to the word just?
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. So give me
Sometimes-
so when you say God is just, what's the definition of just?
Okay. God does everything, every decision God
A
makes.
definition. What's the definition?
Just. God is just, right?
But I'm asking, what's the definition of just?
Bro, I'm telling you my definition of, I'm not a fucking scholar. I'm telling you, my definition of saying God is just, right, is saying God only acts with good intention and only does things that are going to help us, even if we can't see it in the moment.
Gotcha. Wait. So how does giving kids the death penalty help them?
Again, this is something that is outside the construct of our knowledge. Just
Wait. No.
Such a
You took a
cop-out.
stance. You just said that all these things help us. So explain how giving kids the death penalty helps them.
people don't give the death penalty, right? And
Wait. No.
all
How
the
does the
commentaries-
verses in Deuteronomy and
okay,
Exodus
I
and
don't wanna
Leviticus
say-
about
I
giving
wanna say-
kids the death penalty
Yes, I
explain
understand.
how it helps them?
Okay, Ben Sorare More, again, I'm only speaking on what I was told and what I was taught growing up. I can't speak on anything else. But Rashi's commentary says this was never done. There was never a kid that was so detrimental to his parents, right, that they used the death penalty and killed him. I want you to look it up. Rashi.
No, wait. So wait. I just want to be clear. So you're saying that no kid ever spoke evil of their parents. No kid was ever a lazy drunkard.
No,
No
to the
kid
point-
ever like
to the
hit their
point where
parents.
they received the
that's
death
the
penalty,
wait. So that's your stance. That no
My
kid in the
stance is not that
history
no kid ever
in the
did that. My
history
stance
of
is that-
Judaism ever did this.
Bro, I want you to look up Rashi's commentary on this, right? It said that no kid was ever so disrespectful without warning, right? Because you get warned first to the point where the death penalty. I learned.
Oh, so it's fine if you give your kids a death penalty as long as you let them know first.
No,
What?
No, the whole point of what I'm saying is right. First of all, back then, murder was a much more common thing, right? This thing was.
Chris, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Chris. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate it.
This guy's funny.
Wait. So you're the scholar who wrote 250 or 2,500 years after Moses?
Yes. Again.
How did he know?
How did Rashi know? Again.
Yeah,
okay.
2,500 years after Moses. How did he know?
Okay, so there's this thing, there's Torah Shebichtav, right? I'm speaking Hebrew now, I'm sorry. And there's Torah Shebe'al Peh, okay? These are two separate things, right? Torah Shebichtav is the Torah that is written down, right? Whatever the exact thing you're referring to, right? Torah Shebe'al Peh is commentary on the Torah that has been happening since the Torah was written, right? And there are scriptures from back then. There's scriptures from not as back then. There's scriptures from more recently, right? Rashi is a direct descendant of people that were of creating Torah Shebe'al Peh from way back then, right? You could also look it up. Again, I'm only speaking with regards to Judaism, what I've taught. You know what I'm saying? There's many other.
So it was like a big game of telephone, a 2,000-year long game of telephone.
Okay, if you let me finish, Rashi is also looked at, right, as a modern type of prophet with regards to Judaism, right? He's looked at as having some type of aura of God with the way he commentates on the Bible. Again, I'm only speaking on what I was taught. You can look at me like I'm crazy and say that's crazy, That's what I was taught, right?
So wait, I just want to hear. So you're affirming that the way Rashi knew was a 2,500-year-long game of telephone.
That's what Torah Shebe'al Peh is. Yeah, that's
gotcha.
why it's so awesome, because tradition.
Do you think that that's a reliable method?
I think, it's written down. It's not just telephone. There's the Gemara, the Mishnah. These are things that are written down. It's not.
The earliest writing happened 1,200 years after the fact, so. It was written down 1,200 years after the fact, or at least in your view, after the fact.
The belief is that it was published publicly, but it's been being written down since the times of Yirmiyahu, since the time of Yehoshua, since the time of which was literally the story of Yehoshua, of Joshua, was right after Moses, right? This was the people that took the Jewish people into Israel, right? When Moses couldn't do it because he passed.
Gotcha. Wait, but it seems so. Insofar as it's written like such a long length after the fact, why would I take it to be credible?
You don't have to take it to be credible. It's tradition.
Why would you take it to be credible?
Because that's my tradition. It's been being passed down. I have pictures of I still have like black and white photos of my great, I don't even know, like people in my family that I can't even tell you how far away from them putting on tefillin and wearing yarmulkes and going to synagogue and keeping these transitions that have kept my family afloat and mentally okay and having a strong connection with God for centuries. Right? So who would I be to deny that when my family has been keeping this tradition going for, like you said, 2,500 years? That would be pretty selfish of me.
So tradition makes it true?
Nobody said tradition. You asked me.
You're saying that. Why would you believe this?
First of all, we had a whole conversation prior to this as to why I believe in God, right? Which had nothing to do with tradition, all right? Tradition was a point as to why I should look deeper into it. If all these people in my life that I respect and I look up to, if my parents, all these people, right, are believing in this thing, why should I believe in it? What makes it so interesting that I should believe in it? So that I was born with a belief that I should look deeper into it, and then I did.
You were indoctrinated, is what this is, with the process that you're describing.
Indoctrinated has a very negative connotation with it, so I wouldn't use that word. Regardless of what the definition is, it has a negative connotation as if I was like brainwashed or something. I feel like that's what people use it for. No, I had my own path. I fell out of Judaism for a little bit. I was not forced into knowing anything. I looked at what the transition was, not transition. I looked at what the tradition was, and I appreciated it and used it for my own mental health.
So you would, I'll just read out like a definition and tell me if this is accurate. So were you taught all of this stuff uncritically?
At the beginning, no. Later in my life, yes. Of course, they're not going to teach kids.
So what was the critiques that you were given?
Well, I asked a million questions. The same questions you're asking now. I was asking why. How could God kill all these people? Why would all these horrible things happen if God is real? If God was so involved in our lives back then and he was creating all these miracles, where is he now? If as you get older, you start to think critically. That's That's how things work. And then you start to ask deeper questions. And there's a long part of me that hated Judaism. I hated religion for a while. Because I was like, oh, these people, when you were, I'm going to ignore these. Like, there's two separate things, right? There's being introduced to religion, right? And then there's finding it yourself, okay? A lot of people have a lot of problem with the way they're introduced to religion, which I totally understand. That totally makes sense to me, right? Religion is a lot of the time introduced as, why did I stop thinking? I never stopped thinking critically. See, that's the thing. I still think critically all the time about what God is, where God is, how God is. I personally, right, I can only speak from my experience, which is not a good argument at all, because anybody can make an argument about experience. But I found God, I started praying, I started going about my life, and I really felt like there was somebody on my side. I felt like things started going better for me. I was suicidal a couple years ago. I went on my first tour a couple weeks ago. Like, my life has gone full circle, and I pray every day, and I thank God for my blessings, and it allows me to humble myself and understand.
Wait, I'm not too interested in the personal experience. All I'm interested in is an argument for why God is real. It seems like you're not capable of providing that.
Yeah, and Ezra, sorry to interrupt, but everything that you're saying about your religion, you know, I've heard those stories from people in other religions. I went to seminary with a guy who left Christianity for Islam because he felt like the teachings of Islam gave him a better life and helped him to overcome his alcoholism. So I think if our personal experience is the measuring stick of what is true, we'd have to accept that all the religions are true.
Well, okay. What I said when I first came in, which you might have missed, is I believe that religion is a man-made construct to help humans understand something that they will never understand. The concept of divinity is something that humans will never understand. So if I was raised a Christian, and if I was raised being taught Christian things, I'd probably be a Christian right now. If I was raised Islam, I'd probably be learning as I was raised with Judaism. My tradition, my family's tradition is Judaism. That is my way I was giving of adhering to this power that divine power that I will never understand, is what I was.
So you believe what you believe because people told you to?
No, not at all.
That's what it's giving.
But you're saying that if people told you differently from your birth, then you would just believe differently. Like, if you were raised by atheists, you'd probably be an atheist. If you were raised by Muslims, you'd probably be a Muslim. If you're raised by Christians, that's just a statistical fact.
I'm only saying that to the point of all religions. There's no such thing as a wrong, quote unquote, religion, right? Obviously, yeah, it's nice to believe for me to say that, yeah, I probably would have found Judaism at some point. I don't know anything about any other religion. So me saying that I would be a Christian or wouldn't be a Christian or would be a Muslim or wouldn't be a Muslim is kind of me talking out of my ass. I won't lie. But I will say that with regards to Judaism, right, I've never been taught anything unjust or immoral as the way you need to treat other people. And all my critical questions have been answered, right? So my thought is, if I were to go to another religion, and I'm assuming the other religions I would have a similar experience there, where I would not be being taught immoral stuff, and my critical questions would not get batted away with anger as opposed to be getting embraced, right? Which was my experience with Judaism, right? Then I don't see why it wouldn't be a similar situation. It's not about somebody telling you. That's me assuming that other religions have a similar structure. That's me giving it the benefit of the doubt, because I love Judaism and I was taught nothing but good things.
But
Ezra, I took their word at face value.
What Ian and other people like myself are concerned with is not whether or not these teachings can find some sort of benefit in our lives. We're questioning whether or not they're actually true.
Yeah, and you will never know. Nobody will ever know. God isn't real is, again, a statement that you have no fucking knowledge of.
Yes, I do. Absolutely, I do.
No, you don't. The same way that I can't prove God is real, you cannot prove to me God is real.
Wait, are you interested in my argument? Are you interested in my argument for why God is not real? You've already told me your
argument, but go spew it again. Let's go.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can just do like a classic problem of evil. Premise one, if God exists and is perfect, then we would expect natural laws to be perfect. Premise two, natural laws are not perfect. For example, like the law of predation, wherein some animals can only survive by like grotesquely ripping apart other animals for nourishment, or earthquakes or cancer, or any other natural law that is like grotesquely unjust and imperfect, and the world would be better off without. Conclusion: God's not, or that none of these things are perfect. Conclusion: God's not real.
You, my friend, you definitely have a God complex. 100%.
No critique. He has no answer to it. AG, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I'll respond right now, right? But again,
his ankles, Ian.
Never walk again.
Okay, nice. Is this what your lives are? You just have a bunch of people dick riding you, like in the guest spots?
Dude, you just claim they have a god complex. That's not helpful to your argument at all. So we're just having fun with it.
You just said
we're just deciding to have fun because you just said something completely irrelevant. Like we can't kiki now. We're not allowed to kiki, bro.
Nobody said you can't. I'm just saying that's what these consist of.
You seem upset, Ezra. Let's just get a response to the argument.
I'm happy. Y'all keep turning off my camera. I've been smiling this whole time. You know what I'm saying? We jolly as fuck over here on these parts. I'm in the studio. I'm vibing. What I was saying is the whole thing that we were talking about, right? There it is. The whole thing, just so you can say I'm crying. The whole thing that we were talking about, right, was the concept of good and bad, just. You say perfect. You said things that should not happen on this earth. That's why I said you have a God complex. Because you talking about things that should or shouldn't be on this earth is just so ignorant. Like you have no knowledge about what should or shouldn't be.
I got a question for you.
You have no idea what would come.
Ezra, I got a question for you. Would the world be better if kids didn't die of cancer?
Yes.
Perfect. So then,
I totally think, but I also think that there is
the world would be, so if the world would be better, if there's a situation where the world is better, then that means it's not perfect because a perfect thing can't be better. Ryan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Ryan, hail 666, hail Satan. You have just conceded that the world is not perfect, which means that God cannot be perfect. You said that the world would be better. Hold on, Ezra. Hold on.
You don't have a divine
Ezra, hold on. If you agree that the world would be better if kids didn't die of cancer, then that means you agree that the world. Hold on. Then you agree that the world is not perfect, because if the world's perfect, then it couldn't possibly be better. But it could be better. Therefore, the world's not perfect. Hold on. Which means God cannot be perfect. Therefore, God does not exist.
Dog. All right. Again, that was a stupid point. Let me break it down for you.
Yeah, break it down.
I'm going to break it down for you, right? You are operating on a human system of beliefs as if humans are the all-knowing divine creature. You feel me? That's what this is. That's what you're operating on the understanding of, that humans have divine knowledge of how the world is supposed to run. For all you know, these kids with cancer could be going to a better place, right?
Oh, you don't want to run that one.
Whoa.
That one's a much worse one for you. So if you think if your affirmation is that kids go to
what happens when death happens.
But if your affirmation is that kids go to heaven, then you run into the problem that the majority of beings, of humans, have died before reaching the age where they're actually capable of being held responsible for their action. The vast majority. So if your heaven is composed of like however many Jewish people have existed, I don't know, like a couple billion, then you would have to contend with like the 50 billion kids who have died throughout human history, which means that your heaven is, I don't know, like 94% dead kids and like 6% Jewish people. So at that point, well, so one, that means God's not just because that's unfair, and two, that means that you need to give an account for why God wouldn't just make everyone in heaven at that point, insofar as 94% of people didn't earn it.
All right. Well, again, what you just said is not true. There is proof that in Judaism you have to be Jewish to get into heaven. That's not a thing.
Yeah, real quick, Ezra, which version of heaven and hell in Judaism do you subscribe to? Do you subscribe to hell is only a maximum of 12 months, or there is no hell?
There's a bunch of different, I guess, breaking downs from different rabbis and different people, different commentaries on the whole construct. But the concept of olam haba, right, is a concept of where the just will get rewarded for their actions on earth and the unjust will not. It's outside the scope of religion. It is on the scope of God's creations, right? In Christianity, there is a concept of if you do not believe in Jesus Christ, you are not going to get accepted.
No, we know about Christianity. I just want to clarify, because there are multiple ways that rabbis envisioned the afterlife. Most of them believe. I
don't really see the relevance of me telling you what.
We're trying to understand which one of these teachings you subscribe to. Okay, so most Judaism teaches that there is a paradise, and then some parts of Judaism teaches.
Not heaven.
I know some. Parts of Judaism teach that there's a hell. Do you believe in any form of hell?
There is Gehenna, right? Which is not hell, right? These things are, again, like English translations for things that a lot of the time are subscribed with the Christian beliefs because that's the language that Christianity.
I'm not invoking Christianity. The concept.
I know. You just keep saying hell. I'm saying Gehenna is not hell.
The concept.
Gehenna is where you are held accountable.
The concept of hell is present within Judaism. You might call it anything you want. In the Talmud, they refer to it typically as Gehenna, but they describe Gehenna exactly the same way that they describe Hades. So I'm just asking, do you believe in any type of negative afterlife? You can call it anything you want to. Do people get punished in the afterlife? Yes or no?
Like I said, there's a lot of different things. I'm not 100% sure what I was taught, right, was that you are held accountable, right, by getting shown what you have done until you are at a place where you can then be welcomed to Olam Haba, right? But everybody has a chance to get to Olam Haba.
That's all we're asking. That's all we're asking. So you believe then that even people who do experience the negative afterlife, it is a temporary situation, and eventually
it could be a temporary situation.
They will eventually be welcomed into paradise.
It could be a temporary situation, depending on if they ask, right?
Okay, so I'm only clearing this up because it's going to steer the conversation. When we start talking about the afterlife, we have to know which version of the afterlife you actually believe in. That's all I'm getting at.
Word. My thoughts on the afterlife, which are the opposite of what Ian said, I do not believe that you have to be Jewish or prescribe to a certain belief construct to get into heaven. I think Ian denounced
We're not
God.
accusing you of that. We're not accusing you of that.
Ian just did.
I don't think he did.
He literally said that, but it's fine.
Ian, go ahead and run the argument because he wasn't listening.
Yeah, it's just that the vast majority of all humans who've ever existed are just going to be babies. That if they get like fast or like they were babies at the time that they died. They were like 5 years old or younger, which means that we have all these people who are getting like grotesquely tortured, and then they get into heaven. Whereas these babies just get to like get the free fast track into heaven and don't have to worry about any of this stuff. That is one means that God can't be just because that's not fair. That they just get to get into heaven while everyone else has to work for it. And two, that's just going to be it's going to beg the question as to why God wouldn't make everyone in heaven at the point in time when the vast majority of people there didn't do anything to earn it. They didn't live life at all. If most of the people in heaven didn't live life at all, then why make life at all? Why not just make heaven and put everyone in heaven?
Oh my God. I don't even know how to argue with this guy, bro. He thinks he believes and knows everything. Listen, I'm listening to everything you have to say. It's a basic argument. I'm listening to everything you have to say, bro, and you keep running back to the whole point of just this would be unfair. Again, this is the first conversation we had. You don't know what's fair.
Inside of the Bible, it describes God as being just. And you're saying that God exists outside of the human... Please, Ezra. Please. You're saying that God exists outside of the human conception of morality. We already understand that that is something that you believe, and that is fine. However, if you are in a life that's about what is and is not true, and that is based off of morality, how are we supposed to have a conversation if you keep giving us meta commentary about what is and is not okay to be spoken about?
Why do you think it would say in the Bible God is just? Right? Why would it need to say that? If God was actually just for a human construct, we wouldn't have to write that because he would do nothing that we could view as evil, right? The reason why it says God is just in the Bible is to remind us that we won't understand how he's just. We have no concept of understanding why he does the things he does.
Why have the Torah at all at that point? Because wouldn't all the properties of God just be self-evident?
What's just? The whole reason why it's saying that, right? Self-evident is only something that humans themselves can see. The whole concept, again, you keep saying we're running in circles, and we are. Cover your face.
I didn't say we're running in circles. You're confused.
well, Sam was saying, she didn't say the words running in circles, but she was implying we were running in circles because of this, right? But again, the whole thing that you're trying to piece apart and saying it's irrelevant to the conversation is your whole argument, right? Is that it's unfair. God couldn't do this because it's not fair. It's not right. You don't understand what is right and what is not right. You don't have
Should we listen to the teachings of the Torah/Bible, yes or no?
You should look at it as a guidebook for the way you live life.
So is there anything in the guidebook, is there anything in the book that is relevant to us, yes or no?
Yes, countless stories.
How are we supposed to decide what is and is not relevant if you just get to say this isn't relevant, but this is?
The commentaries on the Bible that literally tell you word for word what we can apply to our life and what we can't. The Mishnah, the Gemara.
But the commentaries, the rabbis couldn't agree on anything. If there's one thing the rabbis could agree on, is that they don't agree on anything. So
again, that's not true, right?
So if we're going to read,
that's not true.
If we're going to read,
the Mishnah and the Gemara are a series of arguments.
If we're going to read the rabbis, and the rabbis can't agree with each other, and they definitely don't agree with Moses, then how do we know that what they're teaching is true?
That's not true. That's not true.
It's quite literally true.
Okay. Well, can I respond to you, buddy, Mr. Deconstructive?
You're welcome you're welcome to respond to me, but you can't respond to me while you're talking as I'm getting my point out.
Okay, you said the whole entire Mishnah and Gemara commentaries are just a bunch of people spamming different ideas. Again, it's not true. Okay?
I didn't say that.
You said they can't agree on anything.
I said the rabbis, when you write their writings, they disagree on many things. So if they can't agree, then how do we know which one of them is right? Especially when they don't even agree on the biblical text. There are times in which they disagree with the biblical text, but that should be the primary authority.
Okay, let's do this, all right? The way the Mishnah and the Gemara works, right, is there are pages of arguments, as you're referring to, that are ended with a conclusion as to how and why we should keep the law. The argument are there, and by the way, that's actually, the Gemara and Mishnah is why I believe there's so many Jews that end up being lawyers, or like people that end up in like political, whatever, argument stuff, right? Because we're taught these arguments and breaking down the points as to how they were countered, and it always ends with one law to follow, right? The Mishnah and Gemara will never end by telling you, oh, and those are the opinions, pick which one to follow. It will never end by saying that. Every single time a Mishnah or Gemara segment ends, it will end by saying, this is what the final thing was. This is what they went by. This is what they went by, right?
Yeah, so according to the teachings of the rabbis, how many messiahs are there?
Of the rabbi? What does that mean? According to the Mishnah? According to
the various rabbinic voices that you'll find.
There's one Mashiach, and Messiah has not come yet, according to Judaism.
Okay, so then why do we have multiple messiahs mentioned then in the writings of the rabbis?
What are you talking about? Dude, I studied my whole life. There's one Mashiach that's supposed to be there. There's an argument as to when the Mashiach will come. There is a sect of Judaism that believes as the Lubavitcher Rabbah as a Mashiach. There's different sects of Judaism that believe different things. That's not disproving anything. That's not disproving.
I'm trying to make a very simple point that if you read the writings of the rabbis, there are multiple ideas. They say that in some places that there are multiple Mashiach. In some places there is one. In certain places, like if you read in the writings of the Sanhedrin, there's clearly two of them that are spelled out. There's one that's the son of Joseph and one that's the son of David.
Okay, right? So the Mashiach with the concept of Judaism, right, is a concept of something that has not happened yet. Right? The Mashiach is supposed to return, and we are all supposed to ride on the back of a dove to the Holy Land, and da-da-da-da-da, right? There is an argument as to who the Mashiach is, when it's supposed to come, right? I can only speak on what I was taught.
I know, and right? That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? Is that in the writings, in the Talmud, one of the things that is abundantly unclear is they don't know when or how many messiahs are going to come. And that illustrates my point. If the final authority on what the Bible teaches is the writings of the rabbi, we've got problems because the rabbis don't come to firm conclusions about a lot of things. There's a lot of open-ended questions that the rabbis don't know the answers to.
Well, okay. Can you? The Mashiach is not something that's spoken about in the Mishnah, right? Can we agree on that? Or the Gemara? That's commentary, right? These are separate books about the Messiah.
Yes,
right?
I'm aware. I'm specifically referring to the writings of the Sanhedrin.
Yeah, the Sanhedrin. I know what you're talking about. Yes, right. We were talking about though the commentary on the Torah. That's what we were talking about and how this conversation started. You will not find a Mishnah or Gemara passage that ends openly, right? Which is direct commentary on the Torah. The whole commentary on Ben Sorer More, which ends by very clearly saying you cannot stone your children, right? It ends by very clearly saying this was never done and will never be done, right? So
well, it depends.
How it ends. It's not open-ended.
It depends because on the passage that you're referring to, Rashi even says that it is possible, but the window is so small, it technically would never happen. According to Rashi, the reason why it technically wouldn't ever happen is because the child has to be of the age, between the age of 13 and 13 and 1/4. And he builds an artificial window around the laws in Deuteronomy 21. And this is something the rabbis do over and over again. And this is one of the reasons why we see Jesus chastising them in Matthew chapter 7 for not executing the rebellious son. They've created a barrier around the laws of Moses so that they don't actually get put into effect because they recognize that the laws of Moses were barbaric.
Right. The reason why for the change in what Rashi was saying, right, with the 13 and 1/4, is because it literally says in the time frame that he becomes a man, right, which is the first quarter of a year of being 13 with regards to the Torah, right? So I don't think that's that far-fetched to say.
But Deuteronomy says nothing about manhood. When it talks about the execution of the rebellious son in Deuteronomy 21, there is no mention of at what age this is allowed.
At one point, it refers to him as Ish, and at one point, it refers to him as Ben. Right?
Yes, I know, and neither one of those include an age because there are many Ish. There are many Ish and Isha in the Old Testament that are under and over the age of 13.
You're right, but in the context when Ben, which is very clearly son or a child, right? It seems as if Ish should be referring to the man, or else they would have just said Ben again.
Oh, I disagree. That is not a good reading of the text because both of those words, Bane, is used of adults and of non-adults throughout the Old Testament. Ish is used of adults and non-adults throughout the Old Testament. This is what I'm talking about. The Jewish rabbis looked into the text and they found any bad conclusion they could find to subvert the laws of Moses because they recognized that the laws of Moses weren't that good. Just like all the laws that they put into place to prevent young women from getting stoned because they didn't bleed on their wedding night. Because hundreds of years after Moses, people became aware that not all virgins actually bleed on their wedding night. So they created a whole secondary list of rules to make sure that these women didn't get executed because they understood that at the time Moses lived, they didn't know that not all virgins didn't bleed.
I agree. You're very knowledgeable on the topic, and I really respect the work you've obviously put into studying it. I'll say that. I also want to say that a lot of the laws, according to the rabbi that I learned with, according to a lot of people, will tell you that the original Torah, right, the laws that we were given on Har Sinai are outdated. And they have become outdated over time, right? But that doesn't mean that you cannot use these original laws that were the only direct conversation we have with this divine power, if you believe in it, right? And you believe. So, wait, can I finish my thought as well?
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. The only conversation that we have does not mean that there's not things we can then take from it, right? As you said, there was awful practices as things going on back then, right? Just like when you won a war, you would rape all the women that were there and steal all their stuff and do all this horrible stuff, right? And there's so many instances of people doing horrible things back then that were just normal, right? So of course, the laws that were given back then to govern are not going to be anywhere near as up to par with regards to current social standards. That's just how human nature works. You develop and morals develop, and now we're in a place where we are much more accustomed to adhering to these human values we have, right? So the laws changed over time. Rabbis changed the laws over time to help us adjust as we go forward.
Right, but I think the point that Ian is trying to raise, and it's one that I agree with, is that if these laws came from God, and according to Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and Exodus, these laws did come from God, we would expect that they don't need to be updated, because that means that God, at one point in history, gave laws that weren't actually good laws, and that would be a contradiction to an all-good God.
I don't think that's assuming that they were supposed to be looked at like that for the rest of time, which they haven't been.
Well,
right?
I know traditionally they haven't been in practice, but they say to do it. In Leviticus chapter 16 on the Day of Atonement, it says that this is a perpetual statute for you. In Deuteronomy 12:1, it says to follow these laws all the days that you live on the earth.
That's referring to the Ten Commandments,
It's not. Nope. Deuteronomy does not say that. Over and over again in Deuteronomy, it says, all of these laws that I'm laying out for you today, do not forget to do them. In doing these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. All of the laws given in Deuteronomy theoretically were given in one day. And it says in Deuteronomy that these laws are forever. He wants you to follow these things forever.
Again, what laws are they referring to that were given in Deuteronomy? They're not referring to the whole entire Bible.
All the laws that are given in Deuteronomy are laws that God wants you to...
Which is the Ten Commandments.
No, there are quite literally 100 plus laws in Deuteronomy.
There were elaborations as to how they ran, like, the Jewish people back then in going through the desert, right? But in reality, there were 10 laws given from word of God to the Jewish people. Those were the 10 commandments.
Not according to the actual book. In fact,
Not
in
even according
Leviticus,
to Judaism.
yeah, not in Judaism. Thank you, Reverend Rabbi. According to Deuteronomy and to Leviticus, God gave all the laws that Moses propagated, all of them.
You're talking about the 613, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Every single one of the mitzvahs. That not all of them were listed in Deuteronomy. But
No, they're not.
I agree.
But to say that none of them are extrapolated from Deuteronomy is incorrect.
I didn't say none of them were extrapolated. I didn't say none of them were extrapolated.
The Talmud points to where we find how our rabbis got to the mitzvot, and they're listed within where they found them and why we developed them from every part of the Humash.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I said that you can find literal text to show you where in every book of the Humash that the 613 mitzvot are derived from by our ancient rabbis.
Yeah. I agree.
So to say the only laws that we got in Deuteronomy is incorrect. If you're saying it's the Ten Commandments, that's not the only ones that were derived from Deuteronomy.
I was saying that the only laws that are not to be interpolated, right? The only laws that are not to be interpolated are the Ten Commandments, right? Every other one of these mitzvahs have had many, many conversations on and arguments on in the Mishnah or Gemara, right? Where it details as to what this mitzvah really means, right?
So does the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments have plenty of Mishnah and Gemara that debate them and what their relevance is,
right, but
and what they mean.
At its core, the Ten Commandments are just moral statings. It's like thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not get jealous, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not. These other mitzvot are a lot harder to comprehend and have a lot more strict, and it's not innate knowledge to be able to understand these, right?
None of that is true.
You said none of that is true.
I said none of that is true. To think that the Ten Commandments are completely straightforward and thereby nobody has ever debated what the meanings are or what the actual presentations are of them just because they look like they're flat on the surface means that somebody is only reading that pshat.
I didn't say that they've never been debated, right? What I said was it takes a lot more understanding as to why you can only eat a fish with fin and scales than saying thou shalt not kill, right?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I understand what you're attempting to say, but that is not correct.
That's an objective statement. I'm sorry. That's an objective statement to say that.
There is nothing in Judaism that is objective. Try again.
All right. The statement of thou shalt not kill, okay?
It doesn't say that. It says thou shalt not murder.
Okay, my fault. Thou shalt not murder is a lot easier thing to comprehend than you should not eat a fish unless it has fins or scales. I'm sorry.
No, it isn't.
It's not. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the consumption of fish without scales.
And it would depend on who you are. Because I'm guessing that the rabbi you learn with is Ashkenazi, yes?
Yes.
So then the way you're looking at Judaism is through the lens of Ashkenazism, which
so you're saying through the lens of Sephardi, it might be more easy to understand thou shalt not
because
murder?
it is through the lens of Sephardi that Rabbi Luria made the Shulchan.
Right. But you're trying to make some weird niche point that does not make sense. My whole point that I'm saying is there are laws in Deuteronomy, right, that are pretty clear as to what they're saying, right? You can break them down and derive more information, okay? But you cannot sit here and tell me that the understanding of kosher laws are just as breakdownable as telling somebody that you should not be murdering.
Yes, I can. Because at what point is it okay for somebody to be murdered? Because we know there is a point where you can be murdered. So how do we know the difference between when somebody is saying thou shalt not murder and when it is okay to murder?
Of course, but then it's not murder anymore, is it? It's self-defense.
Yes, it's still murder. If you put somebody to death, it's still you're murdering them.
Then it's self-defense with regards to the terms that we use today, right? Then it's not murder.
If you use thou shalt not murder, which is what one of those commandments say, and yet God tells you that you can murder somebody, it's still murder. You just got permission.
Word, dude. I think this is such a niche and pointless argument.
You're allowed to believe whatever you want, but this is what Jews do. If you don't like niche arguments, don't argue with Jews.
No.
Again, it is kind of getting off the beaten path, though.
Getting off the beat. That's my whole point. I'd love to talk to you about this on some other occasion. I'm just saying it's irrelevant to the conversation we're having.
Yeah, but what Ian and I are getting at, and I think Rebel probably agrees with us too, but what Ian and I are getting at is that if you believe in an all-good God, it seems incompatible that we've got laws given by the all-good God that when we examine them appear to not be good laws.
Well, no, I agree with you, and the reason I agree with you is Judaism is not predicated on the idea that God is all good.
What do you think about that, Ezra? Do you think that God is all good?
Again, my whole thoughts on that, I've told it a million times, right? I think we don't understand good or bad in the same way that God understands it. I think there's a realm of understanding greater than we understand it. I've said a million times.
Oh, you gotta get closer to the microphone.
What?
You were a little way from the microphone.
Sorry, my bad. No, I just said that I believe that God is good, but I don't believe that we'll understand it. That's what I believe. I believe that the concept of good in the eyes of divinity, right, is something way out of the realm of human understanding. And it's such a human nature thing to try to act like we understand all of it. And we don't.
Then how do you claim God is good if you literally just said we can't conceptualize that?
Yeah, I mean...
The whole concept of religion is believing that there's something greater than you. You don't understand.
What would God need to do? Oh, I'm sorry. Go for it, Rabbi.
I apologize, Ezra. Are you Jewish or are you a Christian? Or something else? I'm sorry?
I'm Jewish.
Then you should know that we don't actually claim that God is good. That even our rabbis argue in the Talmud that God is not always good and tell God to get out of our arguments because the Torah belongs to earth and not to him.
Yeah, and that's what God said, right? With the conversation with Abai and Rabbah, right? When he came down from the sky and said, like, the Torah is yours, like, do not ask me for answers, whatever. I'm sure you've learned all about this. You have smicha, so I'm sure you've done this a million times. But my whole point...
I'm actually not talking about that specific. I'm talking about the idea that God was kicked out of an argument between four rabbis because one of them says, I want to get the divine voice to give their opinion. And when the divine voice enters, the other three rabbis says, you don't have a say here.
That thing that you're referring to happened thousands of years after God was supposedly involved in Jewish life. I don't view that as fact. I view that as a story to help Jewish people understand that what they say and when the laws that they give are actually valuable, and it's not just the word of God. I don't view that as 100% that happened. I think a lot of the stories that we're told in Judaism are guide stories to help us learn.
Of course they are, because none of us. Well, I'm sure there are a few Jews who do, but we don't really believe that the Torah was historically accurate.
So there you go. All right, and that's the point I'm making. Right? Is that
I didn't hear you make a point that you believe it's historically inaccurate.
No, the point I'm making is that what you just said happened, where rabbis told God to not. I don't think any of that actually happened.
That's okay, but neither did Moses giving the law on Har Sinai.
I believe that happened. You can believe that.
So, no, because there is no historical evidence to predicate that. We understand in academics
where a lot of things like that were happening, though. Right now.
So do you believe that the Torah is historically accurate? That it happened?
I honestly couldn't tell you yes or no. I don't know.
Well, you just told me you think that Moses got all of our laws on Har Sinai.
I think that the splitting of the sea happened. There's historical evidence to show that.
There absolutely is not.
Look it up. They found.
Sir, Ezra, so not only am I a rabbi, I have a PhD in theology. That absolutely did not happen.
Word, okay. My mom is the chair of Jewish studies at Oxford. She teaches all this stuff of ancient Judaism and the history of all this stuff. And they found. Okay. Look, can you look it up? They found pieces of Egyptian chariots and all this different stuff.
They did not.
They did not. That is a myth propagated by Ron Wyatt.
If you want to do this, we can do this. As in, I don't know, my best friend is the chair and head archaeologist of that time at Chester University. What about it?
Wait, are you smoking? What the fuck? Are you trying to get the stream taken down?
You can't do that on camera, dude.
Okay, well, that'll do.
Bye.
Yep, bye-bye. Well.
Hey, good to see you, Rabbi.
Hello. Yeah, I've been taking a break.
I'm so sorry, but just to be clear, bro wanted out of the conversation, so he cammed up and then did stuff that'll get you kicked off of TikTok. This is him running, to be clear.
Yeah, there's no archaeological evidence whatsoever to think that anything in the Torah is historically accurate. Now, we can say that there are a few places, yes, you can find a few places that are mentioned within the biblical text that do exist. There are a couple of people more towards New Testament that we can prove existed historically, but to say that the splitting of the Red Sea or the giving of the law on Har Sinai was a divine interaction is not accurate in any way, shape, or form.
This is so interesting. I feel like I learned so much about Judaism. I knew that it was highly interpretive, and that the text it's been described to me as the text invites you to create interpretations of it, but
yeah, well, and that is because we derive that from the idea. And again, this is stories. These are supposed to be narratives that help us understand our place in the world. And part of that is the narrative of Jacob wrestling with God and becoming Israel. And because of that, that is where we derive the idea that we are also supposed to wrestle with the text, wrestle with our Judaism, wrestle with our understanding of God, and sometimes kick God's ass in a Denny's parking lot.
It's really funny. I gave you a follow. This was so interesting and informative. Thank you so much.
It is my pleasure. I actually, speaking of, I have to get ready to teach a class, so I am going to drop.
Yeah.
But thank you, and of course thanks to Crystal. She messaged me and was just like, "There's Judaism happening. Do you want to come see?"
There's I dropped you a follow as well. If it's ever happening in the future, I can share the stream with you.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. I will talk to you guys later. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, big W Rabbi in the comment section. Make sure you're dropping them a follow. Yeah. All right, if you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get this live in front of as many people as we can. Make sure you're dropping a follow to me, Justin, and Sam, and Rabbi as well, because that was so awesome. That was really cool to see. share with your friends. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Chat, thank you so much for the dinosaur. W chat in the comment section. And if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience as we go on to the very next guest. Oop. Hey, how's it going, Sacred?
Hi, how are you? I'm.
Oh no!
Like to actually have
no, absolutely not. Not a shot. Not a chance. I hate that guy.
Oh, what did he do?
That guy is the worst. That guy is like the worst person in the history of history. I fucking hate that guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have
not.
to unpack that after stream because it sounds like he done tortured you for real.
I can't say the things that I want to say.
Oh God. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Howdy.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hey, how old are you?
I am 37 and like an old person looking for my phone. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Ah, yeah. Glad. What religion are you?
Lol religion. No, just wanted to say you're doing a great job. And Sam is just no fun at all. And so I figured this.
No, get out of here.
I know him.
Oh, you know him. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kicked too soon then.
That's
perhaps.
okay. We have things to accomplish.
Yeah, we got goals. We got places to be.
Absolutely.
We got people to cook. What's up? How's it going, Victoria? Victoria, are you there?
I'm obviously studying.
Okay. Bye-bye, Victoria. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 130K. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well. What's up, Leslie? How's it going?
All right, how about yourself?
Doing well, doing well. Do you have any new arguments for religion?
Do I have any new arguments? No, let's start with your argument.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, if God is all good, then why would he allow kids to be unalived by cancer?
All right. I don't believe that you can blame God for that.
Why doesn't he stop it?
I think that comes. Can I finish? I don't think that you can blame God for that because that's a part of the broken world concept that was created when Adam and Eve committed the first original sin. So the world went from being a perfect place to being this cruel, evil, wicked place full of sickness, disease, sorrow, despair. And that's stated in the Bible.
That's nice, but that's not true. We have dinosaur bones which have cancer on them. Dinosaurs existed before humans existed. Humans have existed for like 200,000 years. This bone with cancer is like 77 million years old. That's 77 million years before humans existed, which means that Adam and Eve can't be the cause of cancer because cancer and genetic mutations must have been happening before. So, how would you explain dinosaur bones with cancer in your worldview?
We aren't even sure that dinosaurs existed.
We are sure that dinosaurs existed. That's a really bad explanation.
That's theorized the same way everything else is with religion.
No, that's not a theory. The theory part is whether or not they actually looked necessarily the way that we conceptualize them in books or in museums, but we know that they existed. That's not a theory. That's just true.
So you saying that the theory is the way that whether the way they looked or not, right?
Yeah, but we know that they're real.
So which means that the illustrations which means that the illustrations that we all grew up with aren't true, right?
They may or may not be entirely accurate. They're pretty good depictions, but they're not perfect.
Yeah, it's not like we had a bunch of dudes with GoPros in the Paleolithic era.
Had a camera strapped to their forehead and shit.
Of course not, that would be absurd, but all I'm saying is it's not accurate. is what you're saying.
It could be.
So it's
It
not
could
factual.
not be. Well, so it's a good approximation. When we have models, models are trying to demonstrate something. You can understand these as models. It's not like it's a picture of the dinosaur. That's just known that it's not a picture of the dinosaur. But that's not what it's trying to be. It's trying to give you like a pretty accurate idea of what it is. So it's accurate, but it might not be perfect. Also, are you driving?
Exist though.
No. I'm not driving. I'm sitting in my truck at work.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not really like a accurate description.
All right, so that's my whole point about a lot of the things that y'all say. Y'all state these things like they're all fact, and
Well,
they're really
again,
not.
the
They're
fact
just,
that dinosaurs existed is true. The part that is theoretical is how they looked. Like the fact that we have their bones is an objective truth. Whether or not those bones are arranged in a way that is accurate to how we see them in like children's books or in the museums, that's the part that may or may not be fully accurate. But the dinosaurs were in fact there. That's not up for debate.
I guess if that's what you say, you also said that the humans only existed for 200,000 years.
Yeah,
but
200,000. Yeah.
there's text in there. There's texts that say that we've been around longer than that.
Not true ones. Which are the texts that have? Some people put the range more like 400,000, but seems like Homo erectus was still around. Our oldest fossil of a human is 200,000 years.
Okay.
Hey, Les.
Okay.
Did you say? I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say there are texts, like writings, about the dinosaurs?
Yes.
Can you tell me from which society these derived?
You're muted, Leslie. I don't know if you know that. It seems like, no, he can't. Leslie, you gotta. Oh yeah.
Hello. Yep. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah. No, I never said that there were texts that said dinosaurs were around there. I said there's texts that said we've been around longer than 200,000 years for sure.
What are these texts?
You could try the Sumerian Kings list. You can try
how old is
the
this?
Egyptian King list.
Because society is only like
Sumerian
what, 10,000 years old?
So that's the concept of the view of the world that you believe in.
This is the scientific supported view.
Around.
Yeah, I've got a copy of the Sumerian King list. It only goes back a couple thousand years.
It goes back way longer than a couple thousand years, man.
No, I've got a copy of it. I can go get it.
Listen, you go get it. So one person on the Sumerian King list ruled for 50,000 years. So how the fuck? Excuse my language. So how is it possible that it only went back a couple thousand years?
50? That's not true. It didn't happen. That's definitely not something described.
It's not. It's also true that modern scholarship has actually dealt with that. So in the earliest portion of the Sumerian Kings list, there's a different form of math that was happening. And so for a long time it was translated as 50,000 years, but in reality it would have been 5,000 years using the appropriate accounting method. Now obviously that's still not true, but it doesn't place anybody, a million years ago.
If you actually like knew the story of the list and all that, you would understand that it goes back more than a couple thousand years.
What is the story of the list? What does that mean?
Just off of the things that they've discovered now with what's that?
Wait, let's stick on the list. Don't pivot.
Civilization.
Don't pivot. Let's stick on the list.
That's part of the list. It's in Samaria. What I'm talking about is in Samaria. So it's a part of the list. It's a part of what I'm talking about.
So, okay, but we know that nobody ruled for 50,000 years. And also, if it's all in Samaria, then how do you know that someone ruled for 50,000 years?
because
fuck was that?
That's the first known civilization that we had, or at least that's what it claims to be.
No, so that's not an answer to the question. The question is, if it was all written in Sumerian, then how do you know that some king ruled for 50,000 years?
It's been translated.
Oh, okay, cool. So then,
You've never heard of the Emerald Tablets?
I indeed have not heard of the Emerald Tablets, but what's the evidence that there was a king who ruled for 50,000 years, and like, why would we believe that?
How could a king rule for 50,000 years?
If you okay, so the whole premise of the story is that we were seeded here by extraterrestrials who came here because the atmosphere in their planet was no good. So they came here to mine resources such as gold. There's a gold mine in South Africa that dates back to 250,000 years ago that goes along with this story. I just told you the emerald.
The Emerald Tablets are not ancient at all. Those are modern forgery. So I understand that they, like, people who don't know anything about archaeology would be led to believe that they are ancient, but they are in fact not ancient. This is like a Billy Carson mythology.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I knew this before Billy Carson. So
I didn't say that Billy Carson invented the Emerald Tablet theory. He's just the one that popularized it. There were no Emerald Tablets that were found at the base of a pyramid.
Entire tablets out of emerald seems quite excessive. Pretty impractical.
Indeed. And very heavy.
Yeah. Leslie, you gotta come back to the app.
okay, my bad. Like I said, he never said that they were found at the base of the pyramid. I've never heard that. From my understanding, they were found in Iraq.
So I don't really know about any of this, but it just sounds like they're fake, so I don't really care.
I mean, that's your opinion. You just said civilization's only been around for 10,000 years. There's a site that they just
Yeehaw! Thanks so much.
So now it's given. So now it's give or take. You were firm on 10,000 years.
Oh no. It's like I said approximately 10,000 years, like more or less 10,000 years.
Well, that's
I mean, if we want to get like super technical or whatever, I can just look up how long has civilization existed for.
There's a lot of questions. I'm failing to see what the argument from Leslie is at the moment, because he's starting to sound like he agrees with us that the Bible is not true.
Yeah, perfect.
That I agree that the Bible's not true.
Yeah.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. He asked
well,
why.
but you would have to for a number of reasons. One, you think extraterrestrials exist. Crazy work. But the main thing is, if you think that a singular king could rule for 50,000 years, but 50,000 years is way too long for how long the Bible claims that the earth itself has existed, that's a pretty big contradiction, ain't it?
Okay, so let's just start with the first thing you said. You said that believing that extraterrestrials is crazy work. If that's crazy work, by your definition of life, it has to be other life, right?
So I would think that it's reasonable to think that there's like some life. Hold on, right? Do you want an answer?
So
do you want an answer? I think it's reasonable to assume that there's some life somewhere. I think it's unreasonable to think that we have encountered this life. Insofar as this life would be sending out signals, and we haven't received any extraterrestrial signals.
That's not true, but
it is true. That's just the case.
I'm not gonna give. Have you ever heard of the Black Knight satellite?
No.
Do you know what the Black Light?
This is just like more conspiratorial nonsense. I don't care about this like conspiratorial nonsense.
This is all just conspiracy theories. None of this is rooted in anything in reality.
Oh my god. None of what you said is rooted in anything.
Every single, what's the claim that we've
What I'm
made
saying-
that isn't rooted in for anything that I give you, I can give you a source. I can give you the name of a scientific article affirming what I say. For all of what you say, what do you tell me? It's, well, go look at this, like, discredited, like, amateur archaeologist.
Not even. When you type in the Black Knight satellite into Google, the first thing that comes up is Black Knight satellite conspiracy theory.
Crazy.
NASA
That's
itself,
insane.
NASA itself discredits this, and Space.com calls it a hodgepodge of alien conspiracy theory.
Leslie.
So, do you have like an actual source, like dead ass?
The next thing out of his mouth is going to be jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Please.
True.
Please.
Okay. Because your country's never playing a false flag attack, right?
No way!
Stop!
That's crazy.
No, you were right.
Justin, how did you do that?
I wanted you to be wrong.
This is why our country is in the state that it's in, right?
No. Yes, because our country's education system is failing us greatly, and it's very evident.
Way.
It's very evident. No way. No
That's
way.
crazy.
The
No.
education system.
Ian, I'm scared. I'm scared, Ian.
Justin, how the fuck did you do that?
I'm the prophet of the one true deity, the Holy Tooth Fairy, and she gives me divine
I don't even
revelation.
really believe in aliens myself, but from your point of view, and your whatever, man. Whatever.
I'm not saying that
Like I
believing
said,
in
this is the whole
aliens
reason
itself
why
is
we're in
something
the
that
state
is
we're in.
impossible.
As a Chicago,
No, I'm not saying that believing in aliens itself is
That's
crazy
basically
work.
what
I'm
you said.
saying
That is exactly what you said.
simultaneously believing in the Bible and also
Yeah.
thinking aliens are real is the crazy work.
Yeah, why the
Have
fuck
you
would God
ever
make
heard of the Book of
aliens?
Enoch? Have you ever heard of the
No.
Book of Enoch? Do you
haven't,
know what
I'm quite familiar with the Book of Enoch. Do you believe that the Earth is flat and there's a firmament over top of it? Because the Book of Enoch
Stop.
teaches that.
No, stop. No, stop. No, you're kidding.
Have you been to the base of the firmament where it connects with the flat Earth?
Stop.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
No,
saying.
stop.
But since you know it, does he not reference extraterrestrial beings or other gods in the book? Just you want to pick at that one part. The part that I was stating.
I'm trying to answer your question, my man.
Okay. Go ahead and answer it. Smart guy.
They're angelic beings.
Which could be assumed to be extraterrestrials.
No.
That live in the sky.
How?
That
Did you come to
how
that
can they
conclusion?
not? They don't live on Earth.
Is Satan an alien?
Have more.
Is God
You
alien?
don't believe in Satan, so what the fuck does that
I'm asking
It's
your
an
view,
internal
is Satan an
critique.
alien?
It's an internal critique.
Obviously they aren't like
Hey,
us, and they don't live here.
Leslie, can I ask you a
And when
question?
they come from the heavens. That's
Leslie,
all I'm saying.
are you
Go ahead.
Are you Hebrew?
No, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ.
You're not a Hebrew Israelite?
No. No, sir, I am not.
Just checking.
Yeah, is there wow, there's like all these, there's all this information that people don't want us to know. Is there a specific ethno-religion that you'd like to attribute this to?
What you saying? What I'm saying? No. All I said was stuff that's in the Apocrypha, that's in the Book of Enoch, that's in the 16 books of the Bible that were strategically taken out of it, that you never talk about, and that you make all these other wild statements about.
In the Apocrypha, it states that every generation of mankind will begin to get shorter and shorter. There's a teaching in the Apocrypha that says that mankind will eventually shrink as the population grows, which is in opposition to science.
Okay, there's also a book in Apocrypha that said that when Jesus disappeared in the Bible at 13, he went to go study in Egypt, in India, and across the world. What's your point of making that statement?
Well, that's not in the Apocrypha.
That's
it's not.
Yes,
So
that is in the Apocrypha.
it's not.
It is. That's what I'm saying.
It's literally not.
It's not.
No,
it's not.
It's not. So in the actual Apocrypha, in the books that were considered the apocryphal books by the Jews, it doesn't say that, but it does say many things that are false. So, do you believe that you can read the future by looking at?
What does the Apocrypha have to do with the Jews?
Do you believe that?
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're talking about. What does the Apocrypha have to do with the Jews?
Do you believe that you can read somebody's fortune by looking at the liver of a sheep? Because in the book of Sirach, you can do it.
Leslie.
He's spiraling hard.
Okay, well, I guess we'll move on to the next guest then. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. And if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Make sure you are dropping that follow as well to me and Justin and Sam. I don't know where Sam went, but wherever Sam went, to Sam as well. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, do you have anything new for me?
Yeah, so I was hoping, and then I haven't talked to Deconstruction. Is he like just chiming in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I wanted two things. Earlier, I think there was a lady on, and she was talking about, this is a small thing, but she was talking about how, you know, it says thou shalt not murder, but if somebody's deserving of murder, then God approves of murder. And I was going to make a point to that I think that definitively that's wrong. I think that if somebody's deserving of quote unquote murder, then it's no longer murder, because I believe that murder is killing without reason. And she was saying if you have a reason, then you can kill, then you can murder, but then it wouldn't be murder. I was going to talk to her about that, but then I guess she left, unless it's Sam.
Yeah, so that was Rebel Rabbi, and I don't want to speak for her, and she's not here to defend herself, but I do know her argument, because I know Rebel Rabbi, and it's an argument based on Hebrew grammar and syntax, and so, I mean, it would be kind of a useless conversation, because she's coming at it from a Hebrew perspective, not an English perspective.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, then we can move on from that. And then I guess I had two questions for Ian. I know you're a naturalist.
Yeah.
And I was wondering where you base or if you do have a base for like objective/subjective morality. How do you define like good and evil?
I'm pretty agnostic to metaethic. Whoa, thank you so much, Shrimp, for the gold mine. W Shrimp in the comment section. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I've done a lot of reading into metaethics, and I think I've come away to the conclusion that I'm just kind of agnostic on it. I really don't know. Morality could be objective, it could be subjective. I think that it requires like semantic analysis about how people actually use the words like good and bad. It could be the case that people are using this as in like an objective way, or it could be that when somebody says like like unaliving is bad, that what they mean is like unaliving is bad to them, that they perceive it to be bad, or they could mean that it's like bad, that they think it's like just like a universal objective truth, like the same way that the sky is blue, like unaliving is bad. I don't know. It just I'm pretty agnostic on it.
So when you mean, oh, and sorry, I should have said unaliving earlier instead of.
No, you're good. You're chilling.
So when you say, like, when you're having like debates or whatever, and you're talking about, for example, like the character of God and that God did this, and you're like, oh wow, that seems pretty evil, that seems pretty bad. Are you coming from an internal critique perspective or your own opinion?
So what I'm coming at, the way that argument functions, like almost on a rhetorical level, is just that we have some shared moral intuitions. So our morality, one view that I might hold to, I'm not too sure. It's possible that all we mean when we use the words like good and bad are like morally intuitive or morally unintuitive. That when I say unaliving is bad, I mean like unaliving is morally unintuitive or morally counterintuitive to me. And what that would mean, all our moral intuitions are parts of our brain that are flaring up. But one of the most important parts of our brain that flares up when we find something morally unintuitive is like a disconnection between what we expect to happen and what actually happens. So I think that an integral part of morality is expectations, that you are going to think that something is immoral if at some level it's like an unexpected thing. So with that in mind, to answer your question, I appeal to the fact that I probably have like similar shared expectations to people, that taking the life of a child is like really abhorrent, that we just like both intuit this. Yeah.
So, and then deconstruction, would you have like a similar view? Because I assume that you previously were Christian or Jewish or something.
I apologize. I wasn't listening to your guys' discussion because I was reading. But for the sake of argument, I'm just going to let Ian run with it, and I'm gonna listen to you guys. Do your thing.
That's fine. So if something that is immoral is something that we find unintuitive or unexpected, and then we would like to find immorality or bad/evil as that, then in what case, like, are we saying that there's no case where we could find something unexpected or unintuitive that is not good?
Is there something that would be unexpected that is not good? That's not typically how our moral intuitions work. The disconnection between your expectations and the scenario seems to be a pretty integral part of finding something immoral. I don't know. That seems like an empirical question that I'm not versed on.
Because just, and this is like my first time, I guess, dealing with this, like your definition of morality, but I feel like with even examples of something that might be unexpected or unintuitive that would be good, or we could both agree that would not be bad. And so I feel like that definition fails somewhere.
In terms of which part of it?
In the way that if we define immoral or bad as something that is unexpected, intuitively unexpected.
There's more to it, but that's like a part of it. I'm not saying that like everything unexpected is bad. What I'm saying is that when we find something to be bad, a key part of this is that it's unexpected. That it's that we have expectations for how like should or like how we should or shouldn't act, and that these expectations are not met.
So what if we have the desire to do something? What if we have? I feel like you've probably experienced this too. I feel like everybody experiences this. If we have things that we want to do, but we know are bad. And so you have like this kind of, you have two almost opposing feelings about a situation of like, I would like to do this, but I also do not want to do this.
Sure. Let's take like cheating on your wife, for example, as like something that lots of people want to do, but also know is bad. In these scenarios, they've been socialized with the expectation that like a husband shouldn't do that to their wife, which means that there's like some undercutting of the expectations about what you should do or shouldn't do.
Okay,
but I think it's deeper than that. Like the parts of the brain that are activated specifically, it's not just the subversion of expectations. There's also like high levels of like reasoning and like emotionality, like disgust, basically. With it, there's just like a lot of parts of the brain that are activated with it. So it is more than that. But yeah, that I think that's going to be. You find that immoral because when you reason through it, there's like a disconnect between the expectations of how a loving husband should act and how you want to act.
And you were saying in that example specifically, do you believe that, monogamy is something that is not inherent? Like you don't believe that's inherently moral. You believe that that's like something that's learned. Is that where you're?
Well, if you're asking me about my moral stance on monogamy, I mean, there's like plenty of societies that didn't practice monogamy. So sure.
Like, I just mean like, okay, yeah, okay.
But
yeah.
so I don't think that I'm skeptical as to whether there would be any society that wasn't heavily opposed to like breaking promises. And the reason why I think cheating on your spouse is bad is because you're like, there's like a promise that's being broken. But if relationships were completely different and there was like no promise or commitment involved in them, then I don't think like sleeping with other people is bad because you're not really breaking any like promises, I guess.
So I think we can both agree that it comes down to like the breaking of promise or something like that. It's almost like we just break it down to like lying, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. That's a good way of understanding it. Sure.
And so if we said that throughout like societies in history, lying was, I think, always agreed upon to be bad in itself, unless for a greater good.
Yeah.
Where do you think that the natural intuition for this comes from?
I think evolution would shape it pretty fundamentally. There's like evolutionary pressures that would make some things preferable and some things like less preferable. That, for example, you want to evolve humans such that they have like cohesive social structures. If your social structures are tearing apart because everyone's like lying to each other, then you're probably not going to survive very well because you can't trust the people around you. That trust is really important to survival, and you want to be trusted.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. And then, like, maybe on a more personal level, so if you, this is just out of curiosity, I don't know if I really have like a counterpoint to this. So like when you're going through like your day-to-day or maybe your life in general, how do you approach, like I assume that you want to be happy, obviously, and you want to do good things that make you happy. Is this just based on, do you think this is just, you operate on how you feel intuitively?
Well, I think that this is everyone, yeah. That we literally have these like chemicals in our brain that are like the good chemical, the love chemical, like the closeness chemical, the like feel good, you did a good job chemical. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think that everyone follows this like neurochemical path that we do the things that like give us a lot of dopamine or like some other good feeling. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that even answers your question.
Okay, no, it's okay. I think this might be like a little bit of a rabbit hole to go down because I think that to debate morality, I think we'd have to go to like the existence of God here.
Dexter, thank you so much for the 5-cent subscriptions. I could run a critique. I'd say that, are you familiar with like the Euthyphro's dilemma?
No.
Okay. So the Euthyphro's dilemma, the point of it is just that like, if you believe that morality comes from God, then you're also locked into believing that morality is subjective. Or you can't really critique atheists for having a, like, or you're forced to grant that morality is like independent of God. So,
can you explain?
Yeah, so God says that these things are good, like this certain set of things are good and this certain set of things are bad. So the question is this, the set of things that are good, that God says are good, are they good because God likes them or does God like them because they're good?
Okay. I think that good, I would have to think about how I view morality applies to this. I think good and evil are more like axiomatic. I think they're more fundamental, and I don't know if it's decided by God or just that. I think in this way that, like in the Christian sense, if God is good and outside God is not good. So,
okay, so you might be locked into thinking that your morals might be subjective and that they're just whatever God decides them to be.
But then I would have to like decide that God decided to be the way he is rather than he is the way he is, and I don't.
Then if you say instead, are you saying that that he doesn't like decide, but rather that he is like just by his nature good?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if God by his nature is good, then it's more of like an axiomatic thing, like that, 1 equals 1 because it does, rather than 1 equals 1 because 1 decided to be 1.
Sure. Then you run into like kind of a crucial issue here. This is like option 3. So instead of saying like, well, goodness is whatever God decides it to be, which would make it subjective, or like God does these things because like external to God, there's like some goodness and God just imposes that goodness on us, which would say that the conclusion to that one is just that like the atheist can appeal to this to be like, well, that's my morality. God, like the same thing God appeals to. That's just my morality. But if you ground it in God's nature, you run into the problem that you actually haven't grounded it at all, because God's nature isn't grounded. You can't provide an explanation for why God's nature is the way it is. Like why isn't God's nature like some other way?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that it is. I think it's like just fundamentally, I think it's like that's what I'm saying. I think it's axiomatic. I think it is the way it is because that's how it is. I think that's as far as like I would be able to understand it. I think it's the same as if I asked you like mathematically, like why is 0 not 1? It's because it is, or why 0 plus 1 equals 1. It's like the very fundamental additive identity.
Sure. So what you're essentially saying is that it's just a brute fact that his like nature is this way, essentially. And that's fine. That's like totally, that's like 100% valid to say like it's just a brute fact. But then the atheist can come back and say, well, yeah, here's my objective morality, and you ask them where it comes from, and they say, listen, dog, it's just a brute fact.
But are they? See, I don't know if I could agree that. So you're saying that they can just appeal to their morality.
If you're saying that like that's just the way it is, then they can like give you their morality and say, well, that's just the way it is.
Oh, if it's not outside of and then I guess I would say that the idea that and I would agree that they can say that they believe it to be good or believe it to be bad, but I would say that in like a Christian sense, if you have like an all-knowing God who wants the best for you, and you're made in that image, that actually you may believe like bad things are good for you, but actually the best thing for you would be the morality like of God. And I would say you would be making a decision that you could present as a brute fact, but is not all completely informed because you don't have the complete information, or you're not all-knowing.
Can you say that one more time? I'm a bit distracted.
Think about it like, okay, so like if the atheist is saying, hey, this is my morality, this is brute fact, right? I'm saying they're presenting that information based on limited knowledge. But if God is saying, here's morality, this is a brute fact, he's presenting that information on infinite knowledge. And the best thing for the atheist would be they may believe it's the best for them, but in reality it wouldn't be, because there is a better option of morality, and that would be the morality within God.
That's a really interesting argument. Let me think about that. So you're essentially saying that that they'd just be in a better position to know. So this doesn't help you on a meta-ethical level. What you would then be referring to is moral epistemology, like how we come to know these facts. That what actually grounds the fact that morals are this way. You agree that the atheist is on like the exact same footing with you, no matter what the situation is. But then how we come to know this stuff, that just becomes like a question of epistemology. So you could say that they have a better grasp of morality if God is real, but not that like atheists can have no morality. Like there's some basic facts that presumably would stay the same based on our intuitions. Like, for example, I don't think any amount of knowledge is going to would convince me that like grape is good, for example, that no matter how high of a being you are, no matter how much you know, that some things are probably just going to stay the same. A good example of this is like, imagine like the perfect chef who knows everything about cooking. If they started like pissing in the cocktails, you'd probably think that something was weird, despite the fact that they know infinitely more than you do about this. Like your moral intuitions aren't like crazy inaccurate.
So yeah, and I would agree that like I said, like if the atheist is basing it off a certain amount of like intuition, or like, you're saying like, that would be like grape would be bad, and I would completely agree. And that there's nothing that could change your mind about that. I think that's because you're like, we get the mark, like an atheist would get, I think, pretty close to hitting the mark, because I think they have a natural moral intuition that is pretty close to good, but sometimes is like mistaken as good. I could take the example, like sex is like a good thing, like in religion, right? It's like a gift, right? And so an atheist might be mistaken in saying like, oh, sex is a good thing. They're seeing it as a good thing, and they get close by saying, well, have as much sex as you want with whoever you want, right? But it's better to choose like sex with only like within like a covenant of marriage, right? And so they're like both close, right? And I think that there's like a better option with that's made with all-knowing information that's like fundamentally good. And I think that's why we get pretty close. Is what I'm saying following right there?
Kind of. Although I think that I don't know. I think our moral intuitions are probably like a good judge of these kinds of things. That intuitively, lots of the stuff that happened, or that God. Like lots of the things that God commands, for example, are like obviously evil. Like taking the lives of children is obviously evil, especially when God like literally gives like a justification for it. Wait, I'm sorry. Why does your bio say like wife beating?
Oh, I think I made that when I was like 16, and I haven't even looked at that in a long time.
You should definitely change that, because that's like super weird.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Poor joke made when I was younger. I don't believe in that, and I will change it. I completely forgot that was in there actually, and I'll change that. That's a poor taste. I made that when I was an idiot little kid.
No, that's Well, as long as you recognize that it's bad, I don't committed to changing it, then okay.
I think that's a bad joke. I didn't really even realize that was in there.
Yeah, you should definitely change that.
Yeah, no. I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So sorry.
No, you're chilling. But so back to it. What were we talking about?
I think we were on like the idea of like the reason that they can base it in a brute fact, and the reason that I can also base it in a brute fact is because one is presenting it as a brute fact, but it's not correct, and one is basing it as a brute fact that. How we're founding it. And I was saying the thing is, the reason that they're both close and that we have fundamental things that wouldn't change is because we're made in that way to know fundamental things. And then sometimes then we miss the mark some.
Maybe, although I don't know. I think at that point, so the place where this gets like tricky for the theist, I think, is you actually need to prove that your religion is true, because you need to prove that God has like actually come down and said these things. So I think that there are no successful arguments for God. I think there's like super no successful arguments for a specific God, just on the basis that like the Bible, Torah, Quran are all like super hard to like actually establish. Oh wait, I don't know what happened to the guest, but hey, make sure you go and change your like bio, like seriously.
It's possible that he got reported by a lot of people, because his bio was pretty problematic.
Yeah. No, I saw it, but he said that he was gonna change it, which I don't know. should definitely get on that. Absolutely. But yeah, hopefully it'll be different the next time he comes around. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a live in the future. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian, and with that, we'll go to the very next guest. C3PO, thank you, appreciate that. What's up, how's it going?
Hi, I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I want to be conversing about God isn't real.
Yeah, so what's your, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Okay, and what religion?
Christian.
That's a dumb question, my bad. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God, which does not involve personal experience?
My strongest argument for the existence of God would possibly be, I could pose you the motion argument, possibly.
Yeah, so give the argument.
Yeah, so, like, formally, like a syllogism or what?
Yeah, just like if you want to give like a summary too, that's fine.
So, like, basically the argument that Thomas Aquinas posed would be that for something to be put in motion, there must be a mover holding. Well, actually, before I even pose the argument, I must know your position if you hold to the Big Bang or not.
Yeah, but I think that I believe in I believe in infinite cycles of big bounces and big crunches. So I think the universe has always existed.
The universe has always existed, so the universe is infinite. You hold to that position?
Yeah, I hold that it just goes back infinitely.
Okay, and could there be an infinite cycle of previous causes leading to a present cause? Is that a possibility? And if
I don't see why not.
Can you demonstrate?
I don't see what the impossibility of that is.
No, like, could you like demonstrate that?
Yeah, sure. So the argument's just going to be that time has always existed, or at least that time can't be created. So the first premise is that creation is a change of states. The second premise is that a change of states requires a sequence of states. And the third premise is that a sequence of states is only able to be traversed via time. From this, we can deduce that in order to create, time must exist, which means time itself cannot be created, because if it were to be created, time would already exist. But if it hasn't yet been created, then time does not exist, which means time itself cannot be created, which means time stretches back infinitely.
So for something to be like actualized, there must be like time during that.
Yeah, so in order for you to have a change of states, there needs to be time. Otherwise, if there was no time, then it would just be the same state.
Yeah, so like holding to like the position of scientists, right? At the inception of the universe, time was a thing then.
Yeah, I just hold that time has always existed.
Wait, so you hold to the Big Bang, yet you think the universe is?
I think there's stuff before the Big Bang too.
What stuff?
So the data that we have on dark energy seems to indicate that the universe is going to go through a big crunch. That it's currently expanding, but it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start contracting. And when it starts contracting, then it's going to be in the exact same state as what caused the Big Bang in the first place, which means that there's like a rapid expansion and like a rapid contraction again. So I just think that it goes through infinite cycles of rapid expansions, rapid contractions, and that the Big Bang was just one in this cycle of rapid expansions.
But is there any other proofs like pointing to another rapid expansion, or is it specifically the Big Bang?
Oh yeah, just like the thing that's pointing to it is the big crunch, which would be followed by a big bounce.
Mm-hmm.
So the Big Bang is a big bounce. Yeah, the dark energy data is pointing to that. Yeah.
Have there been any other instances of anything like what you've like just formulated now? Contrary to the Big Bang?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I hold that there's like infinite series of this going in both directions, that in the future there's going to be infinite big bounces, big crunches. In the past there's been infinite big bounces, big crunches.
But you can what's the word? You can't accurately deduce that there'll be infinite quote unquote.
Like yes, I can. By the fact that time can't have a beginning, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're holding to the position that there will be a multiplicity of Big Bangs, and you can't demonstrate that, like you can't like logically deduce that, I don't know how you're concluding with that.
Oh yeah, so it's just going to be an evidential argument at that point. For cosmology, I'm just relying on the evidence. The evidence seems to indicate infinite cycles of big bounces and big crunches, but I can deduce infinite time.
You can deduce infinite time. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I just did. Yeah, that time can't be created.
What was the syllogism for that again?
Yeah, so premise 1, that creation is a change of states.
Okay.
Premise 2, that a change of states requires a sequence of states.
A change of state requires a sequence of states?
Yeah.
In every instance, or specifically when referring to
in every instance, a change of states, there's going to be some sequential order to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a sequence of states is traversed via time.
Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, just that if you had your sequence of states, but they were not traversed by time, then you wouldn't have a sequence of states. They would all just be the same state. So in order to have different states that you go from one state to the next state, you need time.
I don't think like the hierarchy of like potentials and actuals agree with that, because that's not posited in the actualization argument.
Wait, so which premise are you rejecting?
Third, could you repeat it or reiterate?
Yeah. That a sequence of states is only traversed via time. So you reject that a sequence of states is traversed via time?
Could you like demonstrate that for me?
Yeah, so we can just do a proof by contradiction. Presuppose that a sequence of states is not traversed by time. That means that in no time you go from state 1 to state 2 to state 3, all over the span of like 0 seconds, which means that you actually wouldn't go to any of these states because they would all just be the same state.
Okay. I could agree. Conclusion?
Yeah, so, well, the conclusion is just that creation requires time.
And that's contrary to the Big Bang, or what?
No, it's not. Because I just told that time existed before the Big Bang.
Yeah, but I don't think, I don't necessarily think you could bring sufficient proofs to point to that, or unless...
Yes, I can. Yeah, so there's the one that I just gave, and then there's also the quantum eternity theorem.
Yeah, theorem?
Yeah, the quantum eternity theorem holds that the universe is eternal.
Eternal, so... Does eternality like negate inception?
Yeah.
Something that's eternal doesn't have an inception in every case?
Yeah, just that it doesn't like come from somewhere, if that's what you're asking, that it's always existed.
Yeah, that's not the definition of eternality.
Oh, okay, wait, so I'm not sure what definition you're using, but all this one takes it is that the universe has always existed.
Could you like could you provide the argument for that? Like, not.
Yeah, it's just the quantum eternity theorem. It derives from quantum mechanics. All it states is like very simply that if there's a non-zero amount of energy in the world, that the universe has always existed.
Wait, repeat that?
Yeah, that if there's a non-zero amount of energy in the world, then the universe has always existed, which is in line with the time argument as well.
Quantum eternity theory.
Ortho, did you accept his syllogism on time? Did we finally get a conclusion there?
No, we didn't conclude yet. We're on the fourth premise, I believe.
No, there is no fourth premise. The conclusion is that creation requires time. If you accept the three premises, then we have it that creation as a change of states requires a sequence of states, and a sequence of states would require time to traverse it, which means that creation requires time, which means time cannot be created.
Yeah, it holds that, but like posing that syllogism, you're arguing for like an infinite regress being logical.
Well, yeah, that's not just logical, but necessary.
An infinite necessary in which circumstance?
Necessary in the fact that is like the world that we've existed in. That because time is this way, because in order to traverse states, time needs to exist, then there can't be a state where time comes into existence, because in order to get from the state where time does not exist to the state where time does exist, you would need time to cross this chasm.
But would you hold to that consistently, that an infinite regression is required for all instances? Like
for time? Yeah. I would just hold that time has always existed. I'm not sure where that what that would hold for the rest of the question.
Yeah, but like if you're holding to that consistently, the reductio would be, I could just ask you the same question, like Do you think humans will live infinitely, or would there be
an individual human?
No, like the human race.
Evidence would suggest no.
How come?
It's possible, but evidence would suggest no.
But holding to that, like infinite regress, are you positing that an infinite regress is necessary in every circumstance, or only
in every circumstance? No, certainly not.
So only in
some circumstances that it's true that time has always existed.
Can you give me another circumstance other than the inception?
Well, wait, but we just covered one circumstance. Why do I need to give you another circumstance?
Because then, if not, it's going to be special pleading.
It's not special pleading. It's just proven.
Yeah, but you're giving me one circumstance. That's why I'm asking.
Wait. Is it special pleading to? Can you give me another circumstance where God created the universe?
So you're just like openly deviating now, right?
No, wait, because so this argument, if you want to take this argument and apply it to the things that you believe in, it's just going to lead to a really bad place for you because you think that God's like, you would be special pleading for God constantly in your worldview. My argument is simply that time has no beginning, and I gave you a syllogism of which all the premises you agreed to.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what would be your definition of like special pleading?
Special pleading is when you apply the identical principle differently in two scenarios.
Mm-hmm. What?
Just when you apply a principle inconsistently.
Okay. Inconsistently. And do you believe that what you just said would be inconsistent?
No, I don't think there's anything inconsistent with saying like some things go back forever, like time, for example, and then some things are grounded in like other things. For example, if I said like Jerry's a bachelor, that's just going to be grounded in my definition of bachelor, and it doesn't really go deeper than that.
Yeah, but it won't be in some circumstances unless you're able to show how, like, because some will be pointing to like a multiplicity of things, right? So if you can show me another circumstance, then I would agree with you.
I'm just holding this circumstance. You've already accepted all the premises. I don't need to show you another circumstance. You have already accepted all the premises which actually disprove your God in the first place.
It disproves God?
Yeah. If you think God's made time, then it disproves God.
I don't understand how you concluded with that, but I want to stick on that.
Because creation of time isn't possible.
That's not what you were demonstrating. You were demonstrating an infinite regress being logical.
So I was demonstrating that creation requires time. One of the implications of this is that time has always existed, but it has like the double value of also disproving that God can create time, because time can't be created.
Time can't be created. Did you pose an argument for that?
Yeah. I'm confused. One that you agreed to all the premises for, even.
Oh, so basically the argument that time can't be created is because for something to be created, it requires time.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's also true that in science we know that time and space are a fabric, which would mean space would also be eternal.
Mm-hmm. Which means God can't create the universe, yeah.
Because God can't create something eternal or infinite?
Yeah, if it's always existed, then God can't create it.
Is the concept of God being absolutely necessary being not also infinite and eternal?
Is it also, well, I don't believe in God, but you believe in time, and time has always existed.
Yeah, but like if we're holding to that like if you're like critiquing my beliefs, right? And if we're holding to the presupposition that God is eternal, infinite, and all these attributes.
So you could hold this, but this ends you up not in theism. This ends you in, I think, demiurgism, because you would believe that God existed with the universe until he decided to create. That's not theism. That's called demiurgism. It's like what Plato held to.
Wait, what would you hold theism to be?
Theism is going to be when all of existence, everything that exists, has a direct causal chain back to God.
Yeah, but that's not like exactly what I was arguing for. Like
that would be just one aspect of it. Like theism is just a belief in a God, where God is like depending on what your theism is, at least God is like the cause of all things and is an immaterial mind.
Mm-hmm. And like holding to this position, I don't understand how it can negate the possibility of time being infinite. Just for arguments.
Because if time can't be created, then God is not the cause of time.
I don't think the syllogism that you brought specifically concludes that time cannot be created because
so it concludes that creation requires time, which means that you can't create time because before you've created time, time does not exist. So that means that the necessary condition for creation would not be met, which means time itself cannot be created.
Won't the argument be that that God is out of creation and outside of time?
You wouldn't be holding that God's outside of time. You'd be holding that God's outside of logic.
Outside of logic, can you demonstrate?
Yeah, because you would need to. So when God creates, is it a change of states?
Was that a question?
Yeah, when God creates, is it a change of states?
Sure.
Yeah, then the rest of the argument just follows. That when God creates, time needs to exist.
Not necessarily.
Because a change of states requires a sequence of states, and a sequence of states requires time. Which you can say that God exists outside of time. That's fine, but you would need to have at least two eternal objects. Like it would be the universe with time and space existing with an infinite past, and then it would be God existing simultaneously, and then after infinite seconds pass, God decided to make something.
But so for God to exist, outside of time, there must be other things, beings, entities that also exist outside of time.
So the argument is just that the only way out of this is to hold that God existed with time eternally, that there's two eternal objects. Thanks so much, Protus. Appreciate it.
Was that the only way out of this, quote unquote?
Oh, I mean, that's the only successful way that I've heard.
But that God existed with time eternally?
Yeah, but then that means that you have no access to the first mover argument.
How come?
Because if time has always existed, then that means that you believe in an actual infinity, which undermines your premise.
How do I believe in an actual, if I was a whole...
Because time has always existed, there's been infinite seconds that have happened.
Okay, so why would that not be possible?
Why would that not be possible? Well, that's fine. Then you just need to continue with the argument, keeping in mind that an actual infinite is possible.
The reason I'm asking that is because isn't that what you hold to?
An actual infinite is possible, yeah.
In every circumstance or only in the inception of the universe?
I'm confused by the question. In some circumstances, it's possible.
Such as the creation of the universe and what else?
Yeah, I'm agnostic to the exact circumstances, but what I do know is that time has always existed, as we agree on.
Yeah, but that won't be special pleading, if you're.
Well, no, because I'm just agnostic to when I don't need to identify every circumstance that an actual infinite is possible to identify that this is an actual infinite that actually exists.
No, not every. I'm literally asking for just one other.
Oh, so you could hold that. Do you think that there's an infinite set of? Do you think that the universe stretches infinitely? Do you think that there's a final day?
Pardon?
Do you think that there's a final day?
A final day, like the day of judgment, the biblical narrative?
No, just do you think that there's going to be an end of time?
What in its literal sense, or according to the Bible?
And because if you want to defend the Bible, then you have a whole host of other problems. Because then you would need to prove the Bible. But if
with the Bible,
unless you want to turn the conversation to a conversation of you trying to prove the Bible,
would the Bible not be epistemically justified?
What's your okay? Yeah, go for it. Prove the Bible. Go for it.
Yeah, would the Bible not be epistemic justified? That's why I need to be on the negative side.
I don't think so. I see no epistemic justification for the Bible.
So following the Cartesian definition of something to be epistemically justified, do you not believe that the Bible would have internal consistency, corroborating reports, and attestation of its reliability, and the historical context of it?
Just that it's denied, it's historically denied at every level.
So the crucifixion of Jesus specifically, would that be historically denied?
Yeah, so so parts of it happened, but all the interesting stuff didn't. All the supernatural stuff didn't happen.
What is that an argument of stuff from silence or what?
Yeah, so we can just go through part by part. We could start with the resurrection. We could talk about the miracles, that there's no evidence, and the internal consistency is whack.
The internal consistency of the Bible is whack?
Yeah.
Could you please demonstrate that first?
Yeah, pretty easily. Yeah. So was Jesus executed on the preparation day for Passover, as is said by John, or was he executed on Passover, as is said by Mark, Matthew, and Luke?
Could you bring the verses?
Yeah, sure. And Justin, if you want to help out with this one, since I know that you're the Bible scholar.
Yeah, I'll pull up my list of contradictions.
Yeah, but do you know the verses off the top of your head that would say that it's like the preparation day? In John verses.
I do have them listed, but you'll have to give me a minute to get my computer.
Yep, John preparation day. Preparation day verse. Okay. 1914? John 1914, I think.
John 1914. Let's see. John 1914. Okay, and it reads, and it was the preparation of Passover, and about the 6th hour, and he said unto the Jews, behold your king.
Yep.
Then what's the second verse?
For you like the Mark verse?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's just going to be the fact that the Last Supper is Passover supper.
Okay. What's the argument?
The argument is that if you're executed on the preparation day for Passover, then you can't be executed on the day after the date that you were executed.
Like the preparation of Passover.
So okay, wait. I'm sorry. So the general principle is just going to be if you're executed on day X, you can't also be executed on day X plus 1.
Could you demonstrate this according to the Bible?
To be clear, what he's saying is that the preparation day is before the Passover meal. And according to the Bible, he was taken into custody the night of preparation day. So he could not have shared the Passover meal with the disciples.
He could not have shared the Passover meal with the disciples because the Last Supper was on. I don't understand the argument, man.
The Last Supper is occurring the day after he was brought into custody.
How you concluded with this?
Because he says that I have longed to eat this Passover meal with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The Passover meal is after the day of preparation. The day of preparation is the day before Passover starts.
Yeah, what's the specific verse that you're referring to in Mark? I just want to be on a solid ground here.
To eat this Passover meal verse. I have a Luke verse that comes up, Luke 22, 7 through 20, but of course, because so much of it is copied from Mark, I would presume that it's also somewhere in Mark, but let me see if I can find
copied
that.
from Mark?
Yeah. Huge sections of it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like half of it is copied. It's ripped straight from Mark, yeah.
What? Because they're consistent with each other. How have you concluded this?
Because they give the same explanation. They give the same description, word for word, and the exact same orders. Because it's like just a copy paste from Mark over to Luke for like half of it.
That's just not the case, because of course they're going to have similarities if they're recording the same events.
They are word for word identical in many places.
Can you give me an example of one of those places?
Yeah. Okay. We could do Mark 1:40 through 42 and Luke 5:12 through 13. So the Mark verse, and calling out to him, there comes to a leper, and kneeling and saying to him, if you wish, I can be cleansed. And moved with compassion, he stretched out his hand and touched him, and says to him, I wish it be cleansed. And immediately the leprosy left him, and he was cleansed. And then the Luke verse says, and behold, a man full of leprosy, but upon seeing Jesus, he fell upon his face and requested him, saying, Lord, if you wish, I can be cleansed. And he stretched out his hand and touched him, saying, I wish it be cleansed. And immediately the leprosy left him.
Yeah, but I don't understand how this is pausing that it was copied, because the scholarly consensus of the dating of these things are they the same? Which came first?
Of which ones?
Yeah, according to the Gospels.
The scholarly consensus on the Gospels is that Mark was written first.
Yeah.
Mark was the cousin of Barnabas.
Yeah.
And about 95% of Mark is directly copied into Matthew and Luke. And Matthew and Luke make some of their own, we'll say, editorial changes to Mark. But what we don't find is any of those editorial changes copied between Matthew and Luke, which is one of the reasons why we know that they copied from Mark and not from each other.
But this is just like
what we
a
don't
presupposition.
find, no, it's not a presupposition. What we don't find are any of the editorial changes from Matthew and Luke in the book of Mark.
Yeah, so could you
And
like
we also
demonstrate
have like entire paragraphs copied directly in Greek from from Mark into Matthew and from Mark into Luke. Whereas what we don't find are any phrases copied like that from Luke into Mark or from Luke into Matthew or vice versa. So there's a thing in biblical academics called the Markan priority.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Markan priority is not really debated in biblical scholarship. I mean, as much as we could waste an hour debating Markan priority, fact of the matter is, you would just be going against the entire body of New Testament source criticism.
Yeah, I'm familiar with these objections, but it's literally just a presupposition, because you're presupposing that. Yeah, you're presupposing that because they have similar narratives, even though they're recording the same story. That Yeah, what do you mean? Nope. That's what you're positing.
It's not a presupposition. Source criticism is a very particular field, and it is not based on presupposing anything.
Can you demonstrate how you concluded that? Can you
read Greek?
I can bring a Greek speaker if you wish, but can you demonstrate how Luke copied Mark?
Yes, you can quite clearly just compare the Greek text. So, for example, there's a narrative in which Matthew copies directly from Mark. In Mark 2:26, we have a problematic passage from Mark, and it includes, hold on. It says, in the days of Abiathar the high priest, he entered the house of God and ate the consecrated bread, which is unlawful for only priests to eat, and he gave some to his companions. This is a problematic passage that gets reiterated in Matthew, but not in Luke. And when it gets reiterated in Matthew, Matthew clears up the problem in Mark.
Yeah.
So when you read it in Matthew, he cuts out the name of Abiathar the high priest, because as it turns out, Abiathar wasn't the high priest in 2 Samuel, where the story originated from. So
That's
what we
like an argument
find,
from silence.
it's not. So what we find is that when Matthew copies Mark and when Luke copies Mark, they have a tendency to correct Mark. But what we don't find are any inaccuracies in Luke and Matthew that get corrected by Mark. What we also don't find, every story that is copied between Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they're always expanded upon in Matthew and Luke. The narrative that is copied from Mark is always the shortest narrative. And in source criticism, it's almost universal that when something is copied, editorial notes are added. It's always an expansion of the text. Very rarely do they take the text and shrink it.
Yeah, you still haven't thanks for teaching me on textual criticism. You still haven't demonstrated how you've concluded and you're affirmative on the fact that Luke copied from Mark. You're just saying because there's similarities, and then you're posing an argument from silence.
I didn't say anything about similarities.
I finish.
I don't know why you keep saying I said that.
I finish. Yeah, you're that's what you're positing. You're positing that because they're consistent with each other, and then you're saying that because Luke doesn't say a name of a certain individual and Mark does, but it was a blunder that they were copying each other and he left the name out. That's just an argument from silence. There's no argument there. You're just presupposing that.
I'm actually not presupposing it.
You're not presupposing. Okay. Can you?
Yes, because you can go to Mark.
Yeah.
Because you can go to Mark and you can see what he's referencing in 2 Samuel. And in 2 Samuel, it's clear that Mark just made a mistake. He got the wrong priest.
What's the Mark verse?
Which is why it's Mark 2:26.
Mark 2:26.
Which is why Matthew fixes it by cutting out the name of the priest.
No, that's an argument from Solomon. You can't demonstrate the reason he left it out. You're presupposing why he left it out. You understand that these gospels were to different crowds, right? You're presupposing that.
Yes, I am presupposing the reason for the change.
Yeah, thanks.
But what we know for sure is that there is a change, and we can mark these changes. So, for example, when Matthew and Luke copy from Mark, they make changes, they make adjustments to Mark. But what we don't find, we never find an adjustment from Matthew in Luke, and we never find an adjustment from Luke in Matthew, which means they're adjusting a source text, and that source text is always Mark.
Yeah, you just agreed that you just conceded. You just agreed that.
Can you summarize? You didn't listen to any of what Justin just said. Could you summarize the thing that Justin said immediately before you started talking?
Wait,
just
Justin,
now, like 5 seconds ago. Wait, can you summarize what Justin said, or were you not listening?
Wait, did Justin not just say that he agrees that his argument is a presupposition?
No. The thing that he said immediately after. Could you summarize what he said immediately after, or were you not listening?
I wasn't listening. Can you?
Gotcha. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, Justin, do you want to hit him with it again? Maybe try listening this time.
Yes. Yeah. When we find narratives that are in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, what we find is we've got a short narrative in Mark, and then in Luke and Matthew, those narratives typically get either corrected or expanded. But when we find the narrative in Matthew, the version that Matthew tells does not appear in Luke. And when we find a narrative in Luke that is slightly different from Mark, that never shows up in Matthew. So we know that Matthew and Luke were not copying from each other because Matthew and Luke's editorial notes don't show up in each other's books.
Editorial notes?
Yes. For example, there are editorial notes where it gives clarification to Aramaic words. There are editorial notes that you'll find in the Gospels. And what you don't find is that Matthew and Luke share these editorial notes.
The Gospels are written in Aramaic?
No. Jesus spoke in Aramaic, and the Gospel authors had to explain the meaning of Aramaic words that were spoken by people in the story because the audiences didn't know Aramaic. But the editorial notes that you'll find in Matthew and Luke, those don't get copied between Matthew and Luke. They appear to be editorial notes on their source text, which was Mark.
Could you expand what you mean by editorial notes? Sorry.
Yeah, when the person editing the story has to explain something in the story.
Oh, so expanding on a topic?
Yes, editorial notes.
So expanding on a topic is an editorial note. So if you give me a story and if I expand on it, I'm editing the narrative.
That's called editorial notation.
Okay, go ahead.
So what we don't find are editorial notes that happen in Matthew that get copied into Luke. And we don't find Lucan editorial notes that show up in Matthew. They appear to not be copying from each other. But what we do have is that Mark doesn't have any of these editorial notes. And when Mark does include editorial notes that get copied, they get copied into both Matthew and Luke. So I understand that it's inconvenient to accept the source criticism of the Gospels, but there is so much evidence for Markan priority that this just isn't a debatable topic in New Testament scholarship. And the fact that the people who read the Gospels want to reject it is baffling to me, because even if you accept Markan priority, it doesn't make the stories untrue. It just happens.
Meaning what?
It just happens to be that from a source criticism point of view, the only logical conclusion you can come to is that Matthew and Luke had to have copied from Mark.
Okay. Matthew and Luke must have copied from Mark. I still want to talk specifically about that Mark 22, verse 26 one, the initial one you brought. So yeah, sure, I've heard all your points, but it is an argument from Solomon. You're presupposing that the reason that Luke left it out is because of the editorial note or whatever it is that...
No, I don't think you understood the argument.
Okay,
so, yeah, maybe Maybe like a way to think about it. So imagine like we're taking like photocopies of something. So when you photocopy a thing, that there's like marks that appear. Now, if it like passed down in like a chain, we would probably expect like, you know, Mark makes one photocopy, there's like this error, and then you know, Luke would make the photocopy, and we would expect to see the same error there, and like maybe like a different thing, and then like a third one, and then we would expect to see like a third error in like the photocopying process, essentially. But it sounds like, and Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's like the equivalent of like if we took a photocopy, and so we have like the original like Mark, and then Luke took a photocopy of Mark, as is indicated by like any like all the flaws are unique, and then like Matthew took a photocopy, and then like all the flaws are unique. Is that kind of what it's like, or did that make sense?
Yeah, that's actually a really good explanation. And like a good example of this would be like, for example, let's assume that we've got an original photograph, and we throw that photograph on a Xerox copy machine. And when we copied it the first time, it was slightly crooked on the copy machine. So let's say we copied it a second time. When we copy it the second time, there was a smudge on the copy machine glass. Well, this is evidence that we've got two different copies from an original source, because the smudge on the glass doesn't show up in both copies, and the crooked copy doesn't show up in both of the copies either. The smudge shows up in one copy, and the crookedness shows up in another copy, and neither one of those things shows up in the original copy. So this is the same thing with source criticism. We can see what appears to be a source, and there's slight changes from the source, and then there are other slight changes from the source, and neither one of those two sets of changes actually shows up in the other copy.
That's a false equivocation fallacy, because you're presupposing. Yeah, you're presupposing that that the rest of the Gospels got all of the narrative from Mark. So it is a false equivocation.
It's not.
Wait, it's not a presupposition. That's what the evidence indicates.
The evidence indicates. So the consensus within the scholars is that Matthew, Luke, and John got all their information from Mark.
No, Matthew and Luke.
Sorry, not John. Only Matthew and Luke.
No, what scholarship is saying is that Mark was written first, and Matthew and Luke copied most of Mark, and then they added
consensus.
Yes, and then they added their own material. So there's about 25% of Matthew and Luke that are original to Matthew and Luke, and then there's about 30 to 35% of Matthew and Luke that are copied from Mark. John is on his own. John did his own thing.
Okay, yeah. So once again, you're presupposing. Your argument is a presupposition because you haven't demonstrated how.
It's not. So you're more than welcome.
Anything.
You're more than welcome to take it up with biblical scholarship, and you can be the one to debunk Mark and priority if you think you can do it.
Yeah, but you haven't demonstrated an argument. You're just like positing a lot of assertions.
I'm not. So I'm saying that biblical scholarship didn't come to these conclusions by accident.
Let him explain.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, like what Justin did is just give like hella evidence. Like he just provided, like this would be like if we're at like a murder case, and Justin just demonstrated to you that like all the fingerprints were like all over the weapon, that the person was in the scene of the crime, that they had a motive, that they had like all of this stuff. Justin just gave you like a ton of evidence. Like there's no way to deductively prove that. That's not what Justin's trying to do. What Justin is trying to do is to say that it's inductive. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think? I mean, all arguments are going to, at some level, rely on senses which are inductive. Like the fact that your senses are reliable, that's inductive.
Are inductive arguments reliable? Are they valid?
They can. It depends on the strength of the evidence. The reliability is proportional to the strength of the evidence.
Yeah, but okay, but according to like logicians and according to textbooks on logic, would inductive arguments be valid?
Are they valid?
Yeah.
So, in the philosophical, so in like a colloquial sense, they're valid, but in like a strict logician sense, where valid means like following a specific structure. I mean, I could assemble like an argument of this sort, with the conclusion that Markan priority is like almost certainly true, if that's what you're interested in.
No, the question wait, give me a second. I got
I don't understand why he's fighting so hard against Mark and priority. I don't think it's like a smoking gun for his position.
One sec. That's not what I'm arguing against, but I just want to, like, inductive arguments, they're not valid, you know that, right?
So I could assemble this into like a valid argument if you really want me to. If you want me to, if you're dying for like the modus ponens structure, I'd be happy to give it to you.
No, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking you, according to logicians, philosophically, are inductive arguments valid? It's not even a loaded question.
Well, wait, but this is just like a conflation of two terms.
Okay, could you demonstrate how it's
so it's just like a difference in sense that typically when we say like this argument is valid in like a colloquial sense, we just mean like, well, is this argument like good? Is it true? Like, of course, it doesn't follow like the formal structure, but that doesn't mean that the conclusion isn't like highly probable.
Yeah, so would an inductive argument be as probable as a deductive argument philosophically?
If the premises of the deductive argument are true, then you would prioritize the deductive argument. However, you haven't made a deductive argument against Mark and priority. Insofar as the only argument that's been presented is Justin's like strong inductive case for Mark and priority. So do you have a deductive argument against Mark and priority?
So we completely deviated. I want to specifically stick on the fact that you said inductive arguments are valid.
No, I didn't say. I said that in like some sense of the word they are, but in like a strict logical sense, they don't follow like the formal structure, of course.
Okay, so can you just like agree that inductive arguments are not valid?
Because you're trying to conflate on terms, so no.
I'm not conflating terms. I can bring you like logicians.
Wait. No, because so when we say valid colloquially, which is how when I say valid, that's going to be interpreted in like the strict philosophical definition. Let's actually put the word valid aside and just use the definitions of these terms. Inductive arguments do not follow a modus ponens structure. That's not what they're trying to do. But what they do is provide strong evidence. For example, if you think like the sun's going to rise tomorrow, there's not a deductive argument for the sun rising, but what you do have is evidence. It's an evidentiary case.
Oh my God. It's literally, okay, you're conflating what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you generally, like according to logicians.
This is a bad faith question. This is like a super bad faith question. Like an extraordinarily bad faith question, and you know that it's a bad faith question.
What do you mean bad? I'm just telling you how like
because wait. Yeah. So inductive arguments are cogent, but they're cogent, but they're not valid. But just because they're not valid, they're still likely.
Yeah, no, I can agree.
They just don't follow like the valid formal structure. But I mean, if you really wanted to, I could throw it into like a modus ponens structure. Just if all the evidence Justin said is true, then it's very probable that Mark and priority is true. All the evidence that Justin gave you is true. Therefore, it's very likely that Mark and priority is true.
Oh, so you can pose a deductive argument concluding that. Wait, by the way, deconstruction
zone, yeah.
Deconstruction zone. Could you tell me what your definition of Mark and priority would be?
Yeah, simply put, is that Mark obviously was written either contemporaneously to Matthew and Luke, or it was written before Matthew and Luke, which is why Matthew and Luke are able to copy from Mark. And I at this point, I forget why Mark and priority even came up. But I suspect
it came up because he wanted to pivot away from the contradictions.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, well, this has nothing to do with contradictions. But that being said, the reason why it's important for the eyewitness claim is because Mark lived 30 years after Jesus, and it would be completely unexpected for Matthew and Luke to be eyewitnesses if they copied from Mark, who lived 30 years after Jesus, because Mark was the cousin of Barnabas.
Wait, who said Luke was an eyewitness?
Oh, Luke's definitely not an eyewitness. That's just, I'm wrapping the gospel authors up into one category as witnesses.
Okay. But I don't understand. So wait, the entire Mark and priority thesis is that due to the fact that Mark has been dated earlier than the other gospels, that the narratives from the other gospels stem from Mark, right?
No, what we're suggesting is that Matthew and Luke was written either shortly after Mark or roughly contemporaneously with Mark, but not before Mark.
Oh, that's it?
If that's so that's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
I would agree with that. That's according. Yeah, my church. I'll agree with that. I don't mind.
Right. So all we're suggesting is that whatever material is in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they're not. The authors are not eyewitnesses to the events. They're recording somebody else's stories.
Okay, so if we're following the Matthew and Luke narrative, would there be slight differentiation, or would it be a major differentiation between the Mark and narrative?
There are major differences in certain places. So, for example, when we get to like what Ian brought up, like the Passover, there seems to be some confusion as to what time he was crucified. One gospel says it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Another gospel says he was still standing in front of Pilate at noon. So he wasn't even crucified yet at noon. So there are definitely differences.
Yeah, no, according to the entire narrative of the gospel in general, would there be major differences or would there be minor differences?
Well, I think there's major differences, and not just between the Gospels. So, for example, if you take the theology of the New Testament, I think the theology of the New Testament is completely contradictory to the predictions made by the prophets in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, it says in both Ezekiel and in Isaiah that the Gentiles who are grafted into Israel to participate in the covenant of Israel, that all of them will be required to be circumcised. Yet Paul goes on and on about how the Gentiles should not be circumcised.
What are you referring to, Corinthians? What are you referring to?
Well, it's in about 4 different writings of Paul about how the Gentiles shouldn't be circumcised.
Yeah, but I want to know the exact book, because there's the context I'm thinking of probably follows with them.
Well, I don't think there's any context that's helpful for you. They're Gentiles, and Paul says because of that, they shouldn't be circumcised.
Yeah, because
by taking on circumcision, they'd be taking on the whole of the law.
Yeah, the Pauline epistles were sent to certain groups. So I want to know which one you're specifically talking about.
Romans, Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, and Titus.
In all of them, he talks about them.
Yes, circumcision is mentioned in all of those and others.
On how you shouldn't be circumcised. On how you shouldn't be circumcised, or on how it's
on
not
how you
requirement?
should not be circumcised.
Could you bring me a verse so we can just converse about it?
Yeah, let's go to Galatians. Galatians 5:6. For in Jesus Christ, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision counts for anything. The only thing that counts is faith working through love.
Galatians 5:6, you said?
Yep.
Okay. Galatians, that's right. 5:6. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision avails nor uncircumcision, but faith which works by love. Yeah. Are you familiar with the circumstances of the letter to the Galatians?
I'm quite familiar with all of the Pauline epistles, which is why I know that in all of the Pauline epistles, he tells the Gentiles that they should not be getting circumcised.
Oh, no, like the Galatians, who were they?
The Galatians was a church near Asia Minor.
What was the problem with them?
There's not one single problem with the Galatian church, so I'm going to need to be a little more specific.
Yeah, what was the major problem with the Galatians?
Again, there's not one major problem with the Galatian church, so I need you to be specific with your question.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure the Galatians were Judaizers of Christianity, so they were inputting a lot of the Jewish law into Christianity. That's the reason he sent it there.
That was true of nearly all of Paul's churches. The Judaizers were Paul's greatest opponent in his entire ministry.
I agree, but specifically Galatians is that's like the entire narrative.
It's not.
Galatians, the majority of the narrative of Galatians isn't talking about Judaizing Christians.
Nope.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
But it's also true that Paul mentioned circumcision on many occasions. I would be incredibly surprised that this is not just a readily accepted fact. That this is a part of the crux of Pauline theology, that you should not be taking on the burden of the Jewish law by getting circumcised.
Galatians 5:6. Let's see. Christ is become of no effect unto you. Whosoever of you are justified by the law, you are fallen from grace. For we through the Spirit, for in Jesus Christ neither circumcision avails anything nor. Wait, what was the argument? What was the argument against Galatians 5:6 again?
My argument is quite simple. Paul says over and over again that circumcision is of no use, that the Gentiles shouldn't be getting circumcised, and that they're condemning themselves by getting circumcised. But in the Old Testament, in both Ezekiel and in Isaiah, during the Messianic age, it says that the Gentiles that join themselves to Yahweh will be circumcised.
Let me see. I don't think that's what this verse is referring to. Give me a second.
Romans 2 is very clear on this. It says, circumcision indeed is of value only if you obey the law, but if you are a transgressor of the law, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. So if the uncircumcised keep the requirements of the law, will not their uncircumcision be regarded as circumcision? Then the physically uncircumcised person who keeps the law will judge you, who though having written code and circumcision are transgressors of the law. For a person is not a Jew who is one who is outwardly, nor is one circumcised through external and physical. So Paul makes the case that you are not needing circumcision. What you need is faith.
Okay.
But this contradicts what the Old Testament prophets say.
Oh, I see your argument now, finally. So, according to the Old Testament prophets, circumcision is needed, but according to the New Testament, it's not needed.
That's literally what I've been saying for 10 minutes.
Okay, so is the New Testament a continuation or a reformation of the Old Testament law?
It's a contradiction of the Old Testament.
That's not what I asked you. Is it a continuation or a reformation?
Neither.
Okay, so in the New Testament, are there many things, are there many actions done by Christ that are reforming or making new or objecting of the Old Testament laws?
Yes, which is why the Jews believed that he was committing blasphemy and had him executed, because he should have bothered to read his Old Testament, but he didn't.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking you though.
What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that the New Testament and the Old Testament cannot agree on what is appropriate theology and behavior, and a prime example of that is circumcision and the keeping of the law of Moses.
Yeah, talking about circumcision specifically, you're misinterpreting the narrative of the New Testament in conjunction to the Old Testament.
I'm actually not. Does Paul teach that the Gentiles don't need circumcised?
The commentaries they say otherwise.
Who? Name one commentary that says Paul was of the opinion that the Gentiles should be circumcised.
Like an exact word fallacy. That's not what I was saying. Oh my god, fallacy machine, man. Let me see the commentary in a second. Let's go to. Let's see. For example. Okay, can we go to Romans 2:28?
Wait.
Yeah, okay. I just read it.
Wait, what did it read?
Yeah, it says, for a person who is not a Jew, who is one outwardly, nor is circumcision something external and physical. Rather, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart by the Spirit, not the written code.
Okay, so when St. Paul says circumcision is that of the heart, what does this mean?
He's referring to the letter of Jeremiah, where it says that people need to be circumcised in the heart and in the flesh. To be circumcised in the heart means that you have a spiritual renewal, which is why Paul reiterates the Old Testament prophets, saying that you need circumcision of the heart, of the spirit, but you don't need circumcision of the flesh.
Are you referring to Jeremiah 4:4?
There's a couple of them in Jeremiah. There's two different sections in Jeremiah that talk about it, and it also shows up in other prophets.
Yeah, so, and according to St. Paul here, when he says, and circumcision is that of the heart, would that be a contradiction according to the Old Testament, where you had to be physically? Actually, now the question I suppose to you would be, when it's referring to the circumcision of the heart, is this a physical circumcision, like in the way that we know? Or
Not the circumcision of the heart. The circumcision of the flesh is a physical circumcision. And that's what Paul is telling them they don't need. You don't need the circumcision of the flesh.
In verse 28, it reads, neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh, but he is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart. Is he
That's right.
Is he positing that specifically, or is he generally saying that circumcision is that of the heart?
Paul is saying that you don't need external circumcision. You only need the internal circumcision, which is circumcision of the heart.
Okay, so according to this narrative, it's contradicting the Old Testament?
Yes, because the Old Testament says that you need both. You need circumcision of the heart and the flesh.
Mm-hmm. And does Paul negate both propositions?
Paul negates one of those propositions. He says you only need the circumcision of the heart.
Would that be a contradiction then?
That would be a theological contradiction.
Yeah, but by definition, that would be a contradiction.
That's what I just said. It'd be a theological contradiction. Same with eating meat sacrificed to idols. Paul says you can eat meat sacrificed to idols. You're at liberty to do so. And the other disciples and Jesus say you can't do it.
Okay, sticking on this though, so what would you say a theological contradiction would be?
A theological contradiction is when people are making theological claims that can't both be simultaneously true.
Like mutual exclusivity?
Yes, like if the prophet says that during the Messianic age, everybody is required to be circumcised in the heart and the flesh, and then the Messianic age happens, and God's mouthpiece says that you don't need to be circumcised.
Thinker, thank you so much. Big W Thinker in the comment section. Appreciate that.
God's mouthpiece.
Do you think that Paul wrote gospel? Do you think that wrote scripture?
No, like I don't know what you meant by that. That's why I asked.
Well, if Paul is speaking for God, then we would expect that what Paul says is not contradictory to what the prophets say.
Yeah, it won't be contradictory, because then would you be holding to the position that every time the Messiah, being Jesus, fulfills the Old Testament law, would his fulfillment be a contradiction because he's negating the proposition of the Old Testament?
Well, he didn't fulfill the Old Testament laws.
He didn't. So
laws are to be followed, not fulfilled. Do you mean the prophets?
Yeah, the prophecies.
But he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Any of them? That's an negation of everything. Perfect. So yeah, according to any of the Messianic prophecies, he didn't fulfill any of them.
Not one.
Okay. So
in fact, I'll read you a damning one right now if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
In Jeremiah 33 says the days are surely coming.
70 to 18.
33.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. Now listen to this last section. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So none of those things came true. Jesus never sat on the throne. There's not a king on the throne continually. And there are not Levitical priests in the temple giving grain offerings.
Yeah, so this just shows you're not familiar with the actual biblical narrative, because
I'm actually quite familiar. I have 2 degrees in biblical studies, which is why I know he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
He doesn't fulfill any prophecies? Yeah, so according to Jeremiah 33, is the biblical narrative saying that, according to Hebrews chapter 9, verse 11 to 12, that Christ, being the high priest of all good things to come by a greater and more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands, that is to say, not of this building, neither by the blood of goats of calves, but by his own blood, he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us? Is this now referring to the repeated sacrifices and the Eucharist being The sacrifice of Christ?
No, because if you bothered to read the book of Hebrews, you would recognize that it says that Jesus is of a different priesthood, not the Levitical priesthood, and they try to make excuses for why the priesthood of Jesus is greater than the priesthood of the Levites. But the Old Testament, in Jeremiah and Ezekiel, says that when the Messiah comes, it will be the Levitical priesthood offering sacrifices, and it doesn't say a singular priest, multiple priests.
Yeah, according to Hebrews chapter 7, verse 22, it reads, "By so much was Jesus made surely a better covenant, and they truly were many priests because they were not allowed to continue by reason of death." But
That's
this
right.
Because he was continuing.
This is what we call a contradiction.
Yeah.
Because the Old Testament doesn't say that the Levitical priesthood is getting replaced. It says that the Levitical priesthood will be serving forever.
Yeah, we agree with that.
In the temple.
We agree.
But according to the book of Hebrews, the Levitical priesthood is replaced by the order of Melchizedek, which Jesus is theoretically in the line of.
We agree that we agree with Jeremiah 33. It's just like a misinterpretation because you're positing.
You don't.
That, yeah, we agree with it. You're positing that because Jesus becomes the eternal priest. This is a negation.
He's not, though.
Kelvin, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Kelvin. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Kelvin, in the comment section. So sorry. Please keep going.
So the Levitical priests are a specific order of priests. They are actual priests on the earth who make actual sacrifices and offerings in an actual temple where God says his presence will be.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, according to the commentary on this verse reads, so would you agree that, let me see, verse 18, would you agree that and to burn grain offerings, is the sacrifice being continued, is it continuous?
It should be, according to Jeremiah and according to Ezekiel. There should be everlasting grain offerings, animal offerings. In fact, in the book of Ezekiel, it specifies which animals are going to be offered and how many of them.
Yeah, so if I was to bring a verse saying that Christ is the eternal sacrifice for all sacrifices, would this be sufficient or no? Or would it be another contradiction?
That would be meaningless because the prophets don't say that a human being is going to come and be the final. No, the prophets tell you that there will be Levitical priests giving continual sacrifices. A grain offering is a specific sacrifice.
That's an argument from silence.
A burnt offering is a specific sacrifice.
Yeah.
So Jesus was not a burnt sacrifice and he was not a grain sacrifice.
Yeah, so if I was to bring you a verse saying that Jesus will cover all sacrifices, all being including everything, would this be sufficient?
No, that would be a contradiction because Jesus cannot be a grain offering. Jesus cannot be a burnt offering.
Okay, you're missing what I'm telling you here, man. I'm saying that if there's a verse saying that Jesus is the continuous sacrifice for all ages, for all sacrifices, would this not be sufficient?
That would be a contradiction because the prophets don't say that. The prophets say that the Levitical priests, which are actual human beings on the earth, will be giving sacrifices and offerings. And those sacrifices are specific types of sacrifices. One of them is an animal sacrifice, and one of them is a grain sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't think you're like getting what I'm saying here. If in the verse, I'll find it like in Hebrews, where it says that Christ will cover and be the continuous for all sacrifices, be the continuous sacrifice.
Is Jesus a Levitical priest?
So we're talking about the sacrifices specifically.
Is Jesus a Levitical priest?
Are we talking about the sacrifices or the Levitical priesthood?
Both. You need the Levitical priesthood to give the sacrifices.
Yeah, but I'm going to talk about the sacrifices specifically because according to the commentary on this, you can clearly see, and according to the church fathers, that the Eucharist is the complement of the ancient
But it's not. What you're doing is you're saying, I don't like what Jeremiah says, and I'm going to spiritualize it.
No, that's not what I'm saying
But
at all.
over and over again in the prophets, we have an actual prophecy during the Messianic age that includes physical priests on the actual earth giving sacrifices of actual animals and actual grain.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying according to the church, according to the commentaries, according to Saint Hippolytus.
I don't care what your church says. I don't care what your commentary says.
You're doing an internal critique of the Bible, but you don't care, right?
I'm doing an internal critique of Christianity, and as it turns out, your church
criticism?
fathers are not the final authority.
Is this not
So
textual criticism?
the final authority is what the book says.
No, I'm not sola scriptura. Maybe you debate Protestants. I'm not a Protestant.
Well, you got a big problem if you think that the church fathers are a final authority, because the church fathers couldn't agree either.
I'm not a Protestant, man. I take what the church fathers say.
Well, I don't.
I don't.
Why do I care what the church fathers say?
Because you're critiquing the Christian belief. You're doing an internal critique. It's textual criticism. So you're going to follow by what I, as an Eastern Orthodox Christian,
I don't
believe.
follow what the church fathers say. I'm doing an internal critique on what the Bible says.
Yes, and the Bible needs its interpreters, as Paul says.
No, it doesn't. I don't need anybody to tell me what words mean on a page. I know what a Levitical priesthood. I know what a grain offering is. I know what a burnt offering is.
Yeah, I'm not a Protestant, so you're misrepresenting my position.
I'm not telling you that you're a Protestant. I'm telling you that I know what words mean.
That's what you're insinuating.
There's no amount of church father commentary that's going to change the meaning of the word Levitical priest.
That's what you're insinuating. You're rejecting the church fathers.
I'm not.
Right? Are you rejecting the church fathers?
I'm saying that the church fathers have only as much authority to translate words as I do.
No, that's not the case.
It is the case.
Yeah, I'm not a Protestant. I don't follow that.
It would be the case, because in order for your church fathers to have any authority, you would need to first demonstrate that the Bible is true, and you can't do that.
Oh,
so you're putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, now we're going further back. But yeah,
that's how this works. Your church fathers have absolutely no authority.
Yeah, you're negating their reliability and the authority
of
the church fathers. Thanks. You're negating their authority, and you have no argument for that. You're just saying,
why should they have authority?
Your actual objection was no, because.
Why should the church fathers have any authority?
Do you mean why should they have any authority?
Why do I care what they say?
Because you're doing an internal critique. What do you mean?
I'm asking you, why should I grant authority to the church fathers?
Because you are doing an internal critique. And
an internal critique of the Bible. So you need to establish their authority.
He's doing an internal critique of the Bible, and according to the Bible, we have commentaries of the Bible, right? According to me, right? According to my beliefs.
Yeah, but we have the same thing for the Jewish Old Testament. I could just say that you have to accept my view because I've read the Jewish rabbis, and the Jewish rabbis say that it should be interpreted this way.
Am I a Jew? Are you talking to a Jewish man?
You're not, but I'm trying to help you to understand that your particular commentaries mean nothing until you can demonstrate why they should be authoritative. I have no reason to believe that they are authoritative.
Okay, so let's get this straight. You're doing an internal critique on the Bible, right?
Yes, yeah. That's why we're reading the Bible.
And you're talking to me, right? I'm the person.
I'm talking to you, yeah.
Yes, and according to my beliefs, do I take the church fathers as authoritative?
Yes, and part of my internal critique is that the church fathers are not authoritative, because the only authority that they would have is if the Bible was true. So until you can demonstrate that the Bible is true, they don't have any authority.
Okay, so you're deviating now. You're going back to epistemology to show how a text would be deemed as reliable.
Yes, and I can show you how the text is unreliable. We didn't even get to the apparent or the real historical contradictions or the scientific contradictions, or where the stories just flat out disagree on details like where Josiah died. One text says he died in Jerusalem, the other says he died in Megiddo. These are just flat out contradictory texts that cannot be resolved.
Yeah.
I can find 100 places in the Bible that's not reliable. I have no reason to believe your claim that it is reliable.
Okay, so can you give me the criteria to deem a text as reliable?
Yes. If it contains contradictions, I would call that unreliable.
That's the criteria to deem a text as reliable. Ian, would you
if I gave you a book and I said this book is true and reliable, and you found 100 contradiction in it, would you believe that it's reliable?
There's not a singular criteria to deem a text as reliable.
Well, I'd say probably internally consistent and also in line with reality.
If there's not a measuring stick,
according to who is that?
In line with empirical reality. Like if your book opens, if your book opens first God made the sky red and he never changed it, then that would be out of line with reality.
Wait, do you hold to empiricism?
I'm not going to let you pivot away from this. I'm agnostic on epistemology.
Yeah, it's also true
You're
that
agnostic on epistemology.
Wait. You're so desperate to pivot.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
scrambling. You're clawing hard to get away from the
I literally
Bible
asked
because you've gotten
deconstruction. I
washed
told
by
him.
Justin.
Yeah, I asked Justin if he wants to go to epistemology, and he said yes. And your epistemology is cooked.
I didn't say anything about that. So what I'm telling you is that if you're saying that there's no definition of reliable, then you also can't make the claim. You literally just said it.
I said there's multiple criteria to deem a text as reliable. When did I negate that?
Well, give me your criteria. How do I know if a text is reliable?
Oh, you want me to give it?
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so to deem a text as reliable, like I initially posed to Ian, I said the external internal corroboration, internal corroboration, external attestation, internal consistency, and the historicity of the book. That's just
right. How much consistency does a book need before we call it reliable? What percentage of the book needs to be true?
What type of question is that? What do you mean?
Well, reliability is an ambiguous term. If 10% of the book is unreliable, is the book still reliable?
What type of, that's, okay, I'm not gonna, so to deem a text as reliable, what's the definition of reliable?
That's what I'm asking you. Because I'm saying that it's not reliable based on the fact that I can find errors and contradictions in it, and you're saying it is reliable. Yeah. So in order to settle the debate, we need to understand what the word reliable even means.
Yeah, so for something to be reliable, would there need to be multiple negations of the irreliability?
Yes, there would, and I've got dozens of them.
No, negations of thank you. So you have dozens of negations of irreliability?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. I don't think you hear what I said. But yeah, so another one would be the historicity of the text.
It's not historically reliable.
Pardon?
It's not historically reliable either.
Okay, so if I was to bring are you familiar with, what is this? I may be quoting wrong, Acts 16:19 or 16:9, where Luke talks about the expulsion of the Jews from Rome. Can you bring me another source from this time that records this event?
Oh yeah, there's multiple incursions with Rome in which some of the Jews were expelled.
Can you bring me one?
But
I'll wait.
But that's also irrelevant because we're talking about whether or not a text is internally and externally consistent.
No,
and
we're talking about the criteria to deem a text as reliable epistemically.
That's why I asked you what percentage of a text needs to be reliable before we say it's reliable. Because just because you can find a couple things in the book that is true doesn't make it all true.
Yeah, you just said we're conversing about what the criteria to deem a text as reliable is, and you agreed on it will obviously need to have the valid historical context, right?
Right, and I'm asking you how much of the book needs to be true before it's reliable.
50.1%.
What?
That's insane.
What?
When are you going to become Muslim? When are you becoming Muslim?
Would 50.1 be negative? Would 50.1 be negative or affirmative?
Bro's ready to base his whole life on 51%.
Ian, can you answer the question?
What?
Ian, can you answer the question?
It's as low as 50%. If it's like 95%, I'm probably fucking out of it.
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question and stop like yapping?
What, you think 50%? So 50% of your book could be lies and gibberish, and you would think it's true. So wait, it's possible that God doesn't even exist.
Can you answer the question?
It's possible that like all the sections about God aren't true, and you would still believe that the book is reliable. That's insane.
This is terrible logos rhetoric.
Wait, oh my God, you're into Discord rhetoric.
This is terrible rhetoric, man. Can you answer the question, please?
You're scampering. I'm not going to fall for this trick.
Can you answer the question? Okay, thank you. So
wait, you believe? So you would believe a book that's 50? Wait, I just want to be. You can call it terrible rhetoric. You're getting boiled. You would believe a book that's 50% lies. 50% of your book could be like utter lies.
Can I ask you the question, or are you going to keep talking?
And you would still believe it. 50%? Yeah. What's your question? Go for it.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was going to ask you 50.1. Would this be negative or affirmative?
What do you mean by negative or affirmative?
Would this be more on the affirmative side or on the negative side?
What do you mean by negative and affirmative?
Oh my goodness, okay.
Can I get a definition of the terms that you're asking me?
Mathematically, if something is 1.5, would it be closer to 2 or closer to 1?
If it's 1.5, would it be closer to 2 or closer to 1?
Yeah.
It's equidistant.
Oh my God. Wait, so mathematically, 1.5 is closer to 2 as is closer to 1?
It's in the middle of them.
Are you actually serious, man? Did you go?
Am I mishearing the question or something?
Did you go to math class?
That 1.5 is in between.
Did you go to math class? In mathematics,
I have a mathematics degree.
In mathematics, 1.5 is closer to 2 than closer to 1. What are you talking about?
It's not.
It's not. It's point. Wait, so is 0.5 is 0.5 equal to 0.5? I literally have a bachelor's of science in mathematics. Let's run it.
Okay, wait.
Ian, wait, hold on. I'm not gonna let you pick away from this.
In mathematics, when your teacher taught you, right, 1.5 is 1.5 is 1.5.
You're hyperventilating.
1.5 is exactly halfway between 1 and 2.
Okay, look, and while counting, maybe I didn't ask you like.
Wait, what do you mean? What, you don't count 1.52? What?
Yeah, I'm saying so. If you're to count in 0.5s as well, 1.5, 2.5, 3.
What? Then it's still equidistant.
Okay, so look, wait. So when you're counting 1.5, is it closer to 2 or closer to 1? Like when you're counting.
Okay.
When you're counting,
So,
when you're rounding it up, can you just ask me?
when you're rounding it up.
Yeah.
When you're rounding it
rounding.
up. When you're rounding up 1.5, is 1.5 closer to 1 or 2?
Yeah, that's the question I ask you. What is it?
That's not you've malformed the question. When you're rounding it up, if you round it up, 1.5 rounds up to 2 if you're rounding up to the nearest whole number. But it's not closer. It's not closer to 2 than it is to 1.
Do you know why, Ortho? Do you know why you round up when you have like a value like 1.5? Do you know why?
Nah, I forgot.
Okay, because usually, like, let's say you're measuring something, even any degree higher than 0.5, right? Whether it be immeasurable to us, to our instruments, would make that value closer to 2. But usually we can't, the infinitesimal differences we can't measure, but if there is, it'd be closer to 2. That's why you round to up, right? But it's not because 0.5 is closer to 2 or it's nothing to do with that.
Okay, I'll ask you the question.
Wait, wait, hold on. I got some math that we got to go through first because it would be too bad. So wait, do you agree with the math that's on the board that 1 minus 1.5, the absolute value is 0.5, and that 2 minus 1.5, the absolute value is 0.5?
I was talking about rounding up. I never posited that.
Oh no, wait, you never said rounding up until way later in the conversation.
Yeah,
Wait, no, that's like literally everyone heard it. You asked me if it's closer to 1 or 2.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask
That's a
question?
huge goalpost shove over here.
In the goalpost, yeah. Danny, can I ask you the question? So like holding to this rounding up thing, right? Would 50.1 would it round up to 100 or round up to 0?
50.1 if you were to round to the.
Well, if you're stipulating rounding up.
Yeah, you would round up. If you had a round from 50 to 0 or 50 to 100, if there's 0.1, and if it's plus, you're adding 0.1, then you round to 100. But just so, but that's not the same thing as saying that 0.5 is closer to 1, or 50 is closer to 100 than 0.
Okay, so Danny, according to the according to deem a text is reliable, right? Part of this criteria would be internal consistency, corroboration, and like the historicity of the text, right?
Well, this is why I requested. First of all, when a text is reliable or not is actually, somewhat vague because people have different priors. And so to get like a strict set of criteria for reliable and unreliable text, the Bible can be reliable in some areas and not others, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that as a Christian, presumably you're some kind of Catholic or Orthodox, you would say that if there are errors of historical errors or logical contradictions, right, that seems to crumble the whole, the faith, that your denomination. So we can just set that as our standard.
Okay. Then what would be sufficient reason to deem a text as reliable, like a theological text, like Bible, Quran, or anything?
But look, if the purpose of asking that question is to be able to proceed with the criteria of reliability, but we can use your criteria for unreliability of the Bible or reliability of the Bible, because your criteria is a kind of infallibility, right?
I just want to see what your interpretation of it would be.
How would that progress the conversation?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Okay, well, to me, the reliability of a text, it just depends on the kind of information, the kind of text, when it was written, who writes it. There are too many factors for me to just give universal criteria for all text, okay? So I'm not going to have a very strict universal criteria. It really depends. I have criteria for ancient text. That criteria might be very different than the criteria for a scientific paper, okay? So, I think that we can just work with your standards, and your standards is that the Bible has multiple contradictions. You're probably not going to be a Christian.
Okay, so according to a theological text, what would it be? Like, what would the main three be, I may ask?
Again, there's theological text all spread out all throughout different eras, right? I might have very different criteria for the Bible versus the Quran versus Joseph Smith's text, right? Because we know more, for instance, about Joseph Smith's time period than we know about, the Veda, when the Vedas were written, okay? So there's not, it's irrelevant because we can just use your criteria. Your criteria is that if it's somehow established that there are historical errors and contradictions in the Bible, that's enough for you to think that you shouldn't be a Christian anymore.
Due to what the apparent contradictions in the Bible?
Well, that's besides the point. You brought up the criteria of reliability. I'm saying that we can just use your criteria. Your criteria is that if there are historical errors and biblical contradictions, then the Bible's not reliable enough to be a Christian.
The historical errors such as what, like?
But you understand what the historical errors are is different than the question that you're raising to the other two is, hey, what's your criteria? We'll just use your criteria.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. And then now we can proceed finally with what he wanted to say, deconstruction, and Ian wanted to say.
Yeah. To second what Danny's saying, if this book is from God, if it's divinely inspired, I would put a very high standard on it. If I found even just 2 errors in it, I would find that very sus.
Oh, it's suspicious? If there's 2 errors?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you pose one?
Sure, I've got a bunch. We can go to 1 Chronicles 21.
1 Chronicles 21.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the story of when David took a census of Israel and God punished him?
Vaguely.
God sends the prophet Gad to give a choice of 3 different punishments for David to pick from. And that story is told twice in the Bible. It's told in 1 Chronicles 21 and 2 Samuel 24. And there's a deviation. There's multiple deviations in the story, but there's one deviation that I want to talk about now.
Mm-hmm.
It says, Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice, either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtake you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land." So you've got 3 options: 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation, or 3 days of pestilence. When you go to the parallel account in 2 Samuel 24, they're slightly different. It says, Gad came to David and told him and asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come on your land, or will you flee for 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence on your land?" So in 2 Samuel, the first punishment is 7 years instead of 3.
Okay. Well, so this is a contradiction from 1 Chronicles?
Yeah, it's a contradiction between Samuel 24, 2 Samuel 24, and 1 Chronicles 21. So there's only 3 options, and the first of the 3 options is different between the 2 accounts.
Wait, 2 Samuel, 1 second. Okay, 2 Samuel, what's the chapter?
2 Samuel 24,
yeah,
verses 12 and 13.
Go and say unto David, thus says the Lord, I promise you 3 things. Choose you one of them, that I may do it unto you. So God came to David and told him, and said unto him, shall 7 years of famine come unto your land, or will you flee 3 months before your enemies while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? Considers you are answer. Okay. And what's the Chronicles?
In Chronicles, the first option is 3 years of famine. In Samuel, the first option is 7 years of famine.
What's the actual verse in Chronicles?
It's 1 Chronicles 21:12.
Either 3 years famine or 2 years to be destroyed before your foes. Or at the sword of your enemies overtakes you. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, there actually is a commentary on this. Give me a second.
Oh, there's a lot of comments on this problem. I've read all of them.
Yeah, what would it be?
Which one? Do you want the Protestant or the Catholic correction? Because the Catholic/Orthodox correction would probably boil down typically to scribal transmission errors.
Or is that Haydock's interpretation?
I don't know anything about Haydock's. I don't know what he says about it.
Wait, what's the interpretation you're referring to here?
There's 2 possible corrections for this. The correction that you're probably familiar with is that it's a scribal error that was transmitted.
Okay, what's the second one?
The second one is that in 2 Samuel 24, there was actually a previous famine, and that Gad is adding years onto a prior famine. But that would be an incorrect fix for the text, because the text specifically says that Gad said something. So the question we have to ask is, did Gad say 7 or did he say 3?
Okay, so yeah, I do see the commentary you're referring to, where it's being referred to as it says, this apparent discrepancy lies in the error of the Hebrew manuscripts. The Greek Septuagint, which is a translation of a much more ancient version, reads 3 years famine.
Which is not exactly true, because the Greek Septuagint is not necessarily older than the Hebrew manuscripts. It's just different from the Hebrew manuscripts.
So why is this? How's this commentary wrong then?
Because the Greek Septuagint is not older than the Hebrew manuscripts.
No, I don't think that's not what it's positing. It said the Greek Septuagint is a translation of a much more ancient version.
It's a translation of Hebrew texts, and what we don't have are the Hebrew texts that the Septuagint translated this from. So to say that the translation into Greek was of a different text that was correct is just wishful thinking.
So the commentary I'm seeing, right, if they were to hold to the position that it could have been a scribal error, what would the objection be?
The objection is we have no evidence that it's a scribal error.
Like according to the...
And the better question is, why is there scribal errors in this book? Is God not able to preserve his holy word?
Sure. I mean, what do you mean? What are you asking? Like, why does God allow for there to be scribal errors in the book?
That's what I'm asking. Why would God allow his book to be transmitted full of scribal errors?
Yeah, I don't really engage with why arguments. So I don't know, what am I going to say to that?
You've been asking us these types of questions,
why is not an argument?
Yeah, you've been asking tons of questions constantly. You can't appeal to questions aren't arguments after you've been responding to our questions with more questions.
The New Testament says that every word of God is valid for a reproof and rebuke. But if we don't know what those words even are, how could we ever come to trust this text?
So due to the scribal errors, it negates the reliability of the text.
Not just the scribal errors. There's historical errors. There's theological contradictions. There's failed prophecies.
Yeah, but specifically talking about scribal errors, would this be a negation of reliability?
Yeah, it would.
A scribal error?
Yes, a scribal error would, because we don't have evidence of the original reading. All we have is a contradiction. Now, if we found a manuscript that predated all of our existing manuscripts that were in Hebrew that had a different reading, then we can say somebody made a mistake along the way. But it's awfully curious that we hold to this book as being inspired. God went through all the trouble of making sure the book was written, but then he got lazy when it came to transmitting it.
Not necessarily. So would this same contradiction be in the earliest manuscripts? Maybe yeah.
Yes, it is. This contradiction is in all of our early Hebrew manuscripts.
Like which, the Dead Sea Scrolls or what?
This particular contradiction did not get found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, but it's in all the other Hebrew manuscripts.
Why is it not in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Because this particular section of Samuel was not found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're too badly damaged.
Interesting. Yeah, but holding to the position that it would be a scribal error, if I was to hold to that position, what would be the objection to that be? Why did God allow scribal errors? The objection.
Well, first of all, we've got two problems. We don't know that it's a scribal error. That could be the original text.
Yeah, I mean that's what the comments say.
Yeah, the second thing is that even if it was a scribal error, I think that would be problematic, because why would God inspire a holy book through the mouths of his prophets and writers, but then not actually preserve it so we know what it says?
Yeah, what's your evidence that it's a scribal error?
According to the commentaries.
Yeah, how do they know? What's their evidence?
Do you want to ask them? What do you mean?
The point is that they don't have any evidence.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, just that there's no source available to it. That what Justin's saying is pretty clearly just that there's this is all what they hope to be the case, but they have no evidence of this.
I highly doubt that. I'm pretty sure if it was to be looked into, and I'm pretty sure they looked into it sufficiently to come to that conclusion. They're not just asserting that. Yeah, that's why I initially stated if I was to look into it sufficiently. That's why I posited that they.
Gotcha, but at the current state, you have no evidence to support that it's a scribal error.
I mean, I have the commentators, the commentaries.
And how would they know?
According to I'm presupposing that they did sufficient research.
So presupposition.
Yeah, their position. I'm presupposing their position. For them to be deemed as reliable commentators, they must have had sufficient knowledge on the topic, right?
I don't think they did.
Can you provide that?
You're the one claiming that they had sufficient evidence. I'm saying that I don't believe that they did.
Yeah, but I'm presupposing that they did due to the fact that they're included in the list of commentators.
Okay. Well, I'm presupposing that they didn't.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, wait, so why would you presuppose that?
Yeah, so I'm presupposing that due to the fact that a lot of people aren't deemed as reliable sources for commentaries and for these individuals that I'm looking at to be listed on this site, that they must have vast theological knowledge to be listed.
I think that's a poor presupposition.
That's a poor presupposition.
But whether it's not a theological issue, it's a written issue, right? So I think the best case for you is something like, look, they start with the idea that this is the word of God inspired, and so it's got to be a scribal error. That's probably their reasoning, which, is not going to be something that's going to be historically valid argument for why it would be a scribal error. They're probably theologically motivated to think that it's a scribal error.
I can't really posit that.
What was that?
Yeah, I can't really conclude.
Because otherwise, then they would have come across empirical data to show that it's likely, or to show that it's a scribal error. But usually with these sorts of things, if I were a Christian, I'd be like, look, I have more confidence in the truth of Christianity than some kind of possibility that it's something worse than a scribal error. You know, so then you infer that it's a scribal error, but that's not historically legitimate. It's a theological motivation, in other words.
So they're just like presupposing that it is a scribal error? Is that the...
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just saying that it's probably theologically motivated.
I can't really conclude on either, but yeah.
Okay, but you would, to be clear, you would affirm that the Bible contains falsehoods.
Scribal errors? Sure.
Falsehoods. Like any type of falsehood, does the Bible contain falsehoods?
I'll agree that it could contain scribal errors in certain...
Wait, because you were really ringing me to say that inductive arguments aren't valid, so I'm not going to let you off the hook on this one.
Yeah,
Does the Bible contain falsehoods? I just need to hear you say that the Bible contains falsehoods.
I answered. I said it could have scribal errors.
Wait, say falsehoods.
I said it could have scribal errors.
So you needed me to say that inductive arguments aren't valid in a logical sense, but you absolutely will not say that it contains falsehoods because you recognize the tactic.
No, it's like a common fact that
So then if you're being good faith and consistent, you can just answer the question as I posed it. Does the Bible contain falsehoods?
Yeah, I'm being consistent. This would be like an ambiguity fallacy.
Wait, does it contain falsehoods? Yes or no?
This would be like an ambiguity fallacy. What do you consider?
Wait, does it contain falsehoods? Yes or no?
This would be an ambiguity fallacy. What do you consider falsehoods?
Does it? But if it's so, could it be the case? Could it be both that God or that Gab? What was his name? Was like fucking Gab. Gad offered 7 months, and also Gad offered 3 months. Could that be the case?
Did I not just like respond saying, according to the commentaries, it's a scribal error?
Yeah. Wait, but I'm asking you. That's not an answer to my question. Yes or no? Could that be the case that it's both 3 and 7 months?
A loaded question, and I already.
It's a yes or no question. Can I get the yes or no?
It's a loaded question.
Wait, you're refusing to answer questions.
It's a fallacy machine, bro. We
got a running Randy over here. Can I just get an answer to the question? Yes or no? Is that possible?
The fallacy machine.
It's a really easy question.
It's a really easy question.
Yeah.
It's an ambiguity fallacy, and it's in a loaded question.
Wait, it literally is just a yes or no question. Is it possible that the person said both 3 months and also 7 months?
Yeah, I just posited when deconstructing brought it to me. I said
you can't answer.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I answered deconstructing, saying that according to the commentaries, it is a scribal error, and that's what he initially posited. And yeah, so I can hold to that position, right?
Well, I didn't posit that. I don't actually think it's a scribal error.
Yeah, but that's what you said that the commentators say, right?
No, I'm saying that's the one you're probably the most familiar with because that's usually what the Catholic and Orthodox say. To be sure, we have no evidence that it is a scribal error. We have lots of evidence, though, that the chronicler constantly changes the details from Samuel. Because Samuel was written before Chronicles, and when Chronicles retells the same story, he has a tendency to change details.
Oh, okay.
So there's like 30 different stories that they share together where the chronicler changes details. So this is just like one of many.
Yeah, so like Ian, could I like hold to the position that it's a scribal error?
Yeah, but a scribal error is it's a falsehood. That the book as written contains falsehoods.
Oh, what would be your definition of falsehood?
Yeah, just that something that's not in line with reality. It's not possible that it's in line with reality for it to both be. Wait, and I know you want to pivot away. We're just taking that as like a basic one. I haven't read too deeply into theories of truth.
That's your definition.
But we're just gonna like take it to be the case that no matter what your definition of falsehood is, that it can't both be true that Gad said 3 months and also 7 months, that one of these things must necessarily be a falsehood.
I just posited that it's a scribal error. I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah, and that would be a falsehood.
That makes your question invalid. Yeah,
it would be a falsehood. A scribal error would be a falsehood.
Your question is invalid.
Wait, how do you know that any? Wait. What do you mean by my question is invalid?
Yeah,
do you think valid? Wait. So valid is a property of arguments.
And I can't answer.
Valid's a property of arguments. A question is not an argument.
Yeah. So you ask me a question and I don't get an answer. Right?
Gotcha. Go for it.
Yeah. So you asked me the question saying, would both of them be possible, like mutual exclusivity? I said that I already answered to deconstructing, saying that it could be a scribal error according to the commentaries.
Yeah, the implication of that is no, it's not possible.
No, what is not possible?
That it's not possible that it's both of these, that one of them is true, or I mean, it's possible that both of them are wrong, but like, I don't know, let's say that like one of them's true. One of them's true, but if one of them's true, that means the other one's false. So the Bible contains falsehoods.
I'm posing, is a scribal error a falsehood?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, in this case, it seems to be.
That's only in this case?
Well, there are scribal errors that don't create contradictions.
Such as which?
There's a bunch. In fact, in the passage that we just read, there are copying errors that don't create contradictions. For example, when it talks about the pestilence is described in two different manners. One description includes more detail than the other, but just leaving details out is not necessarily a contradiction.
Okay, so if positing that it is a scribal error and it was in line with one of the narratives, like what would the objection to that be?
One narrative would be wrong, which would mean the Bible says something that's untrue.
Wait, I don't think you heard my question. I'm saying that if there's one narrative, right, and if I'm holding to the position that it was a scribal error, one narrative is true and another is a scribal error.
Untrue.
Yeah. So like saying it's a scribal error, would that be sufficient reasoning?
It would still be something that is untrue, is what we're saying.
I think the point of the scribal error is kind of, I'll use an analogy. You know how there's like the phrase, gods don't bleed. Mm-hmm. What if someone were to say that they're a god and they don't bleed, and you give them a paper cut, right? That's not a serious mortal wound, but for the position that they don't bleed, it's enough to cause a problem, right? So it depends on the kind of Christian you are. Some Christians are totally fine with saying that, yeah, there are a lot of scribal errors or whatever deconstruction, is saying. I don't study the Bible, but there's this overall theological message that's been preserved. You could go that direction, but if you're the kind of Christian that wants to look at the Bible similar to how a God looks at their body and that they can't bleed, a scribal error is going to be a paper cut.
Okay. But would you consider a scribal error as falsehood, by the way?
Well,
yeah.
If by falsehood means does it generate a false statement? Yes. But I think what you're saying is that falsehood, has a severe negative connotation. There are, if you wrote a biography and there was a copying error, is there falsehoods in your biography? Yes, in the sense that there are false statements, but perhaps it's not like being deceptive. Falsehood, has that really strong negative connotation. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Are there any other objections?
When a good example would be if people misspeak, are they uttering falsehoods? Usually we would say no, they just misspoke. And if you want to say a scribal error is like misspeaking, then fine, but it's just weird that God is misspeaking, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, all of this is because we're demonstrating whether or not the book is reliable. So it doesn't matter why it's unreliable. The question is whether or not it's unreliable.
Okay.
And there's dozens of these examples. Some of them are not scribal errors. For example, in Exodus 6, 2-3, Yahweh makes a very definitive statement to Moses. He says, I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name, Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. Okay, that's a pretty definitive statement. But when we go back and read the narratives of the patriarchs, God does reveal his name Yahweh to them. And in fact, it leaves their own lips. In Genesis 15, God says to Abraham, I am Yahweh who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to possess. But Abraham said, O Yahweh God, how am I to know that I shall possess it?
In Genesis 15?
Yeah, just a flat contradiction.
What's the verse?
Genesis 15, 7 and 8.
said, Lord God, how would I? So in the Hebrew it says Yahweh?
Yeah. In the English, when you have the mini caps where it says the Lord, the underlying Hebrew text says Yahweh.
Genesis 15, verse 7. Let's see the Hebrew. Okay. I am Yahweh who brought. And what was the initial verse you said? You posited.
Yeah, it's going to be Exodus 6, 2 through 3.
Exodus 6. And God spoke unto Moses and said unto him, I am Yahweh, and I appeared unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by the name of Almighty God, but by my name the Lord I was not known to them. Genesis 15. Wait, Genesis 15 is talking about who?
Abraham.
Let's see. Abraham seek after these things. The word of the Lord came on Abraham. And if it isn't saying, fear not Abraham, I am your shield. Abraham said, Lord God, what shall I do? Yeah, I could pose that this is like the different persons within the Trinity.
Oh, you definitely don't want to say that with Danny here.
Okay. Yeah, I've like spoken.
Because Yahweh is not the name of the Trinity or of Jesus. Yahweh is the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's just simply saying that before this current time period, your forefathers knew me as God Almighty, which was El Shaddai.
Okay, so if I was to oppose that, what would the objection be?
If you were
how would you oppose it? Sorry, go ahead, Danny.
If, let's say, and this is a question for you, DC, he's saying that if Trinitarian doctrine is correct or whatever, would that be enough to get out of the problem or not?
No, I don't believe so, because this is the forefather or the actual father of the Godhead speaking here. This is Yahweh.
Okay, so this is Yahweh speaking in Genesis 15, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and here he says, I'm the Lord that... Wait, what's the verse?
Exodus 6, 2 through 3.
No, in Genesis.
Genesis 15, 7 through 8.
7 through 8. Okay, and he says unto him, I am the Lord that brought you out of your... Yeah, in Genesis, I'm pretty sure I could posit that it's referring to the Trinity in this. Because if I look at Exodus,
it's not. It says, I am the Lord. That's Yahweh. Yahweh is a very specific figure.
Yeah, because in Genesis 15:1 it reads, after these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, and I'll hold to the position that the word of the Lord would be Jesus, right?
No. The word of the Lord is referring to his speech. God spoke to this person.
So the word of the Lord came unto Abraham? The word of the Lord spoke to Abraham?
Yes.
Okay, so utterance can speech. Wait, I was actually talking about this. So wait, speech can say something?
In this particular case, the answer would be yes, but that's not supported by the text that we're reading.
Okay. So in Genesis 15:1, when it reads, the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision. It came
to.
Yeah, it came to him in a vision. So the words just came to him visually. Words came to him visually.
No, that's how it happens. Whenever the word of the Lord comes to somebody, it says the words Hadabar or Hadabarim just means the speech of somebody came to somebody else. We have the same thing referring to physical people. The words of such and such king went out to so and so.
In the vision, like he was able to see utterance. He was able to see speech.
That's not my claim. No.
No, that's what it says. It says the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision.
It says to Abraham.
It says unto Abraham. I'm reading.
Well, I don't know why your translation says unto, but it means the same thing. It means to.
Yeah, exactly. So the word of the Lord came to him in a vision. So was he able to see these? Like he was These are like empirical things. He was able to see.
No, he heard the words in a vision.
Wait, where are you getting that from?
Because that's what words are.
No, see, yeah. That's not what I believe. See, you're positing like what you thinking it. I'll hold.
No, that's what words mean. When it talks about somebody's words, it's referring to words.
I'll hold to the position that the word of the Lord is Jesus, and when he's saying that he came unto Abraham, like I don't understand how utterance can be seen with his eyes or whatever.
It's not seeing, it's saying. That's why it says lemor in Hebrew, which is it's an infinitive. It means it's an action that's ongoing. Saying in Hebrew, yes. It literally says that it came to Abraham. El in Hebrew means to Abraham in a vision, saying le amor.
What does a vision mean? Is this what do you hold it as?
Clearly a dream.
No, like what's the definition of a vision?
A vision in the Old Testament is almost always a dream.
No, like what's the definition of vision? Like
I just told you in the Old Testament, a vision is typically a dream.
What's the accepted dictionary definition of vision?
Well, I don't care. It's something that you experience that is not in reality.
Okay. A vision is something you experience that's not in reality.
Yes, a vision, when it's being referred to in Genesis, is when God reveals something to you. And in Genesis, it's almost always in a dream state.
Okay, so the vision. Okay, so does vision have anything to do with like empirical data or evidence? Like, is he seeing this? Does vision refer to the eye?
He's clearly hearing it, which is why it says. Which is why it says lemor, which means to hear. He's hearing something.
Yeah, but I'm asking you: is vision referring to something empirical or what? Or like, what is it?
It's either a dream or a mystical spiritual experience. One of the two.
Vision equals dream now? That's the definition of vision, is a dream?
Yes, quite often. There's lots of dreams that are visions in the Old Testament. When you read the story of Joseph, when Joseph gets the vision from God in the dream, same word.
So, let me just search up. So you reject the definition of vision?
Wait, do you think definitions are propositional?
No, I just want to see.
What do you mean reject the definition? Definitions aren't propositions.
He's saying the definition of vision is a dream.
Well, definitions aren't propositional, but it seems what Justin is saying is that the way that this word is used is to refer to like visions that happen in dreams.
Okay, so Ian, is a vision a dream?
Depends on what your definition is.
Well, I think what we should be concerned about is how did whoever was writing the text, how were they using the term? So DC wants to say that typically when Old Testament writers use that term to mean dream, I think that's the idea.
Okay, so what are you saying is that every time a vision is being referred to, it's talking about a dream?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying the Hebrew word machzeh refers to a spiritual experience.
15:3. 1 second. Let me cut it up. Okay, so let's see.
Which is why in the passage, as I've already pointed out, whatever was happening, it was being spoken. That's why it says that it came to Abraham saying, whatever it was speaking.
Okay, so what's the word for vision?
In this particular instance, it's machzeh.
So how do you spell that?
I mean, do you know Hebrew, or do you want me to give you the English transliteration?
No, like I have it in front of me. I just want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Do you want the Hebrew?
Yeah, the transliteration.
Okay, so you're probably going to have an M, and then a CH, and then a Z, and then an H.
Let me just make sure.
Damn, that's one hell of a word.
So
I know. Well, there's no there's no vowels in Hebrew. You have to supply the vowels. It's a little cumbersome.
Interesting. So did you just like freestyle the vowels?
Well, they did for a long time until the Masoretic scribes came around about 200 to 300 CE, and the Masoretic scribes said, no, we know what the vowels are supposed to be, because the vowels are important. They changed the meaning of the words. So they actually added the vowels to the Hebrew texts about 200 to 300 years after Jesus.
Okay. I have a question, because if you're holding to the definition of vision means dream, in this exact word, like I just went to like the Strong's conclusion.
I didn't, so I'll just try this again.
Yeah.
A makzeh is a spiritual experience.
Yeah, I'm holding to the I'm holding that you're that's what you're saying. Okay.
And in that spiritual experience, somebody spoke to Abraham.
Yeah, but I disagree that when it says vision, it's referring to a dream, because that same word is used in a different area. And
I never said that when God spoke to Abraham, it had to be in a dream. I'm just saying that when it's used,
that's not what I'm disagreeing.
When it's used, it often refers to a dreamlike or ecstatic state. It's irrelevant if he was asleep when it happened or if he was awake when it happened. The question is what actually happened. And what actually happened was God spoke to Abraham.
That's not what I'm posing here. I'm asking you the question, right? That let me go back to the Hebrew word. The word for vision here is mahazeheh, right?
Close enough.
Mahazeh or something. So this word is used in a different instance, because I'm saying that when it's being referred to in Genesis 15:1, that it is referring to Jesus here. Because
it's not, though.
Yeah, because wait, my interpretation of this, and let me make sure it's in line with what the Father say. Yeah, so when it says perfect. So when it says
introducing the Trinity to this only makes your problem worse, because it literally says that Yahweh appeared to Abraham in a vision, saying. So all you're doing now is just demonstrating that the Trinity is incoherent, because even in Trinitarian doctrine, Jesus is not Yahweh.
That's not what it says. It says the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision.
Yes, that's the word of Yahweh.
The word of Yahweh. So is the word of Yahweh literally his utterance, or is it possibly...
Yes, it's his utterance.
Hypostasis. It's his utterance?
It's his utterance.
Okay, so his utterance came to him in a dream. That's what you're positing, right?
That's exactly what I'm positing, and I think it's quite clear if you just read the passage.
Yeah, but I'm saying that vision is not referring to dream. And like the same word that you were talking about, it does not mean dream.
It doesn't matter if he was dreaming it or if he was wide awake when it happened. It's a spiritual experience.
Yeah, but
he's getting a vision from God, and in that vision, God says things to him. And what he says is, I am Yahweh who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans. And then Abraham replies, but, O Yahweh, how am I to know? According to Exodus, Abraham did not know the name of Yahweh.
So in this same word, mahazeh, or whatever it is, it's also
I don't
used
know why you're hung up. We're talking about whether or not Abraham knew the name Yahweh. That has nothing to do with whether he was awake or dreaming.
I'm saying that you literally answered affirmatively, saying that vision is referred to in a dream or like a supernatural sense, and I'm saying that's not the case.
Ortho, that has nothing to do with the contradiction.
Yes, and
it
I'm saying
doesn't matter if he was dreaming or awake.
I'm saying it's
the
not
question
a contradiction
is the contents. Did Abraham know the name of Yahweh? Yes or no?
My initial, what are with these fallacies? Anyway, my initial question was that it was a.
He can't answer yes or no. Ortho, did Abraham know the name of Yahweh?
My initial response was that this is referring to
Did Abraham
Jesus,
know the name of Yahweh?
Was that my initial response?
It's irrelevant.
Can we treat like a yes or a no?
Wait, was that my initial response?
Did Abraham know the name of Yahweh?
Let me see. According to Genesis 15:1.
Thank you. And that directly contradicts Exodus 6, where it says, I appeared to Abraham and Isaac as God Almighty, but by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them.
Yeah, I asked you a question, by the way, when I repeated it.
Which means they should not have known the name of Yahweh.
Okay, I can't finish it. So when it's talking about Genesis 15:1, I'm saying it's referring to Jesus. What would the objection to that be?
The objection is not which member of the Trinity. We're talking about whether or not he even knew the name of Yahweh.
Okay, did you say, according to the Trinitarian doctrine, who is Yahweh?
It's irrelevant. The question is, does he know the name of Yahweh? It's very easy. One text says that Abraham and Isaac and Jacob did not know that name.
Yeah.
The other text says he did know that name. The Trinity doesn't help you here.
The Trinity does not help me here, so I'm not able to make a distinction.
It doesn't matter who in the Trinity you think is Yahweh. The question is, do they know the name of Yahweh?
According to the Trinity, right?
The jumping jacks these guys have to do.
What's the jumping jacks?
The gymnastics you have to do over the plain reading of the text is embarrassing.
Oh, so I just shouldn't have any context, right? I should just read it how it is, right?
That's not what Justin said, but you're bending over backwards. It's like crazy mental gymnastics.
Yeah, that's terrible rhetoric. But deconstruction, right?
Wait, and I agree that you can use the Discord rhetoric on me. I bet if I looked up Glocks, you're probably in Glocks. What am I saying?
Who the hell is Glocks?
No, never mind. Never mind then. Surprising.
Deconstruction. I was asking you though. I'm not able to input the Trinity into this at all.
No,
even if you did, it's not going to help you.
He's saying whether you put the Trinity in or out. The issue, the contradiction he wants to say there is present is that in one verse suggests that Abraham knew that this name of Yahweh, whoever that refers to, doesn't matter. That we're talking about the name itself. And one verse suggests that Abraham does know the name, and in another verse, it suggests that Abraham doesn't know the name. Whatever the name refers to this person or that person, or even different persons, right? It's presumably the name that is being questioned in terms of whether Abraham knows it.
One second. I think I can make the distinction, but
I don't think you can.
Why not? Why not?
Because the Trinity isn't going to help you. Is your distinction based in the Trinity?
Yes.
Well, it's not going to help you, because the Trinity is identifying three different persons within a Godhead. We don't care which person this is referring to. All we care about is whether or not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob knew the name of Yahweh.
Okay, so could I not just say that this is referring to? Can I not just say that? What is it? Genesis 15 verse 1 is referring to the Son.
Genesis 15, 7 through 8. And no, it doesn't matter, because we're not talking about which member of the Trinity. We're talking about the name Yahweh. Does he know the name Yahweh? And the clear answer is that he does know the name Yahweh, which contradicts Exodus 6, 2 through 3.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure, if I was to read into this, right, that the answer would be the distinction between the persons.
It wouldn't.
I'll give you an example of what's happening and I'll apply your solution to see if it works. Suppose I have a 6-year-old son, right? In one case, I say they know the name of Superman, okay? But in another case, I say they don't know the name of Superman. And then what you're pointing out was, hey, look, Superman is Clark Kent. He's not Peter Parker. It doesn't matter what the kid believes about who Superman is exactly, or who the name refers to, whether it's Clark Kent or Peter Parker. The claim that I'm making is that my kid knows the name Superman. Whoever that refers to, right, is an independent question. Does that make sense? So the name of Yahweh is one, that's the name, right? You're saying, well, look, it can refer to this person or this member of the Trinity. Fine. The point is that just the name itself Does Abraham come to know it in this verse, but in another verse, does it suggest that no one knew, or did Abraham doesn't know the name? And then that's where the question lies.
Give me a second.
Because while you're looking it up, because I know part of it is reading the verses, in the Superman case, right, it'd be a distraction to say, hey, but Superman is Clark Kent, not Peter Parker, right? Well, but my claim was that my kid knew the name Superman. It doesn't matter who the real true identity of Superman is, that they still know the name.
So making a distinction between the persons won't solve the problem.
Well, do you see how it doesn't solve the problem in the case of my contradiction with my 6-year-old son?
Yeah.
Okay. So the name Superman, who that refers to exactly, the true identity of Superman, doesn't matter to the fact that if I said, hey, my kid knows that name, and then the next day I say, my kid doesn't know that name, I've contradicted myself.
So it doesn't exactly.
So taking the verse, if one verse says Abraham knows the name of Yahweh, okay, whether you say that refers to Jesus or the Father or whoever, right? And then the next day, the verse says Abraham suggests that Abraham doesn't know the name. The doctrine of the Trinity isn't going to solve the problem, as I understand. Maybe DC is saying something more than that, but that's how I understand.
No, that's what I'm saying, is it doesn't matter who you think Yahweh refers to. It says that he didn't know the name of Yahweh.
That's the objection I'll pose to it. I guess I don't know. Yeah, that's the objection I'll pose to it. I would be referring to the Trinity, but the exact response, I'm not sure.
Maybe I want to understand you. Why do you think? Maybe I'm missing what you're saying, Ortho. Mm-hmm. Why do you think the Trinity solves the issue? I'm just wondering.
So I open on Genesis 15 verse 1, and then I just read the first line. It says, "And these things, the word of Yahweh came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram." And then I'll be holding to that. Here it's talking about Jesus, and then everything after this is also Jesus talking to Abraham. Okay, but in that verse, does it say that Abraham was made aware of the name of Yahweh? I am the Lord. Yes. Okay, so we have that truth. Okay, now if there's fine, let's just implement your doctrine about, that the utterance, the word of God is Jesus, but at the end of the day, what I'm hearing is that those verses suggest that Abraham knows the name of Yahweh. Now, this other verse, suggests that he doesn't know the name of Yahweh. So, how does the Trinity help here? Okay, Genesis. Yeah, because then I'll put. Wait, what's the Exodus word? The Exodus verse. Sorry.
It's Exodus 6, 2 through 3.
2 to 3. God understand the Lord. Yeah, so if I was to hold that, since the word of the Lord is not explicitly stated here, that it's referring to the Father.
But we're not talking about the word of the Lord.
We're talking about the name of Yahweh.
About the name of Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
So in that Exodus passage, would it suggest that Abraham did not know that name of Yahweh? And if you say yes, then there's the contradiction. If you say no, then you have a different interpretation than deconstruction, and then y'all would have to hash it out.
Wait, in the Hebrew, is it Yahweh or Adonai being used?
It's technically neither. So in the original Hebrew, it says Yahweh. In the Masoretic Hebrew, some of them say Yahweh, some of them say Jehovah, but Jehovah is a combination of Adonai and Yahweh, and they put it in the Masoretic text as a way of protecting the divine name, just like in our English Bibles, it says the Lord.
Wait, there is a commentary on this. That's okay. I don't know, because in all of the commentaries I'm seeing, it's saying, my name is Adonai. My name is Adonai.
Yeah, they do that in commentaries as a way of protecting the name of Yahweh. The same reason why Jews today say Hashem instead of Yahweh.
Yeah.
It's a sign of respect.
Okay. The name was going to be protected and cooperate was the most proper name of God.
While we're waiting for that, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far. If you want to join the community or you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. Only join if you're 18 or older. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. It's if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. Keep on double tapping on that screen though. Let's get all the way up to 250k likes. Oh yeah, we're doing we do reading groups in my Discord. So this week we're doing a reading on presuppositional apologetics and how to deal with people who run presuppositional apologetics. So if you're interested in joining the reading group, I would love to see you there. It's just going to be a really good time. And I'm really excited for it. But we meet every Saturday at 7 p.m. We had a group, like a little reading philosophy group, just this last Saturday where we covered like basic philosophy terms and concepts. Ortho, do you have anything? Do you have a response yet? Or are you still working? I can keep yapping if you're still figuring something out.
And it might be that kind of issue where you have to get back to us. But I don't know. I mean, you'd have at least get back to DC because I don't know anything about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I probably will. I'm not familiar with this.
Okay. I'm probably if that's the end of the conversation, then did you got anything else?
No, not really. I'm probably done.
Well, appreciate you coming on up here.
Of course, man. God bless.
Yeah. Damn, what a slog. Huge W, Justin, by the way, and big W, Danny, as well.
Hey, good to see you, Danny.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, Ian.
Yeah. I'm probably ending stream soon, so I didn't know if either of you were going live.
I won't be, but it was good joining you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I probably won't go live either, but you have, you started streaming when? You stream for how long?
I streamed for like 5 hours. It's first we started with the lesbian topic with Sam, but then we got banned because they hate the lesbian topic. TikTok hates the lesbian topic. And then started again on this topic because I won the appeal. And then I'm pretty sure Dean is live on Matt's account, unless of course
I saw that.
Matt is pulling like 6K viewers on his own, which is like, totally possible. He would deserve it, of course, but that would be an anomaly if that were the case. So I'll send you all over to Dean, who is live on Matt's account, rockin.librarian. But I love all of you. Thanks so much for coming on out here. Make sure you're dropping a follow. If you see you later, Danny. Yeah, great to talk to you. Yeah. Both of you should come up on the future. I'd love to have you all on here.
Yeah, I'll definitely be around, man. Keep cooking.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. If you want to, again, if you want to join the community, if you want to join like the little reading group, it happens 7 p.m. every single week on Saturday. I'd love to see you there. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. I notify you every time I go live. I hang out in the live. I'm very active in it. I talk all the time, or in my Discord if you want to join the Discord, discord.gg/allegedlyian. You do got to be 18 or older, but I would love to see each and every one of you there. It's a cool little place. I notify you every time I go live. Active. It's friendly. All the people are really nice. But other than that, love all of you. Make sure you're dropping a follow. I hope to see you all there, and I'll see you all later. All right, bye-bye. See you in Matt.